Chapter 940. According to the guidance of the smell, Chu Yingxian glanced around the city and released her soul detection without any hesitation, causing a group of people on the street to stop. When they saw that it was a beautiful girl, their eyes changed a little. Some people even put on radiant smiles and wanted to talk to her. Of course, if the color-haired beauty in the lead did not release the aura that could almost freeze the space, many people would have gone up to talk to her. Over there are a lot of young people gathering over there. They must have come to the Yin-Yang world. Idiot, let's go. Chu Yingxian laughed, waved her hand, and took the lead to run forward. Yin Nuoxing raised his slightly black face and stared at her with pretended cold and ruthless eyes. He gave off a black cold aura and said, "How much trouble do you want to cause me? You released your soul detection so arrogantly, as if you were announcing your existence. Do you want to attract the whole city's people?" However, even though he was grumbling, his footsteps were not slow. Not long after, he caught up with Chu Yingxian. Behind him, a large group of people also followed. Only when they were far away did the people on the street let out a sigh of relief. In this cold winter, their faces were actually covered in sweat. That girl's aura is too cold. I've seen some god experts who majored in the water element and even the ice element, but their aura is not as cold as hers. We can't afford to offend her. Could it be that a young supreme master on the supreme list is coming to the Yin-Yang world? It's like an ice cave. The people on the street shook their heads with bitter smiles. Looking at the direction they were walking, it seemed that many young people had gathered in a place where the news of the opening of the Yin-Yang world would be released immediately. Occasionally, other news would be released, all related to the Yin-Yang world. It seemed that this group of people was also heading for that place. The Water Cloud City is going to be lively again. Everyone thought calmly. The group of people from Yin Nua planet walked along the bustling street. No matter how lively it was, wherever they passed by, there would be an awkward silence without exception. Moreover, the degree of coldness here was comparable to the extreme of the southern ice realm. Chu Yingxian couldn't help but pinch Yin Nuoxing and grumble, "Hey, idiot, can you stop using the air conditioner? It's so cold." Yin Nuoxing pretended to sneer. She raised her darkened face and pointed behind her with her colorful eyes. "Why don't you take a look at how attractive you are? Little star, that's enough." There aren't many people paying attention to Chu Yingxian anymore. You, on the other hand, will attract a lot of attention if you release your aura like this. Xian wore a resigned smile on her face. Yin Nuoxing's aura suddenly shrank back, making everyone smile even more bitterly. A green pavilion appeared in their sight where they were standing. Everyone raised their heads. This pavilion was not very tall. It was only 4 stories high, but it was very spacious. Its edges were decorated with golden patterns that looked like totems. It was somewhat mysterious and luxurious. It was difficult for Yin Nuoxing and the others to comment on the appearance of the pavilion. It was not that they had never seen buildings more luxurious and exaggerated than this. For example, the palaces of the gods and the dojos of the gods. In short, in terms of the luxury of the buildings, this green pavilion was only at the level of barely acceptable in their eyes. Anyway, if they followed Yin Nuoxing, their eyesight would be raised to a strange level if nothing unexpected happened. What they cared about was the abundant aura inside. The aura of the people gathered here, and those who were coming here, was very strong. Many of them were extremely exuberant and full of vitality. At first glance, they could tell that they were young people. It seemed that many people knew about the Yin-Yang world, and most of them were the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region. After all, Yuan Shi and the others had never heard of such a place before. It seemed that the fame of the Yin-Yang world had not spread to the Divine Prefecture. More people in the Kuan-Yuan region knew about it. Yin Nuoxing looked at Yuan Shi and the others. She flicked her long hair, looking very elegant. She took the lead and walked into the green pavilion. No matter how strong the aura inside was, she had been to a place where there were many emperor gods and had seen gods sitting in rows. How could this scene scare her? This green pavilion had 3 entrances and exits, and it covered a very large area. Looking up, they could see that there were obvious levels in the pavilion. There were many figures on each level, and they were scattered in groups. Here, It seemed that no one deliberately restrained their energy fluctuations. The higher the level, the more amazing the energy fluctuations of the people here were. On the fourth level, there were even middle-level gods. There is only one god underworld expert, and there are less than 100 people below, all the way to the Son of God. It's almost the same as not having any. There is no one stronger. Yin Nuashing said faintly in her soul. No, it's about the same for you, but for us, we still have to be vigilant. Everyone smiled bitterly and replied helplessly. Speaking of which, we didn't sense your soul fluctuations. Idiot, you can't sense it if you integrate your soul detection into the void, right? Yin Nuashing said, rolling her eyes. Everyone was speechless. Don't think that everyone can be like you, okay? When Yin Nuashing and the others walked into the green pavilion, many people glanced at them. From the first level to the fourth level, there were people who were secretly surprised, but they quickly returned to normal. Then, all kinds of gazes were cast at this group of people from every corner. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, Yin Nuashing, whose hair, eyebrows, and eyes were dyed in gorgeous colors. Moreover, the colors seemed to be flowing. The veins on your head are exploding. Yuan, she said calmly in her soul. Calm down. Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth. Next time, I won't walk in front. I don't think it has anything to do with whether you walk in front or not. Everyone was helpless. However, among these gazes, there seemed to be one that wasn't very friendly. Everyone felt that unfriendly gaze, but they didn't say anything. Moreover, the target of this gaze surprised them. They originally thought that some enemy had recognized Yin Nuashing, but they didn't expect that gaze to be directed at Chu Yingzhan. Yin Nuashing looked around and casually found a quiet place to sit down. He did not pay attention to the gazes that were directed at him from all directions. In fact, when he felt the gazes that were vaguely hostile, his heart suddenly became incomparably calm. If it had to be said, Ziyin and the others felt as if they had switched to a different state, a different attitude towards things. Your enemy? You have a grudge? When did this happen? Yin Nuashing calmly glanced at Chu Yingzhan and asked bluntly. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face trembled. Her usual crazy energy had disappeared at this moment. She sat quietly on the chair with her hands folded in front of her. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her pretty face was calm. She looked like a young lady from a big family. If they hadn't known her for a period of time, they would have been deceived by her current appearance. Yu carefully shook Chu Yingzhan's arm and softly muttered, Big Sister Chu, Big Sister Chu? Little Moon also nodded lightly. Big Sister Yingzhan, if you have something to say, just say it. Yin Nuashing blinked and supported her head with her left hand. Originally, she just wanted to find a place to quietly wait for the energy tide of the yin-yang world to recede. She wanted to just wait in the sky, but who knew that Yuan Shi and the others would run in? Now that she came to this place, she didn't expect to encounter something. In that case, he didn't seem to understand Chu Yingzhan at all. After all, this girl was always crazy and didn't mention her own matters. He didn't want to ask too much. However, although he didn't say anything, he would always help if there was a problem. AI. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand in distress and said, What enemies? Well, there's some old grudges. My family is still very famous in the Kuan Yuan region, although it can't be compared with your 9 divine palaces. If I expose my identity, generally, no one dares to touch me. It's just that my father knows that I often run outside and made an agreement with me. It's okay to run outside and go crazy, but I'm not allowed to use my family's identity and forces. This is also a kind of test. After all, the realm of the gods is not as safe as the 7 elements realm where I used to be. Once I use the power of my forces, I have to go home. I don't know when I'll come back. After that, Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in distress and stuck out her tongue at Yin Nuashing. I don't want to stay in that place and not go anywhere. So, even if my family is very famous, no one knows where I belong. Yin Nuashing listened quietly and nodded to everyone's surprise. Everyone thought that he would reprimand this inhumane rule. The realm of the gods is not like the lower realm. To put it bluntly, even if those who come from the lower realm have some achievements in the realm of the gods, even if they have a little fame in the realm of the gods, and even if they become gods, they must not act recklessly. This world is unimaginably huge. You may accidentally provoke an existence that you can't afford to provoke. There's nothing wrong with acting cautiously and being in awe. However, your father is too cautious. Well, in general, it's not bad. This is also a kind of training for you. If you don't encounter a matter of life and death that you can't solve, there's really no need to bring out your background. After Yin Wuxing finished speaking softly, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. After a while, the latter couldn't help but poke his arm with her elbow and teased, "I thought you were going to say that this world is mine and I can do whatever I want. Isn't your 9-god temple very powerful?" Yin Wuxing almost choked to death when he heard this. He twitched his eyes and rolled his eyes. In this life, before I met the 9-god temple, I had always been like this. Even when I met the 9-god temple, I was still very suspicious. That's right. When Big Brother fell, Su Ming was with him. Even if it was severely damaged, it was still a good divine weapon. Little Moon covered her mouth and giggled, winking mischievously at Yin Wuxing. Yin Wuxing's cheeks twitched. Everyone sighed, indicating that they were almost fooled by his words. "Be serious, so?" Yin Wuxing coughed and looked at Chu Yingzhan. "So?" Chu Yingzhan was also startled. After a while, she remembered what they were talking about. She curled her lips and said, "I met that guy when I was traveling in the Kuan region. As soon as we met, he snatched the thing that I found first. He even said something like power talks. Reason must be put aside, and only the weak talk reason. I was so angry that my head hurt." At this point, Chu Yingzhan's beautiful eyebrows raised, and her silver teeth were tightly clenched together. "Why do I feel like you were the one who was taken advantage of? Then why did he look at you with such hostility?" Yin Wuxing's cheeks twitched, and he continued to ask. "Well," Chu Yingzhan scratched the back of her head and smiled embarrassedly. "Once, when we were in a secret realm, I tricked his group, 23 people, no more, no less. I threatened them that if they didn't hand over their things, I would throw them all into the volcano. Then, I robbed them and made them come here for nothing this month. Take it as compensation for robbing my things last time. Hey. After saying that, she knocked on her own head and smiled cutely. Everyone was speechless. What kind of compensation was this? This was a blatant case of taking advantage of others. No wonder they were targeted. That gaze was as if they had eaten a fly. It was red with a tinge of green and green with a tinge of black. At this time, the place where the gaze came from was surrounded by many figures. They were talking and laughing in low voices from time to time, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. From the looks that were cast on this group of people, there was a hint of awe and fear. Obviously, this group of people was quite famous among the younger generation of the Kuan region. This group of people seemed to be centered around the 3 people sitting at the very front. The person who was hostile towards Chu Yingzhan was also one of the 3 people. He was a man with a delicate and pretty face. His face was filled with bitterness and hatred, and there was a bit of laziness and cynicism between his brows. At first glance, he looked like a hedonistic son of some large family. However, his attire was quite decent, and there was no arrogant aura about him. Looking at his seat, he seemed to be slightly lower than the other 2 people. In front of him, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was valiant, and the woman was pretty. She also had an extraordinary aura. The beautiful figure was wearing a light yellow dress. She had an extremely beautiful face. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked around the pavilion at will, making people panic. She did not know how many people were staring at her. It was just like a group of people who were infatuated with her. The man was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was handsome, and he looked somewhat resolute. His eyebrows were naturally knitted together, and he had a heroic aura. He sat there casually, exuding a strong aura that made people not dare to look at him casually. He and the woman beside him were polar opposites. One was extremely attractive, while the other made people not dare to look at him. He had his eyes closed all this time. At this moment, when he sensed that the person with a bitter expression was looking at him, he opened his eyes with interest. In his black eyes, there was a hint of coldness as he stared downwards. He also noticed Yin Wuxing and the others. He frowned and asked, Lu Bai, do you know someone I haven't seen before? I can't say that I know him, but we have some old grudges. The person who was referred to as Lu Bai waved his hand and pointed at Chu Yingzhan. A few years ago, a demoness came out from the Azure Emperor city and turned the entire Luoyin pavilion upside down. She almost caused the Yuan Immortal Secret Realm to collapse. She also went to the Spirit Martial City in the center of the Kuan Origin region and caused 4 major powers to be badly battered. But after that, she disappeared. It's said that she fled to another region. There are many people in the Kuan Origin region who are still thinking about her. Ah, it's that little sister. I remember her as well. The girl in the yellow dress was also interested at this moment. She spoke in a soft and unhurried tone. She caused a ruckus all the way from the Azure Emperor city. She toyed with a second-rate power with the strength of a demigod. In the end, that second-rate power had no choice but to let go of their former grudges and settle down. They didn't have to worry that the gate of their power would be gone when they woke up. This little sister disappeared from the Kuan Origin region 3 years ago, causing many people to gnash their teeth in hatred. But where are these little sisters and brothers from? They look unfamiliar. Which hidden power in the Kuan Origin region sent them? The girl in the yellow dress lazily leaned against the soft back of the chair. Mei Mao indifferently glanced at Yin Nuoxing and the others. Her gaze lingered on Yin Nuoxing for a moment before she shifted her gaze away. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "This little sister is a little strange." Well, she was once driven out of the Kuan Origin region and fled like a stray dog. I didn't expect her to have the courage to come back here. She even brought 2 or 3 kittens and puppies with her. Lu Bai smiled faintly. The people gathered in the Yin-Yang world are all people of great power. It's better for some Tom, Dick, and Harry to have some self-awareness. The Yin-Yang world doesn't lack the bones of these unknown people. If you don't want to lose your life, you should learn to be smarter. Then, countless onlookers looked at the people at the table below from all directions. What the hell have you done that angered both man and God? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely. To think that he was worried that this crazy girl would be bullied or something. According to the situation, this girl was already being merciful by not causing the Kuan Yuan region to collapse. This, Chu Yingzhan blushed slightly and scratched her head in embarrassment. I was still young. Young and ignorant. Demigod is still young? It happened 3 years ago, right? Everyone couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. With this girl's character, it would be strange if she didn't cause trouble. However, they didn't expect her to have such a bad reputation in the Kuan Origin region. The 2 figures sitting in front exchanged glances, but did not stop her. Seeing this, Lu Bai couldn't help but smile faintly. He raised his head and drank a cup of tea. Then, he looked at the person next to him. When the person saw Lu Bai's gaze, he nodded in understanding. Then, he grinned and swayed his body. He drew an arc in the air and slowly landed in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others. Then, he stretched out his hand and patted Chu Yingzhan. Young Master Lu would like to invite Miss Demoness to come with me. Chu Yingzhan was sitting next to Yin Nuoxing. Both of them had their backs facing this person. Just as his palm passed by Yin Nuoxing and was about to touch Chu Yingzhan's shoulder, Yin Nuoxing did not turn around. Instead, she held her chin with her left hand and waved her right hand behind her. Then, crack! In the hall, there was an extremely loud sound of ice being condensed. At the place where Yin Nuoxing's right palm was pointing, a large piece of beautiful hexagonal ice crystal suddenly burst out. The closer it was to the center, the thinner it was. It was like an ice crystal spear, and the spear knocked the figure out of the pavilion. Boom! The sound of the wall shattering startled the people outside the pavilion. The crowd hurriedly retreated a long distance. They looked around in bewilderment, only to see a 100-meter-long black ice crystal spear gradually emerge from the smoke. As for that figure, he had already disappeared from their sight. The black-colored ice cubes. More specifically, there was an extremely frightening black-colored energy flowing within the ice cubes. Just a tiny bit of the ice elemental energy had already frozen the ground along the path of the ice crystal into ice cubes. The temperature within the building had also abruptly dropped by a lot. Everyone could even see that the moisture in the air seemed to have been frozen into ice crystals that fell to the ground. She expressionlessly retracted her palm. That black ice crystal spear also quietly dissipated. During the process of dissipating, it did not leak any energy. It only left a large patch of ice marks on the ground. That spear brushed past a few groups of people, giving them quite a fright. However, they were also the ones who saw it the most. At this moment, they were thinking that if the tip of that ice crystal spear was sharp, this pavilion would probably be stained with blood today. Even if Yin Nuashing was merciful and did not use the tip of the spear, that person was still seriously injured. His figure disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Looking along the huge hole, they could only see rows and rows of holes. Yuan Shi and the rest clapped expressionlessly in their souls. Little Star is still Little Star after all. She is still as domineering as ever. Chapter 941. Without any precaution or mental preparation, that person disappeared from their sight. The crowd did not even see how Yin Nuashing attacked. When they finally reacted, a black ice spear emitting a bone-chilling aura appeared in their line of sight. It was so cold that countless people in the pavilion were stunned. Some people looked at the figures on the third floor with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Some people respected them, and some people were unhappy with them. Now that they saw Lu Bai being humiliated, their gazes became even more playful. The surrounding people who originally did not intend to watch also became interested. They all became onlookers and quietly watched the situation unfold. While the crowd looked at Lu Bai and the others with ridicule, there were also many people who stared at Yin Nuashing with vigilance. Many people felt a strong threat from that black ice spear. This time, he had only launched half of his attack, and the other half had probably been withdrawn. If he had really unleashed it, this place would not be like this anymore. The two people in front of Lu Bai also straightened up and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lu Bai also put away his contempt. It seemed that the witch had found a helper from who knows where, and he seemed to be a little powerful. Lu Bai took a step forward and walked to the edge. Half of his body was clearly visible to the crowd. He cupped his fists at Yin Nuashing and the others and smiled faintly. He said unhurriedly, "I am Lu Bai of the Lu family of Lingwu City. May I know where this friend is from?" The Lu family of Lingwu City was a family in the central city of the Kuan Yuan region. Although it was not a superforce, it was not too bad. In Shuiyun City, it was an existence that could dominate a region. Moreover, that person just now seemed to be talking about young Master Lu. In other words, this Lu Bai might have a high position in the Lu family. Judging from the many people who were observing the situation, many people had heard of his name. Yin Nuashing opened her mouth and let out a small yawn. Her pretty face was filled with a bored expression. Just as she was about to casually reply, Yuan Shi, who was beside her, smiled wickedly and said, "Just a few kittens and puppies. What's there talk about?" Yin Nuashing and the others chuckled in their souls. Little cat, the young master of the Yuan family of the Divine Land? Yuan Shi rolled his eyes. "Aren't you the young hall master of the Nine Deities Palace? A little kitten too?" Lu Bai's expression froze, and the people around him started to pay more attention to the situation. This was going to be fun. Lu Bai was the one who was talking about Little Kitty and Puppy. Now, the person he sent out was killed by Little Kitty and Puppy before he could even say a word. Lu Bai's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to say something, the nightmare spoke first. "Hey, you idiot. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're disturbing our rest. My lady might bite you." Yin Nuashing's face was filled with black lines, and everyone's expression was also sluggish. Seeing that the former did not say anything, as if he had tacitly agreed, the word arrogance was immediately imprinted on him. In fact, he just did not know what to say and remained silent. His few lines had already been suppressed to death by the two troublemakers, Yuan Shi and Mo Yin. The teacup in his hand also emitted a cracking sound. A moment later, even that sound disappeared. Some white powder quietly drifted down from his tightly clenched fist, after which he clapped his hands with an icy expression and slowly stood up. He looked at Chu Yingjian and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Koin-Yuan region with just them? Chu Yingzhan's expression was extremely cold. She stared at Chu Yingzhan and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, do you think that you could do whatever you want in the Koin-Yuan region with just them?" As he stood up slowly, a somewhat oppressive aura slowly flowed out of his body. The atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly froze, and everyone's expression froze. Was this guy going to make a move? A son of God, probably at the 5th level, calculating based on age and time. How did you trick a beginner god? Yin Nuoxing looked indifferently at Chu Yingzhan. When she was at the demigod level, she had made a son of God suffer. Although he did not know how she did it, it was not very strange. When he was in Yunguang, he knew a few people who had killed a son of God when they were at the peak of the demigod level. He guessed that they were the kind who risked their lives. As for those sons of God who were killed by demigods at the peak of the demigod level, he was not too clear about the difference between them and this young supreme version of a son of God. Anyway, to Yin Nuoxing, there was not much difference between the sons of God who had not reached the middle or high level. The only difference was that killing a son of God required a flick of the finger, while killing a god emperor required a flick of the hand. Chu Yingzhan pondered for a moment and counted in detail with her slender fingers. Sneak attack, cheating, hidden trap, backstabbing, bludgeoning, sneak attack, groin kick, poking eyes, pepper spray, sowing discord. After hearing this, Yin Nuoxing and the others broke out in cold sweat. They looked at her as if they had seen a ghost, and then quietly moved their seats. This guy, what was this called? Lu Bai was a son of God, and he was beaten to the ground by a little girl at the demigod level in all kinds of unimaginable ways. If this happened to them, it would be a dark history that they would not want to recall for the rest of their lives. It was no wonder that their faces were dark. If they did not vent their anger, they would be suffocated to death. Lu Bai looked down at Chu Yingzhan with his cold eyes, and the majestic power spread from above to below. The space seemed to have solidified, and waves of divine energy pressure fell from the sky, making many people feel a little heavy. However, when this pressure fell on Yin Nuoxing and the others, it was as if nothing happened. The space within 3 feet of them was completely stable. Not to mention the pressure, even the air did not change at all. The group of people still looked calm. Interesting, Lu Bai sneered, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand and was about to attack. Although it is not interesting, if you don't remove the pressure, I don't mind reasoning with you. Yin Nuoxing's clear voice quietly spread throughout the pavilion. This was the first time she had spoken here, and it made everyone slightly stunned. They all turned their eyes, only to see Yin Nuoxing slowly raising her left hand and making a gesture of snapping her fingers. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this action? However, Xian and the others reacted quickly. They hurriedly took out something from their space containers to cover their heads. With your strength of a demigod, Lu Bai laughed angrily. He waved his hand, and his divine energy fluctuated. He pressed his hand down from above. Ta! The moment Lu Bai waved his hand, Yin Nuoxing gently rubbed her 2 fingers together. A soft snapping sound spread through the space, and a few ripples appeared in the space. Then, the entire space quieted down, and a wisp of snowflakes fell from the sky. This was the true meaning of silence. This entire space was completely silent. There was no longer any energy fluctuation. Even the whistling sound of the wind from the energy had strangely stilled. The atmosphere of the scene had also completely stilled. Everyone lifted their heads, only to see that a black ice block had appeared at the edge of the 3rd level. It was an ice block that was filled with black energy. The ice block was only the size of a person. It was already the 12th lunar month of winter, and snow began to fall around the ice block. It was as if the ice block was in a completely different environment from the surroundings. Ah, it's another instant kill. You lose. 10 gold coins, thank you. Nightmare stretched out her hand to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand and threw out 10 gold coins. He couldn't help but lament, sigh, Little Star always kills in an instant every time she makes a move. There's no creativity at all. The 2 of them weren't conversing in their souls. They were speaking directly in this deathly, silent space, causing everyone to shudder and quickly come back to their senses. The two people sitting in front of Lu Bai also quickly stood up. The valiant man straightened his body, and a low voice came from the third floor. "Friend, you're going a little overboard. What's wrong with that?" I'm talking to him in a very serious manner. "Speak with strength. Speak with reason." "Isn't that what he said?" Yin Nuashing said indifferently. She stood up and poured tea for herself and everyone else. After a while, she felt that the energy density in the surroundings was increasing. She sighed deeply and raised her head against the sunlight coming from the pavilion. She looked at the valiant man and felt that his energy was circulating. She said softly, "I advise you to give up too." The valiant man had just started circulating his energy. When he heard this, he frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Yun Nuashing, who had an unbelievably beautiful face. He wasn't affected at all. "I've already stopped twice and spared their lives. You should be thanking me. They've already worn away the little bit of patience I have, if only I had any." Yin Nuashing crossed her hands in front of her. Her colorful eyelashes trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at him. What she said made the people around her dumbfounded. Yin Nuashing looked around and said indifferently, "For the third time, I won't hold back. I won't care if there are other people here. No one here can take a blow from me and still sit safe and sound, including a certain senior here. This is a warning. As for who I'm targeting, it's up to you. Originally, I was just quietly hiding here, waiting for the opening of the yin-yang world. I didn't intend to communicate with you. It was you who came to me." After these words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Many people frowned slightly. This guy was too arrogant. On the contrary, they felt that this guy shouldn't have much energy left after killing two Son of God experts. Speaking of which, in terms of etiquette alone, compared to the Emperor of War and Emperor Might of this generation, you guys are really bad. Yin Nuashing said something that was unclear. Then she sat down calmly and resumed her boring posture of holding her cheek with her left hand. She then added in her heart, "Well, I don't have much etiquette either." Yuan Shi and the others didn't think much of this sentence, but the others narrowed their eyes slightly when they heard it. They looked at Yin Nuashing and the others with some hesitation. Did this guy know the two people on the Supreme List? Even if he didn't know them, he should have at least seen them and communicated with them. Otherwise, why would he talk about etiquette? The valiant man looked at Yin Nuashing with a frown. The energy in his body calmed down at this moment. He turned his eyes and looked at the yellow-dressed woman beside him. The latter shook her head slightly at him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the black ice block and was about to say something to Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing snapped her fingers again, and the ice block disappeared in an instant. Even the falling snowflakes disappeared completely, as if they had never existed in the first place. Lu Bai fell out of the black ice with his eyes closed. His skin was pale from the cold, and he was almost frozen into ice. However, the valiant man caught him and tested a few spots on his body. He was slightly relieved when he found that Lu Bai was still alive, but in a deep coma. If Lu Bai had died here, it would have been troublesome. Seeing the valiant man sit back down without saying a word, as if he had swallowed his words, Zian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if the valiant man said anything more, Yin Nuashing would tear down this place in a fit of anger. Zian patted Yin Nuashing reproachfully and said, Why do you always pose in such a scary way?" Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue and muttered, "All the people gathered here are young people. We are already attracting a lot of attention. This crazy girl has some old grudges with others. If we don't handle it well, we might get one or two people involved. It's better to be fierce. Look, it's not so annoying now. I don't like this kind of atmosphere." Ming nodded and said, "My brother is very fierce. It's just that this place is a little quiet." Yin Nuashing was speechless. This was just a side effect. It was not a big problem. Then, he felt a strange gaze, and he couldn't help but raise his head. He saw that on the top floor, there was an old man looking at him thoughtfully, which made him a little speechless. The old man was the senior that he had accidentally mentioned. At this moment, this high-level god was looking at him curiously. When he saw that he was looking at him, he nodded slightly. Yin Nuoxing also nodded and gave him an apologetic look. Then she lowered her head and saw that everyone was looking at her. She spread out her hands and said, "The senior who is unjustly implicated." Everyone responded with an "oh" and turned their gazes away. What do you think of the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region? Most of the young experts are gathered here. Well, I guess you won't see anyone on the supreme list, Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Yuan Shi and the others looked around thoughtfully and found it difficult to ask. However, Yi tugged at her sleeve with a strange look and said, "Sister Chu, it's not convenient to answer this question in front of Brother Yin." Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. With this pervert sitting here, how could he take a fancy to the younger generation?" Everyone laughed dryly. It's good that you understand. After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion returned to normal. This time, more people were looking at Yin Nuoxing and the others, but many of them were doubtful and suspicious. Obviously, Yin Nuoxing's words just now had made many people suspicious. However, after seeing that the valiant man had swallowed his anger, everyone stopped thinking about it and looked away, lest they be frozen into popsicles in the next second. Liu Bai had not woken up yet. It would be bad if he was frozen and missed the opening of the yin-yang world. As for those gazes, Yin Nuoxing could ignore most of them. If no one came to talk to him, he would be happy to be free. As for the battle just now, there were still many people whispering to each other. To him, not even a single thread of energy was consumed. "Hey, idiot, let me ask you a question." Chu Yingzhan touched his arm and said in his soul, "After you become a demigod, what level of enemy can you kill with all your strength?" As soon as this question came out, Xian and the others also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the answer to this question. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect her to ask such a strange question. After a moment, he showed a thoughtful expression. He calculated silently in his heart for a while, and then said, "Not counting the artifact, if I go all out, I can probably kill a strong emperor of the Netherworld. High-level gods are still very powerful for me now." Everyone was speechless. He said he could kill them in the beginning and said they were still very powerful in the end. Why did it sound so harsh? Do you have any idea how many major realms you've crossed? If I count the divine weapon, it won't be a problem to kill early and middle god emperors easily. As for late god emperors, maybe it won't be a problem either. But for god emperors who have entered the 1,000-layered 100 revolutions, it will take a lot of effort, just a bit of effort. But to kill a god, even one who has just entered the first realm, there is a prerequisite. He has to stand there and wait for me to attack, and then defend. Maybe I can kill him, Yin Nuoxing said as he twirled his fingers. When everyone heard this, they were not too surprised. Before he had advanced to the demigod level, he had already killed a quasi-god level master. Now he had advanced from his second seal of the demigod level to the peak of the demigod level. His combat power was even more exaggerated. However, knowing that he could not deal with a quasi-god level master, they could not help but sigh. How powerful was the gap between the Emperor God level and the quasi-god level? Unable to do anything? After hearing everyone's question, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. He then hurriedly waved his hands. "How can I be helpless? After all, I was once a heavenly god. Even if I'm only a weak demigod now, I still have some methods to deal with late god rank experts. Well, it's not very safe. It's more like playing with my life. I have at least 3 methods to deal with that situation. If that situation really happens," Yin Nuoxing said as he stretched out 3 fingers, then spread his hands. "It's very dangerous. If there are no accidents, he probably won't use his full strength," Xian said softly. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Now in the world of the gods, there should be very few situations that would make him use his full strength. But it was hard to say. He kept bumping into the forbidden areas all day long. It was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter a situation that would require him to use his full strength. A soft sound of a bell and drum quietly spread throughout the pavilion. As the sound rang out, many people stopped talking and looked around thoughtfully. Then, a look of joy flashed across their faces. It was finally time. Their eyes impatiently turned to the top floor of the pavilion. There, an old figure with white hair and a beard that reached his waist slowly walked out. However, the old man's back was very straight. He was dressed in a white robe and had a rather sage-like aura. As he appeared, the gazes of countless people turned slightly hot. "Ha! It seems that a rather impressive little fellow has come to my water cloud pavilion." The old figure looked at the young figures in the pavilion and smiled slightly. His gaze lingered on Yun Nuoxing and the others, who appeared particularly indifferent. Then he said, "My name is Qing Bu, the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion. I'm in charge of sending out information about the Yin-Yang world this time." The young experts in the pavilion stood up and cupped their hands. The Water Cloud Pavilion had a certain reputation in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region. A large part of the reason was that they were close to the Yin-Yang world. Their pavilion master was an emperor of the underworld expert. Just in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region, they were a first-class force. There were not many forces comparable to them in this region. However, if they were placed on the stage of the world of the gods, they could barely be regarded as a second-class force. Many people were taken aback by Qing Bu's words. They looked down at Yun Nuo planet and saw Qing Bu nodding at him in a friendly manner. Many people's expressions hardened. Who was this fellow? Even the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion was so polite to him. "Did you recognize him?" Xian and the others asked in their souls. "Well, as a high-level god, as long as he's not the kind who doesn't pay attention to the outside world and only wants to cultivate in seclusion every day, it's not surprising that he can recognize me." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. "Senior Qing Bu, when can we enter the Yin-Yang world this time? We only received the news that it's about to open. Please give us some guidance." The valiant man cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. The intelligence of the Yin-Yang world was jointly handled by several forces in the Water Cloud City. Every year, they would take turns. When the Yin-Yang world was about to open, they would be the first to send experts who could withstand the power of the Yin-Yang world at its peak to conduct an investigation inside. This year, it was the Water Cloud Pavilion's turn to be fully responsible for this matter. The forces in charge of the intelligence of the Yin-Yang world occupied a certain amount of opportunities and advantages. As for these matters, everyone had a tacit understanding. Qing Bu stroked his white beard and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a map condensed by divine vitality was projected in the air of the pavilion. No matter which angle one looked at it, it was the same. On the map, a very well-shaped circle appeared. A brown mountain range cut the circle in half like a snake. Although it was not a perfect arc, it could be seen that it was a Tai Chi diagram. On the map, every place had a super high energy reaction. The snake-shaped arc and the other two eyes had an even stronger reaction. It was so bright that it seemed to be burning. In the Yin-Yang world this time, the ebb tide will start from these 2 points in the middle. The two types of energy will retreat to the two sides. The upper and lower ends and the middle of the Yin-Yang mountain range will be the place where the energy will converge. Like a wind cave, the energy from all directions will converge there. The two completely opposite energies will constantly stimulate each other. If swept in, even an Emperor God expert will gradually be exhausted to death. Qing Bu looked at the map condensed by divine vitality and said, "The ebb tide will last for a day. After the energy tide retracts, it will last for about half a month. In the Yin-Yang world, there are hidden dangers that will obstruct you in various ways. We don't know the specifics. Even in the Yin-Yang world, the places near the ground are in a sealed state. The experts of the Water Cloud Pavilion look down from the sky and don't know what's below. Everything will have to wait until the official opening." The map condensed by divine vitality gradually changed under Qing Bu's control. The energy that covered the entire circular map began to shrink from the center of the circle to the upper and lower ends. After shrinking to a certain range, it solidified. The edges of the two ends still had a high energy reaction, but it gradually weakened toward the center. Is there less than half of the safe zone in the Yin-Yang world this year? Looking at the map, everyone's expression was a little ugly. On the map, the high energy reaction covered almost half of the map. This time, the energy retraction didn't seem to be strong. Although this wasn't worth recording for Yun Nuoxing, he had sat here for half a day. He might as well record it down as he was bored. Anyway, he could come and go freely in the yin-yang world. If it wasn't for the fact that he could use it to temper his body, he would have rushed in long ago when the safe period arrived. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was nothing. He got up and waved to everyone. Let's go. It's time to move. Chapter 942. The water cloud pavilion behind them was still a little noisy. Yun Nuoxing and the others had already retreated from the water cloud pavilion. When they left, they attracted some attention. Apart from which Chu, whom many people knew was from the Kuan Yuan region, the rest of the people in this group were all very mysterious and unfamiliar, especially the demigod level who was covered in colorful clothes. His strength seemed to be only at the demigod level, but he had casually killed 2 elementary god levels and even dared to warn everyone in the pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion treated him with respect. Who was that person? Just this alone was enough to make everyone extremely vigilant. After the group left the Water Cloud Pavilion, they flew towards the Yin-Yang mountain range at full speed. With Yin Nuoxing around, even in the eyes of beginner gods, the extreme flash of the light element was just a flash of light. If they didn't pay full attention, they wouldn't be able to see anyone passing by. At most, they would only feel that their eyes were blurred. In the Yin-Yang mountain range, 2 kinds of energy rolled and collided in this huge mountain range, making rolling thunder. At this time, it was not time for the Yin-Yang world to open, so there were very few people around. There were only a few people, and their auras were not as strong as those of the younger generation in the Water Cloud Pavilion. It seems that the Yin-Yang world has attracted a lot of people. Seeing people stop outside the mountain range, She looked around for a while and said, "Have you figured out the situation of the Yin-Yang world?" Xian looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing nodded, looking at the place where the energy thunder kept rolling, and said, "Well, on the surface, it should be similar to what you know. The energy on the ground is completely divided. The left side is yin, and the right side is yang." Looking around and feeling that the direction was not right, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and controlled the Netherworld Ruin Sword to circle around the Yin-Yang mountain range. The evil spirit I also emitted a bright light, staring at the mountain range where the terrifying energy was rolling. After a certain moment, she stopped the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then pointed forward and said, "This dividing line divides the Yin-Yang mountain range into 2 halves from top to bottom. The left side is yin, and the right side is yang, which can also be said to be Tai-yin and Tai-yang. The 2 eyes on this line are Xiao-yang and Xiao-yin. Well, this is what we know on the surface. Is there a specific difference?" Chu Yingzhan asked anxiously after hearing some clues. "Well, I can't tell you the details." Yun Nuoxing put her hands in her pockets. She thought for a while and said, "Originally, in the Xiaoyin area, there was less yin and more yang. Conversely, in the Xiaoyin area, there was less yang and more yin. In this place, in the Xiaoyin area, there was no yin at all. It was all exuberant yang. It was the same for the Xiaoyin area. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction," Qin Yin said indifferently. "Well, I don't know either. I don't know much about Tai Chi in the ancient era. It was not popular. It seems that there was only some weak research in the ancient era. The Yin-Yang mountain range is indeed in the shape of Tai Chi," Yun Nuoxing said. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and frowned, saying, "It seems that there were many people who studied it during the mythological era. Well, in the end, there was nothing left from that lost era. In the ancient era, it was very difficult to excavate the remains of the mythological era. There was not much left in the study of Tai Chi. It is even harder to study it in this era. Speaking of which, Taiyuan territory and Jiyuan territory, aren't they Taiji? Kuan Yuan territory and Gan Yuan territory combined, aren't they Qian Kuan?" She seemed to have discovered something and suddenly looked at Yun Nuo planet. "It's useless. The number of people who have discovered this is too many to count. During the ancient era, a group of heavenly gods had nothing better to do and studied the god realm from top to bottom, from inside to outside, but I couldn't find anything special about the god realm. It's just a name, so don't worry too much about it. Besides, the shape doesn't look like it either." Yin Nuoxing waved his hand casually. Yuanshi thought for a while and said, "That seems to be true." Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment. She stretched out a finger and sighed, saying, "In the ancient era, the heavenly veins are poor for 3 generations. Tai Chi destroys a lifetime. Is this why there are not many heavenly veins masters, and no one studies Tai Chi?" Everyone was speechless. "Well, as far as I know, heavenly veins masters are quite rich. However, I have seen many poor heavenly veins masters. They often engage in underground projects and have to buy all kinds of strange things. In fact, they spend a lot of money." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. "Underground projects? Digging graves?" Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. Dragon veins, and things related to mysterious crystals. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. The so-called underground projects referred to the heavenly veins masters drilling in and out of the ground. They often came out of the ground with dirty faces. This major profession gave birth to many minor professions, but they could only learn a little of the heavenly veins master's skills. A few years ago in Divine Sky City, Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen a lot of heavenly veins masters. Isn't it said that heavenly veins masters can shift the position of the stars? Chu Yingzhan said. Then they have to be heavenly veins masters in great success, or at least at the level of Emperor God. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. There were 2 branches of heavenly veins masters, celestial masters and heavenly veins masters. There was no specific classification. The level of these 2 professions was basically based on the level of cultivation. To be specific, there were several dividing lines. However, no one in this group was a heavenly veins master, so no one could tell the difference. Even Yin Nuoxing did not know. He did not have much information about heavenly veins masters in his head. He had not studied them before, nor had he studied them now, even though he had a little inheritance of heavenly veins masters. However, these were not related to where they were now, so they did not pay much attention to it. After chatting for a while, they changed the topic. It's about 2 hours before the tide ebbs. The space of the Pillar of Creation is in the middle of the mountain range, which is also the center of the yin-yang world. It's an absolutely safe space. Let's go there first. Yin Nuoxing pointed in the direction of the center and said. Yuanshi spread out his hands. "You have the final say." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, energy barriers suddenly appeared on the Netherworld sword, enveloping the group. Yin Nuoxing slowly spread his 6 wings, and the 9th Heaven Spirit Concealment Array also appeared on the Netherworld sword at his will. He switched to the defensive mode on the outermost layer. It seemed that the yin-yang world also gave him a lot of pressure. He had already activated such a heavy defense before entering. However, after those defenses appeared, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Unless they were bombarded by a divine emperor with all their strength, there should not be any loopholes in the defense. The Netherworld sword swayed and led everyone into the surging energy field. They broke in along the side of the moon and did not choose the mountain range in the center. That was where the 2 types of energy completely repulsed and fused. The energy was very violent. Even though Yin Nuoxing had several layers of powerful energy barriers, he did not want to waste too much energy to resist. If he entered from one side, the pressure would be reduced a lot. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing observed with his evil spirit eye that in the energy field, the higher they went, the more chaotic the energy was. On the contrary, at the bottom, the energy tended to be calm. Rumble, when the Netherworld sword carried everyone into the yin-yang sky, the outer layers of the barriers suddenly became bright. The color in their line of sight faded slightly, and all they could see was a mist. The bright barriers lit up the surroundings like bright lamps. The temperature suddenly dropped a level. This is the yin side, right? Is this the yin energy? I've never sensed this kind of energy before. It's so strange. Yuanshi released a weak soul force between the layers of barriers. He did not dare to rush out at once. The high energy reaction outside made his nerves sound an alarm. The moment he rushed out, it would probably backfire on him. What a strange energy. Xian and the others also sensed it and exclaimed. It's cold and very soft. My body is responding to it, and asking me to jump over. I've never had such a reaction before. It seems to be very eager for the energy there. Yu shook Yin Nuoxing's arm and said with an inexplicable excitement, "The yin energy is suitable for women to refine their bodies, while the yang energy is suitable for men to refine their bodies." Well, this is a normal situation. Yin Nuoxing lay on the netherworld sword and kept looking down. He said, "The yin and yang energy is not an ordinary energy used to refine your bodies. You can experience its beauty later, but not now. The energy outside is too violent. You can't bear it if you go out directly. I can't bear it either." Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing's eyes fixed on a place. He waved his hand to stop the netherworld sword. Seeing him like this, the others also came up and followed his line of sight. "What's wrong? What did you see?" "There's life inside. It seems to be the original life of this place, a life born from the yin energy." Yin Nuoxing raised his head and said, "There's life in this damn place?" The others were shocked. The first condition for a place to give birth to life was to be calm. In this place, there were high energy reactions as far as the eye could see. What filled one's vision was either rolling energy or exploding energy lightning. How could there be life in such a place? The energy reaction at the bottom tends to be calm. There's a layer of barrier. Oh, I get it. That barrier is keeping the violent energy outside. The energy inside is very calm. This area is pure yin energy. If you look higher, in the thick clouds above a yin-yang sky, there are two types of energy mixed together. The falling energy snowflakes and ice crystals are also mixed with the two types of energy. Only inside the barrier is a single type of energy that is absolutely pure and calm. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up and looked around. This area is not small. It will probably be exposed when the tide recedes. What kind of life forms are they? Xian looked down but couldn't see anything. He could only ask. Ordinary life forms, mutated demon beasts, and so on. Anyway, there's no one here. Moreover, you've seen the most miraculous life forms in this world. Do you feel that it's unbelievable that there's life forms here? Yin Nuoxing smiled. The most miraculous life forms? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Zero, Jikuan. The two of them, one is a life form of time, the other is a life form of the void. They represent the sea of time and the endless void. Yin Nuoxing said calmly. "Don't tell me you forgot." "Ah, I didn't forget. It's just that it doesn't feel real. It's too miraculous. It doesn't feel real in front of us." Yuanshi scratched his head and laughed dryly. "The position is too high. It brings a clear sense of distance," Ming said. Yin Nuoxing had a strange expression. Then, he pointed at himself. Everyone was stunned and waved their hands speechlessly. "You're a weirdo. That's another matter." In the yin-yang world, the thick energy fog blocked most of the vision and senses. Here, the senses of ordinary people couldn't even extend for 1,000 meters. Yin Nuoxing's was more or less blocked, but it wasn't limited to 1,000 meters. His soul power merged with the void and sensed in this space through that pure place. It extended very far. Moreover, the yin-yang world seemed very monotonous. Perhaps important things, such as life forms, were hidden behind that layer of safety barrier. They were flying in the air, so they couldn't see anything. In the lunar region, they followed the clearly visible mountain range 1,000 meters to the right. The energy there was so vigorous that it was almost like rows of volcanoes connected together, erupting nonstop all day long. Everyone could feel the powerful energy there without Yin Nuoxing's reminder. Can we really enter that place? Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. The court hadn't ended yet, and there was already such a powerful energy reaction there. When the tide receded, most of the energy in the yin-yang world would shrink back to the nest. Wouldn't that place be even more violent? If I could enter a few years ago, I won't have a problem with the current me. Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips. The super defense built by his pile of divine artifacts wasn't to be trifled with, but it was only defense. It was useless to rush in. If they couldn't come into contact with the energy, they could only watch helplessly if they ran to such a dangerous place. The hiding place of the pillar of creation would always be a place that others couldn't see, but if someone had the key, it would be quite easy to enter. For example, now, everyone only saw Yun Nuashing controlling the Netherworld Ruin Sword to fly toward the mountain range. Then, at a certain moment, a blue sky and white clouds suddenly appeared in their line of sight. There was also a huge black metal pillar whose top could never be seen, like a starry sky beacon. Wow, there's such an abyss of suffering outside, but it's still so peaceful here. Yuanshi couldn't help but smack his lips when he accidentally entered this place of eternal tranquility. Just now, he felt that there were energy reactions in all directions, and now the world had quieted down. In the sky, there was a corner of a huge matrix. It was as if it had foreseen their arrival. The matrix had been floating there all this time. The top of the matrix seemed to be connected to the pillar of creation. A huge energy ripple appeared on the matrix and spread into the distance. The pillar of creation was also covered with golden runes. Has it been fixed? Seeing that it seemed to have been fixed, everyone was stunned. Could it be that someone had arrived here before them and fixed it while they were at it? That's impossible. This is probably a preparatory state. Previously, 2 of the pillars of creation were adjusted, and the rest are probably linked. This is good too. When we find them one by one, we won't have to check every single one. Yin Nuashing chuckled. Everyone let out a long, "Oh," then sat down in a row on the grass. It was as if they were still in the same position and angle. They raised their heads and watched Yin Nuashing rush toward the pillar of creation, releasing a strange energy and fiddling with something that they couldn't understand. After a while, everyone saw a brilliant golden light flash from the pillar of creation and disappear in a flash. The golden runes also lit up for a moment, then went silent. The magic formation in the sky was the same. Then, everyone saw Yun Nuashing, who was brimming with light elements, emerge from the space beside them. It's done. Yuanshi looked up and rolled his eyes. It's only been an hour. It's faster than before. The repair will be faster and faster. The linked reaction of the pillar of creation is moving spontaneously. I've just repaired the light element seal on this pillar of creation, and the seal has aged. The light element in this world has begun to weaken. After the dark element has been erased from the rules, will the light element also disappear with the world? Yin Nuashing sighed. Everyone was silent. This was the rules of the world, and it was the choice of the world. There was no other way. Chu Yingxian immediately reacted. She saw everyone's inexplicably sorrowful expressions, and in the blink of an eye, she saw Yun Nuashing smirking there. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she suddenly thought of something. That's not right. 1,000 years later, the rules have changed. Everyone was stunned. After the rules were reversed, it seemed that everything would come back to life, right? When they turned around and saw Yin Nuashing looking at them with a mischievous smile, everyone understood. Then, they looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They were fooled by this girl again. Well, the dark element has completely become history. Even if the rules are reversed, it won't come back to life because it was erased by someone. But let's not talk about this now. Yin Nuashing smiled and waved her hand. Looking left and right at Xian and the others, Yin Nuashing put her hands on her hips and said, "Well, there are more girls in our group." That's... Chu Yingxian muttered softly. "This is your big harem." Ouch. Ouch. Yin Nuashing used a knife to wake the girl up from her daydreaming. Chu Yingxian immediately exploded and rushed in front of Yin Nuashing and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" With a slap, he pushed that beautiful face away from him. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "Who told you to let your imagination run wild all day? Little Star wants to split up and temper her body separately?" Xian blinked. She remembered that Yin Nuashing said that Yin energy was suitable for women and Yang energy was suitable for men. She immediately thought of this. Yin Nuashing blinked and didn't immediately respond. He paced back and forth with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Occasionally, he would snap his fingers to indicate that he had thought of something, but then he would shake his head, as if he didn't think it was feasible. Everyone knew what he was thinking just by looking at his movements. Half an hour later, Yin Nuashing didn't stop after snapping his fingers. Everyone looked up and saw her smile with a row of shiny teeth. I have an idea. Well, the initial idea was to split up, but it's not easy to do so, right? Even if I give the Netherworld Ruin sword to one of you, you won't be able to use half of its power. Half of the power won't be able to withstand the violent energy outside, Yin Nuashing said. Shouldn't we wait until the tide recedes? Won't the energy be safer then? Yuanshi scratched his head and said, You can take your girls over there. The two of us can handle it ourselves. The bottom level is indeed safer. Yin Nuashing shook her head and smiled faintly. But don't you think that the tempering effect will be better in a place with a high energy density? Everyone stumbled and almost fell to the ground. They knew she was going to say that. Yuanshi spread his hands. What was that saying again? All they had to do now was smile. Chapter 943. Emerging from the absolute peace of the pillar of creation, which was forever unaffected by the outside world, the energy barrier expanded again in an instant, isolating the still violent energy outside. Yin Nuashing, who was holding up the barrier, had long hair that was originally dazzling in color. At this moment, everyone realized that when this guy was holding up the barrier, his hair seemed to be especially bright. Me? I'm already refining and absorbing the energy outside. When everyone asked, Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment, then calmly replied. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Yin Nuashing flung her long hair back with both hands, then reached out and pointed at the multiple layers of barriers that surrounded them. 5 layers of barriers, 1 layer of life-bound formation. While the 9 heavens spirit concealing formation isolates the energy, it continuously transmits energy to me. No. Didn't you say that the Yin energy is suitable for women? Yuanshi's eyes widened. This place was on the side of the moon, right? TSK, this pervert. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and distanced herself from her with a look of disdain. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I think you must have thought of something very rude. Yin Nuashing stared at her with a black face and waved her hand. At the end of the day, the Yin energy is just a type of energy, and it's more suitable for women. However, you didn't say that men can't use it, right? It's just a matter of utilization and compatibility. Some people who cultivate mystic techniques are inclined towards the Yin attribute, so of course they're suitable for the Yin energy. Also, why can't men who cultivate the water element use the energy here? Everyone's cheeks twitched, and they felt that they couldn't refute her. In terms of energy, Yin Nuashing was an energy master because of her physique. Furthermore, she had her past memories, so that was even more exaggerated. In terms of knowledge of energy and other aspects, she was far ahead of them. You just said that there's a way to dilute the energy outside and directly use this violent energy? Yuanshi raised his head and looked at the thick clouds in the sky. Every flash of lightning made his heart tremble slightly. He thought of what Yin Nuashing had said. Although he was looking forward to it and knew that this guy was omnipotent, he was still a little worried. Of course there's a way. After thinking about it for a long time, I still think that method is more appropriate, just that it's a bit noisy. Yin Nuashing nodded. She looked around and said, There's still half a day before the tide recedes. This can be considered a small seclusion. Although I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion, I'll just pick a place with the densest energy. This way, I won't have to worry about the formation not being able to sustain itself. Brother, when the tide recedes, the energy of yin-yang heaven will recede toward the upper and lower ends. At that time, the energy concentration at the apex will reach its maximum, Ming said. Yin Nuashing nodded. So there are only 2 places to choose from. One is at the end of the moon, and the other is at the end of the sun. However, because it's at the apex, the 2 types of energy will converge there at the same time. The ice crystal particles produced from the fusion are actually a kind of pure energy crystal. If you just absorb those, the effect will not be small. But before I go into seclusion, I have to go to Xiao Yin and Xiao Yan to get the Taxian Yin essence and Tianxian Yang essence. At the same time, I'll condense your carriers into crystals here. Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then let's go to Xiao Yin first. We'll go to Xiaoyan later. Then, we'll go into seclusion at the apex of Taixien for a while, Yuanshi said and chuckled. After all, there are more girls in our team. Chu Yingxian nodded. Yes, it's all his harem. Ah, it hurts. Touching the hand knife that caused sparks to fly, Yin Nuoxing looked suspiciously at Chu Yingxian, who was jumping up and down with her head in her hands. Was this crazy girl's head made of metal? Why was it so hard? Because there weren't any big movements, and they didn't use much energy. They didn't rest, and flew directly to Xiao Yin. When the energy tide receded, the energy density there would increase exponentially and become a terrifying hell. Even emperor gods wouldn't dare to casually step into that place. However, everyone thought that since the court hadn't ended yet, that place should perhaps not be that scary. However, when everyone arrived at the place where the eye was located, they realized that they had guessed wrongly. Sure enough, what they saw on paper and what they saw in reality were two completely different things. How is this, Xiao Yin? In this place, the Yin energy was so concentrated that it almost solidified out of thin air. Yin Nuoxing almost went blind when he used his evil spirit eye to look at it. That kind of huge amount made the illusory energy seem to have the concept of mass. The space seemed to be somewhat distorted by the pressure of this energy, slowly twisting towards the eye, like a huge whirlpool. Does this place lead to hell? Yuan Shi's face twitched. There was actually a pool of water in this place. It was a huge pool of water with a diameter of 100 miles. Or rather, it was a huge lake that was light black in color. Looking down from the center, it was as black as an abyss. It was an energy pool that was completely condensed from Yin energy. It was so concentrated that it was liquid. By the side of the lake, the energy would condense into thumb-sized transparent white crystals that would fall to the ground. The energy in this place was already overflowing. It was already at this stage before the tide receded. If the lake water were to boil, it would really look like hell at first glance. It's so cold. Little Moon shivered and rubbed her arms. After thinking for a while, she moved closer to Yin Nuoxing's embrace and rubbed against it twice. Only then did she feel a little warmer. Rubbing the little head that was rubbing against his chest, Yin Nuoxing let out a breath of air. That breath of air directly turned into a block of ice and froze in the air. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched when they saw this. This place was too exaggerated. Phew! If it weren't for the special rules of the realm of the gods, this temperature would be enough to freeze the space. Of course, I'm referring to the normal state of space. The space in the realm of the gods is not normal, so it won't be so easy to freeze it. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he took out another divine artifact and added a barrier. Only then did everyone feel the temperature rise a little. Let's go down, Yin Nuoxing informed everyone. Everyone nodded. He took a deep breath and then controlled the Netherwind's sword to turn around. A sharp sword aura bloomed, and wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the light black lake water seemed to part. The energy that was blown away by the sword aura crackled all around. Then, everyone saw thumb-sized, transparent ice crystals continuously appear in the air and fall into the lake, creating circles of ripples. This cold, Yin energy. Is this Yin energy really that powerful? Xian and Mei Mao looked serious. Could this kind of energy really be used to temper one's body and not to freeze one into an ice sculpture? Yin Nuoxing waved his hand, and 5 types of divine flames surged out of his body. They turned into 5 small rings of fire and enveloped the barrier. Everyone felt the temperature around them recover a little. It seemed that Yin Nuoxing also felt that this place was very scary. He was close to putting all his effort into the defense. After making the final layer of defense, Yin Nuoxing let out a light breath. With a wave of his hand, the Netherwind sword carried everyone into the lake. Chi! An ear-piercing sound rang in everyone's ears. In front of them, several types of extreme energy reacted. The energy surged and exploded, creating a bizarre scene. However, the darkness in front of them didn't change much. The extremely cold energy that seeped in through the layers of defense made everyone feel that the energy circulating in their bodies showed signs of stagnation. Everyone's expressions turned serious. They also circulated their energy to prevent themselves from being frozen into ice. It feels like this is the 9th level of the underworld. Qin Yin couldn't help but say as she circulated her energy to protect herself. The 9th level of the underworld is much calmer than this place. Yin Nuoxing also couldn't help but say. Ziyin observed her surroundings with some unease. She rubbed her somewhat numb jade-like hands. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes paused. Her voice was somewhat nervous as she said, "Little Xingxing, your hair has frozen." Yin Nuoxing paused. He turned around and swung his long hair. Indeed, he felt something heavy hanging behind his head. He didn't know when, but every strand of his hair had turned into strips of ice. He didn't even realize it. He activated the divine flames in his body slightly and melted the layers of ice. Fortunately, it was just ordinary ice. It didn't cause his energy to stagnate. Oh, the 9 Heaven Spirit Concealment Formation's feedback energy is too strong. It's frozen. Yin Nuoxing brushed his colorful hair. He felt that it was going to freeze again. He couldn't be bothered with it. The ice wouldn't disturb him. It's fine. Don't worry. The Nether Void sword turned into a streak of golden light and quickly swept down to the bottom. The Nether Void sword was violently resisting the other forces here. Ice constantly appeared on the outermost energy barrier and melted. Wherever the Nether Void sword passed, it left behind a large hole. Large amounts of ice crystals immediately appeared in the hole. A few seconds later, the lake water swept over and sank the ice crystals into the water, disappearing without a trace. This lake was also ridiculously deep. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call a well. It was a well of unknown depth. As everyone went deeper, the Nether Void sword became more and more vigorous. Yin Nuoxing had to use more divine artifacts to strengthen his defenses. It wasn't that the energy outside was strong enough for him to fully defend himself. The pervasive Nether Void sword was the reason why Yin Nuoxing's expression was so grave. The Nether Void sword could enter through several layers of barriers. In the end, he had no choice but to use a formation and several divine artifacts to create a barrier of laws to resist the extreme cold. It's so deep. Does this place really lead to the 9th level of the underworld? Yuanshi looked at the pitch-black bottom of the lake and couldn't help but frown. He looked around and saw that the others were also helping to defend, but most of the effort was done by Yin Nuoxing. He was certain that if they passed through the energy barrier, they would immediately be frozen into chunks of popsicles. They couldn't see anything in the pitch-black bottom of the lake. They could only see the energy barrier and the Nether Void sword cutting through the water and drifting backward. Everyone turned to look around. In a daze, they seemed to see a pale, yellow river surging from the distance. It was unknown how wide the river was, but it was practically a sea. Everyone was shocked. In the long river, there were giants whose bodies were as big as mountains. They held broken weapons in their hands and staggered in the long river. Their roars almost shattered the void. In the long river, there was also a large group of strange-looking creatures. Even the humanoid creatures looked very strange. There were also figures that looked like gods and devils. They were struggling in the long river, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. In the sky above the long river, the river of stars shattered. Incomparably huge stars exploded one after another, becoming brilliant fireworks in the starry sky. The stars dimmed, and tens of thousands of stars fell. They couldn't see the source of the river, but if they looked around, they could see the end. It was pitch black, as if it was an endless void. Perhaps it was really a black hole that had swallowed the river, the shattered stars, and the figures that looked like gods and devils. There wasn't even a trace of light. Everyone was shaken. They felt that they had seen something incredible. It wasn't something they could know. They should close their eyes, but the river had an inexplicable attraction that made them unable to close their eyes. Don't look. A gentle voice that contained a mysterious power woke them up from their inexplicable state. They abruptly regained their senses. The light yellow river was still in front of them, but they immediately reacted and shifted their gazes away. Cold sweat covered their faces. After a long time, Yuanshi panted, his voice trembling. "What's that?" 30,000 creatures crossing the yellow spring. Yin Nuashing said indifferently. The three, here to mean the number three. It meant a lot, or countless. The 3,000 great worlds, the end of all the realms in the universe, the eternal reincarnation station. Yin Nuashing lifted her head and looked at the slowly moving picture in her sight. Then, she closed her eyes and said indifferently, I've been there many times. The 9th netherworld, or the underworld. Everyone's hearts trembled. Did such a place really exist? The underworld is the home of all living things. Reincarnation is the journey of all living things. Generation after generation of gods and devils, the endless journey. The river Styx saves all living things, obliterates the dead, and goes to the afterlife. They multiply and multiply endlessly in the cycle of reincarnation, returning or starting all over again. One day, all the realms in the universe will be overturned, and those who have passed away will be reborn on the broken bones. Yin Nuashing murmured, and her words sent chills down everyone's spines. Finally, she snapped her fingers and smiled at everyone. Excerpts from the introduction of the quotations from the mythological era. Everyone fell on the netherworld ruins, soared with a boom. Their foreheads couldn't be any darker. We have a speed up. This place seems to be connected to the underworld. If we're not careful, we might fall in. Yin Nuashing looked at the towering river Styx and said to everyone. With a wave of her hand, the netherworld ruins soared sped down. It's almost time to reach the bottom. Although this place shouldn't be as close to the bottom of the god realm as the Eastern Sea, this lake should be connected to an extremely deep underground. In fact, at the bottom of the god realm, one will come into contact with a layer of laws. That layer is the bottom of the god realm. The space beyond that layer is impossible to explore. That layer of laws is so strong that even celestial gods can't do anything about it. Quarter Moon and the others also studied it back then. Yin Nuashing stretched out her hand and condensed energy into a huge floating island. Then, she pointed at the bottom of the floating island and said, It's about a third of the bottom. The tip of the island is completely undetectable. There's no way to explore it from the inside out. It's also one of the greatest secrets of the god realm. Since ancient times, no one has been able to uncover it. The same goes for the Pillar of Creation. As Yin Nuashing spoke, the netherworld ruins soared gradually slowed down. Their surroundings were still pitch black, but something had appeared in front of them. It was a rocky ground, uneven and filled with broken stones. There's also a layer of pale, white ice covering the ground and the broken stones. The profound Een essence is here. Devil Nightmare shook its head left and right, but it was pitch black here, and it was difficult to see everything in one breath. The Netherine sword carried them around the bottom, but what surprised everyone was that they did not see the great mysterious Een essence that Yin Nuo had mentioned. I see profound Een ice crystals. So they're produced in a place like this? Holding the fish that he had just scooped up, it was still emitting biting cold air, causing a thin layer of ice to appear on his palm. Yuanshi quickly put it down and waved her hand, circulating her divine essence, causing the layer of ice to gradually melt. It's the size of a human head. It's at least 100,000 kilograms. Nightmare looked left and right at the profound Een ice crystal. It was about the size of a human head and was still emitting cold energy. Bing Air stretched out her hand and shook it. A moment later, she quickly withdrew her hand and shook it. It's so cold. Yin Nuashing, who was still searching for the profound Een essence, seemed to understand something. She couldn't help but smack her lips. Tisk, it's hiding. It's hiding. Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that they were looking for the profound Een essence. When they heard this, they were stunned. That thing could run away? Well, something like that. Knowing what everyone was puzzled about, Yin Nuashing nodded. It's the condensed medium of the profound Een essence. It's almost like a fairy. Due to its uniqueness, although it doesn't have intelligence, it has some instincts to seek luck and avoid danger. It's like a reflex. This is troublesome. It's not good to stay in this place for too long. The low temperature caused by the cold energy is difficult to remove. Wait for another 30 days. Yin Nuashing said. She suddenly saw the profound ice crystal from the corner of her eyes. She was stunned for a moment and stood up excitedly. Oh, it can be like this. Everyone was stunned when they saw her talking to herself. She suddenly became excited. Fishing. Yin Nuashing chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the lunar platform that had been cast into the shape of an imprint platform appeared beside him. That even more terrifying cold energy caused everyone to tremble as they took a few steps back. Every time this thing appeared, the surrounding temperature would drop by several levels. Yin Nuashing weighed the profound platform and nodded. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she threw it out of the barrier. Rumble, the profound platform's extremely heavy weight smashed into the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice shattered with a crack. A shock wave could be clearly seen in the lake and spread in all directions at the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice was completely destroyed. Even the sand and dust at the bottom of the lake were swept up, blurring the line of sight below. Fishing. Everyone's cheeks twitched when they thought of what he had just said. So when he said fishing, he meant smashing down with the profound platform, which fish was so strong that it could maintain its fish form after being smashed by the profound platform. However, everyone knew that when he said fishing, he didn't really mean fishing. He wanted to fish out the profound essence. Although he said fishing, the method he used was smashing. The rumbling sound continued for several minutes at the bottom of the lake. Everyone waited patiently for 10 minutes. When all the sand and dust had settled to the bottom of the lake and was about to be sealed in ice again, a blue light shone out from the darkness. That light was the lunar platform. It had smashed into the bottom of the lake, creating a large crater. Perhaps due to the influence of the cold energy in the surroundings, the lunar platform released a dazzling halo of light. Everyone could sense that it was constantly absorbing the energy within, and then Yin Nuashing's body trembled. Her cheeks twitched. She said, "The profound platform is absorbing the energy here and feeding it back to me." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Spiritual divine body? That's too much of a cheat. Yin Nuashing waved her hand. That was not the main point. She turned and looked at the profound platform. At this moment, it had already become a glowing stamp. On the stamp, there was something that had not been seen before. It was a long, pale white rock. It was like a mini mountain that was placed horizontally. On the pale white mountain, there were thumb-sized yellow crystals embedded. Even in the lake, they could see transparent air currents coming out of the holes in the rock and circling around it. I got it. It's the profound essence. Yin Nuashing grinned. She waved her hand and made the profound platform fly back. She gently placed it on the Netherworld ruin sword. Everyone gathered in front of the profound platform. Looking at the arm-sized rock, they could not help but ask, "This is the profound essence. It doesn't have that kind of energy. This aura is very gentle." Xian stretched out her hand curiously and waved it around the transparent air currents released by the profound essence. Her hand was slightly cold. She felt that she had touched cold air, but it was not as cold as the lake water outside the barrier. It was very soft like silk. That's the profound Shi. Yin Nuashing smiled. As she spoke, she gently broke off a few thumb-sized yellow crystals from the profound essence. She said, "Merge the profound Shi into your own divine energy. Just like how you use your willpower to change your own energy and aura, you just have to carefully change your divine energy." "What is that?" Chu Yingzhan looked at the yellow crystals she broke off and asked. "Essence crystals. The essence of a fairy's item." Yin Nuashing opened her hand and counted. There were a total of 6 crystals. The 6 crystals were displayed like high-quality gemstones. They were very beautiful. "What's the use of them?" Yuer blinked her large eyes, looking expectant. "Yes, I think maybe we can do this." Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and mumbled. Then, under everyone's puzzled gazes, she ran to the profound platform and sat down cross-legged. She took out a bunch of unknown things and asked the girls for the things they carried with them. As for the latter, except for Chu Yingxian, who was shouting pervert as she took it out, everything else was normal. They watched in confusion as Yin Nuoxing extracted and condensed the yin qi outside as if she was taking materials from the ground. Then, she used something to fiddle with the 6 yin essence crystals. Clanking sounds rang out. In short, 10 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. She waved to everyone to indicate that she was done. Then, everyone gathered over. Jewelry. Everyone was stunned when they saw what she had placed on a profound yin platform. She had divided the 6 yin essence crystals into 8 equal portions. 2 of them were slightly larger, but they weren't small. Then, she used the yin qi and yin energy outside to condense them into crystals and sealed the yin essence crystals inside. Finally, she either embedded them or hung them on a few items to make necklaces or bracelets. As for this thing, since it's a bit complicated and hard to explain, I'll use the simplest way to explain it. This thing can increase your cultivation speed and subtly increase your potential. It's quite effective even for gods, so that's how it works. Yin Nuoxing said as she hung the necklace on Xian's necklace and hurriedly put on the jewelry for Ming, Little Moon, and Little Purple Soul. What a simple sentence. Yuan Shi and Mo Yan's cheeks twitched upon hearing this. Just this sentence alone was enough to make this thing's value skyrocket, especially that last part. Chapter 944. In another place in the yin-yang world, as far as the eye could see, there was a red heat in the golden light, as if they were in magma. There was a thick liquid in all directions, and the high temperature could almost burn a hole in the space. It might be a little too light to say that they were in magma, but it felt more like they were deep in the sun. The temperature distorted space, and even time had to retreat. You can't bear the temperature of the sun. Hearing the nightmare's chatter, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She pointed to the sky and said, "The central temperature of the 2 suns in our divine realm is enough to burn an emperor of the underworld powerhouse who majored in defense like barbecue meat on an iron plate." This slightly strange description made everyone's cheeks tremble. Yuan, she said, "Are you hungry?" Yin Nuoxing nodded seriously. "A little. Are you going out for barbecue?" "It's my treat." "Okay." Everyone was angry. This isn't the time to talk about barbecue, right? Yin Nuoxing and Yuan Shi shrugged and stuck out their tongues. At this time, they were in the Shaoyang area, but the situation here was exactly the same as the Shaoyin area. In this place, they could see the extremely bright fire without using the evil spirit eye. The Shaoyin area was reserved and deep as a 10,000-year-old ice, but here it was more like a fiery red and passionate sun, and it was in the center, so all they could see was fiery red and gold. Yin Nuoxing even deliberately used a few layers of barriers to block the light that was almost blinding. Otherwise, they would probably be blinded as soon as they saw it. The pure yin energy in the Shaoyin area made the girls feel as if they were bathing in spring rain. Yin Nuoxing wanted to say winter rain, but she didn't dare to say it. The yang energy here made the 3 young men's faces glow red, and the skin exposed outside their clothes was illuminated red with a metallic luster. Oh, except for Yin Nuoxing, who wrapped himself impeccably and even wore gloves. "It's too hot," Yin Nuoxing said lightly. Everyone was speechless. After exchanging glances, they sighed helplessly and ignored the clown. Unlike the troublesome process of obtaining the extreme mysterious yin essence, the heavenly mysterious yang essence was quietly suspended at the bottom of the yang lake, like a carefully polished jade sculpture. It was very beautiful, but its shape looked a bit like a tree, and it was not an ordinary kind of resemblance. What about the golden tree? It's very dazzling. The heavenly, profound yang essence that was fished up from the bottom of the lake was like a beautiful piece of art that had been sculpted into the shape of a tree. The golden roots of the tree were rooted in a golden rock, and under the dense foliage, there were fiery red fruits that looked like jade beads. It's so beautiful. How can nature give birth to such beautiful works of art? Little Moon, Little Purple Soul, you and Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly as they moved closer to look at it. Little purple soul even carefully reached out her small hand to touch the golden leaves, causing the leaves to rustle. This thing has been touched. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. What do you mean it was naturally born? It was clearly sculpted by someone. Everyone was shocked. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. She grabbed it from a distance and turned it around to look at it, but she couldn't find any signature or traces left behind. Moreover, the heavenly mysterious yang essence wasn't damaged other than being sculpted by someone as a work of art. Its energy was still round and full, but its shape, I don't know which idiot sculpted it, but other than its appearance, there's no damage. After looking at it for a long time, she still couldn't find anything left behind. Yin Nuoxing frowned, and a colorful light appeared between her fingers. She swept it across the extremely obvious sculpted area, but after a moment, she shook her head. I can't sense it. Either many years have passed, or the person who sculpted it was a god. Well, I think it's more likely to be the latter. Waving her hand, she made it float in the air and carefully picked the red fruits. Yin Nuoxing said indifferently, perhaps it was originally much bigger than this. That old urchin, yes, old urchin, got playful, and then it became like this. Of course, he took a large part of it with him. Perhaps he didn't need so much, so he left behind this work of art for someone who came after him. Towards the end, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but feel her cheeks twitch. She couldn't continue. Who in the world was so bored as to turn the profound heavenly yang essence into this? She asked for Yuan Shi and Nightmare's personal belongings and then laid them on the rings like she had just done. Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands and put away the remaining yang essence crystals and profound heavenly yang essence. After putting on a ring inlaid with the yang essence crystals, Yuan, she shivered all over. It was as if a warm current was flowing through his body, and an indescribable sense of comfort made him suck in a breath of cold air. He rolled his eyes, and a wretched expression appeared on his face, leaving everyone speechless. Feeling everyone's strange gazes on him, Yuan Shi quickly waved his hand and said, "Then where are we going to temper ourselves now?" This. Yin Nuoxing packed up her things and lifted her foot to lightly stomp on the ground. A teleportation array wrapped around them, and they disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already floating above Yang Lake. Well, normally speaking, you won't be able to use the energy here, Yin Nuoxing said after using the teleportation array to leave the bottom of the lake. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, they understood. They shook the crystals they were carrying and said, "Is it this?" The Yin essence crystals and the Yang essence crystals contain endless Yin and Yang energy. Yin Nuoxing tossed the Yang essence crystal and poured energy into it. After his star force entered the crystal, it came out from the other side a moment later. The energy had already turned into star force that was filled with Yang energy. The energy inside is inexhaustible and can also allow you to cultivate Yin and Yang energy. The speed won't be any slower than tempering here. Wait a minute. After speaking, before anyone could respond, Yin Nuoxing raised her hand again. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Speaking of which, you still have to condense the carrier into a crystal, right?" I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Yuan Shi suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Everyone, they stopped at the top of the yin-yang sky. This position was at a dividing point. One side was filled with yin energy, and the other side was filled with yang energy. High in the sky, the two types of energy constantly contacted and reacted, and a layer of pale energy crystals fell like snowflakes. If it weren't for the gray mist in sight, the scenery here would be quite beautiful. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of 1,000 cycles, a soft and gentle recitation, as if singing a hymn. The language of the mythological era made the world quietly change. The collision of energy in the sky stopped abruptly, and an incomparably mysterious array appeared on the ground. Endless divine patterns spread out from Yin Nuoxing's body and took root in the space, condensing into a golden divine pattern tree about 10 feet in size. In the center of the divine pattern tree, a colorful divine pattern was condensed like a budding flower. Divine body of acceptance, binding release. These few words, coupled with what happened in front of them, made everyone break out in a cold sweat. The last time they saw this scene, that guy was already risking his life. Now, he released the binding. What was he planning to do? There was nothing for him to risk his life here, right? Yin Nuoxing, who was curled up in the divine pattern tree, slowly opened her eyes and put her hands together to form a seal. Then, the golden divine pattern tree suddenly cracked open, and she came out through the crack. She flipped in the air and floated to the ground. Gather. After landing on the ground, Yin Nuoxing turned to face the divine pattern tree. Her hands changed seals, and with a soft shout, the divine pattern tree emitted an incomparably bright light. The energy of the world, the energy of the entire yin-yang sky, was suddenly attracted and surged over like waves. The energy in the area covered by the array soared by several levels in the blink of an eye. The energy, whether violent or calmed down the moment it surged into the divine pattern tree. The pure energy flowed through the branches and leaves to the trunk, and then spread out from the roots of the divine pattern tree. The new energy still maintained its original characteristics. Before entering, it was in a fused state. When it came out, it was in a fused state. Even if it was in a semi-fused state, it was still in a fused state. The divine pattern tree filtered out all the unstable elements of the energy that came in contact with it, turning it into pure energy that spread out, allowing everyone to absorb stably. After setting up a few more arrays to make the space indestructible, Yin Nuoxing clapped his hands and smiled at everyone. It's done. Xian reacted the fastest. She went to Yin Nuoxing and grabbed him to look at him. Your divine pattern, it's all there, including the core. Yin Nuoxing smiled and pointed at the divine pattern tree. The divine pattern is a clone of the Na Ling godly body. It's also a symbol. If you remove the restraints of the Na Ling godly body, you can let the divine pattern come out and connect with another Na Ling godly body for a short time. That way, you can obtain most of the power of the Na Ling godly body, including the divine weapons. Now, you can treat it as an energy transfer station. The dragon core, the ultimate mysterious yin essence, and the heavenly mysterious yang essence are all yours. Together with the energy here, you won't fail to condense the divine pattern, Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. Xian frowned. Mei Mao looked at the golden divine pattern tree that was 30 meters tall, and then at the colorful flower that was about to bloom. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She recognized the flower. It was the pattern that had taken root on Yin Nuoxing's chest. Feeling her worried gaze, Yin Nuoxing smiled and reached out to ruffle her long purple hair. Don't worry, it'll be fine. This is a basic operation. Releasing the divine pattern tree won't burden me. It will automatically absorb the power of heaven and earth to maintain its existence. At most, I'll lose some of the characteristics of the divine pattern body, such as energy. I can still use the divine weapons, and I don't know how to fight now. No one will be bored enough to come to this place. Even if they feel that there's something wrong with the energy, they won't be able to break the sevenfold array here. Yin Nuoxing explained the steps again. Because it was his first time trying this method, he wasn't 100% sure that it would work. There wouldn't be a problem if he just treated it as energy, but if he had to tamper with his own energy carrier, if he wasn't careful. Don't worry, we're not idiots. If we can't even handle this, how can we catch up to you? Yuanshi said as he patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Well, even if you guys break it, I can still fix it for you. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Don't say such scary things. Everyone muttered. The 9 of them sat under the divine pattern tree, surrounded by strands of divine pattern. They entered a deep state of cultivation, and the energy in the area began to surge. Yin Nuoxing looked at his excessively white palms and was a little dazed. He almost didn't know what his original palm looked like. It was covered in divine pattern tree, and although it was beautiful, it was a little dazzling. Now that he saw his original palm, he couldn't help but sigh. The place quieted down immediately. Everyone was in a deep state of cultivation, trying to modify their energy carriers. He was the only one who was still standing there. The divine pattern tree attracted the energy in the area to gather here. He could also receive some of the energy from the divine pattern tree, so he didn't have to sit down and cultivate. Apart from him, little purple soul was walking around in circles, occasionally squatting down to pick up something from the ground. She was having a lot of fun by herself. Although Yin Nuashing didn't understand what she was so happy about, he walked over to little purple soul and picked her up. He stroked her long purple hair and smiled. "Let's go, little girl." Brother, aren't you going to cultivate?" The little girl tossed around in his arms for a while before stopping. Her big gem-like eyes looked at the few people who were cultivating, then looked at Yin Nuashing and asked curiously, "Yes, I don't need to sit down and cultivate like this. I want to walk around in the yin-yang sky," Yin Nuashing said. Yes, I understand. Brother is the best." Little purple soul laughed happily and opened her arms to hug Yin Nuashing's neck. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. How could she tell that he was the best? Yin Nuashing hugged her tightly and looked at everyone for a while. After he felt that there was no problem, he quietly snuck out. Even if there was a problem, he could rush back immediately. The thick clouds in the sky were divided into two halves, and there was a tiny crack in the middle. It was as if there was a transparent barrier there, isolating the clouds formed by the two types of energy. The snowflakes falling from the sky also slowly disappeared, as if the snowstorm had disappeared and the sun was about to arrive. However, there was still no sun here, and the only sunlight that could be seen came from the crack in the thick clouds. Yin Nuashing and the others entered the yin-yang sky much earlier, but most of the time they were diving deep in the yin lake and the yang lake. At this time, it was time for the energy tide in the yin-yang sky to recede. He could already feel that many people were pouring in, but the energy gathering area at both ends was like a forbidden area, and no one dared to set foot in it. Roar! Roars that shook mountains and rivers came from the ground. A powerful magical beast at the beginner level of the god level woke up and ate an intruder who was alone and focused on collecting all kinds of treasures. The bloody scene made many people in the distance turn pale, and they hurriedly turned and flew in other directions. The huge eyes of the magical beast that had just eaten a beginner god expert suddenly trembled, and a berserk aura gushed out of its body. It raised its head abruptly, and its pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. A tiny figure appeared in its line of sight. It was so tiny that it was smaller than its fingernail, but it felt as if it was heavier than the heavens and the earth. It had the aura of a superior being, and it had no choice but to submit to it. "Hey, big guy." Yin Nuashing descended from the sky with little purple soul on his shoulder. He landed in front of the magical beast that was comparable to a god king and smiled warmly at it. Roar! When the big guy saw Yin Nuashing suddenly appear in front of it, it was so scared that its scales stood up. Its huge body retreated with a rumble, and it kicked over a mountain before it could stabilize itself. Its eyes were filled with fear as it stared at Yin Nuashing, and there was fear in its low growl. Yin Nuashing and little purple soul covered their ears. After the growl subsided, the former said, "Stop growling, or I'll roast you and eat you. I'm hungry. Is there any fun place here?" The giant beast quickly pointed in a direction with its head. Yin Nuashing nodded, turned around, and left. The former heaved a sigh of relief and blew away half of the mountain. When it heard Yin Nuashing say that he was going to eat it, it was so scared that it almost peed its pants. At this time, Yin Nuashing was in the area on the yang side. He could sense that most of the people who entered here were young men. There seemed to be some women as well, but there were not many of them. It was considered not bad if there was one woman among 100 men. Moreover, they probably needed to come here because of the Xian method or Xian formula. The bottom layer of the yin-yang world that was sealed was somewhat beyond his expectations. Because of the environment here, these magical beasts were stronger than ordinary magical beasts outside. Their bodies also carried rich yang energy. However, it was fine if there were magical beasts here, but there was actually an intact environment here. These plants survived under the nourishment of this strange energy. After being surprised for a while, Yin Nuashing quickly calmed down. He had seen stranger situations in his memory, so he was not surprised for too long. At most, he felt that this place was a little novel. Following the direction that the giant beast pointed, Yin Nuashing sensed a large amount of life aura gathered in a place. It seemed that many people were gathered there, and there's a very strange fragrance. Yin Nuashing sniffled and muttered, "Is it delicious?" Little Purple Soul hugged his head and giggled. "It should be. What can't be eaten these days?" Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly, a voice came from his soul. "I smell the scent of Azure Dragon." Yin Nuashing was startled. This voice belonged to Little White. When he heard the content, his eyebrows were about to fly up. He quickly pulled out a trace of his consciousness and dived into his soul. Seeing Yin Nuashing rush in, Purple Knight calmly put down the teacup and said jokingly, "Oh, you came in so quickly. It seems that little star has some thoughts about the other two mythological beasts." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. He hugged Lon Xian, who rushed over, rubbed Yishi's face, and said a few words to Kai Xia. Then he looked at Little White. However, he was stunned for a moment. He looked left and right and realized that one of the figures had disappeared. If it's Fu Qing, she's inside. She's hiding in the house and sleeping. She said that she wants to replenish the energy that she used for dozens of years. Purple Knight raised his chin towards the mansion made of flames. He knew who he was looking for. "You didn't see her the last time you came in, right?" Scratching his cheek, Yin Nuashing sighed. Then he turned to look at Little White and said nervously, "Little Blue's aura." The four mythological beasts could sense each other. In this aspect, even Yin Nuashing could not compare to the telepathy between them. There's a weak aura. It's not the Azure Dragon. She's probably found a place to sleep. I can't contact her for a while. The Black Tortoise is slow. If you want to contact him, you can't do it without having the mentality to live a normal life. Little White nodded and jumped up from the bed in the courtyard. It landed on Yin Nuashing's head and said, "Maybe it's something that the Azure Dragon left behind. If the aura is stronger, I can probably find her directly. Well, it's probably not easy to find her. That stupid housekeeper is very good at hide and seek." "Yes." Yin Nuashing nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Purple Knight and the others looking at him in confusion, he couldn't help but say, "Little Blue once played hide and seek with us. Even with the soul contract and Little White's telepathy, we still searched for 1,000 years before we found Little Blue. That fellow went back to the realm of the gods and slept for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. He put us in another world and ran back to sleep." When this was mentioned, Little White jumped up and his fur stood on end. Yishi was shocked. What kind of mysterious hide-and-seek is this? She grabbed Little White from her head and placed it on her hand to stroke its fur. Only then did she put it back on the bed and said, "Then I'll go and take a look. It'll be good if I can find it successfully. Don't worry, she's sleeping in the realm of the gods. No one can find her. If everything goes well." Little White was suddenly stunned and looked at Yin Nuashing suspiciously. "You've recovered your memories? The part about Yuing?" "No, it can't be considered recovered." Yin Nuashing shook her head and pointed at her temple. "Don't I have a few sealed memory cores in my sea of memories? There are some fragments in there. I would occasionally open them to take a look. Many of them are memory fragments and I can't connect them. However, I would occasionally come across Feng Yuying's memories. It seems like even this samsara didn't completely erase all my memories." "Well, you haven't even recovered the shadow. Emperor's memories. Even Quarter Moon's memories are only 90%. Purple Knight said softly. Z said softly, "Even if one could avoid reincarnation, one would still have to pay a price. Those memories were only one of the prices." Yin Nuashing waved her hand and changed the topic. She coughed lightly. "Well, then I'll go and see what's up with that aura." Little White, Purple Knight, and the others nodded and habitually reminded Yin Nuashing to leave the spiritual world. Chapter 945. His figure turned into a pale, golden light and swept across the sky. His terrifying speed made many people unable to detect him before he disappeared. Those who accidentally spied on him would turn their gazes away with their faces covered in cold sweat. A person with such speed was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It was better not to look at him as much as possible. The aura is gradually decreasing. Yin Nuoxing looked around. At such a fast speed, he swept through everything that existed. He could feel that in this area, the number of people and magical beasts had decreased a lot. Only the place in front of him, where many auras of life gathered, had not weakened. The fog in this area dissipated a lot. In Yin World, except for the snake-shaped mountain range in the center, it was basically flat land. There would also be small hills scattered in every corner. This time, after Yin World ebbed, there were very few safe areas. The two eyes were not within the range, but even if they were within the range, no one could go there. Most of those who entered Yin World were low-level gods, and the number of mid-level gods was very small. As for high-level gods, it was estimated that they did not exist. As he gradually approached that place, Yin Nuoxing lowered his body slightly. The fog was thick at a high place, and he could not see anything clearly. The vision blessed by the Eye of the Ocean was also blocked a lot. As for the evil spirit eye, as soon as he opened it, all he could see was thick energy colors, and he could not see anything clearly. When his body lowered a lot, he almost reached his destination. Yin Nuoxing was just about to stop, but his vision suddenly became clear. The fog dissipated, and his vision was extremely wide. In a large circle, there was no fog covering it. It was as if he had drilled into the eye of a seemingly calm storm. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Her figure stopped in the sky without leaving a trace. She cast her gaze to the ground. A lake had appeared very clearly in this place. The lake water was orange-red, as if it was the color of the setting sun. It contained a huge amount of yang energy. In the center of the lake, there was a lone island about 10 feet wide. It was bare. Other than a large green-red tree, there was nothing else. There was not even a blade of grass. This water, Yin Nuoxing blinked and stared at it for a while. When she looked in the direction of the source, she immediately understood. This was the lake water that flowed out from Yang Lake. It had been diluted many times. Perhaps it had been diluted 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, but its energy was still very rich. Perhaps it was extremely rare for the large group of people gathered below. The crowd gathered at the lakeside started to clamor. Those clamors seemed to be screaming, but also seemed to be encouraging someone. And in the crowd, there was also the sound of energy surging. It was obvious that there were people fighting inside, causing Yin Nuoxing to be extremely astonished. There were actually people gathered here to fight. Moreover, the others were still in the mood to be onlookers. The paradise was right in front of them. Shouldn't they be sitting down to rest and cultivate? However, a moment later, she understood. At the front of the crowd, a tall figure appeared. He was dressed in a red light armor that flickered with a bright light, like the sun. His exposed arms were covered in green-colored scales that were extremely shiny. Those were dragon scales, and were extremely hard. It was basically difficult for attacks of the same level to destroy them. A green-colored spear and a red-colored spear floated on both sides of the figure. His eyes were glowing with a golden light, and his mouth and nose were breathing hot air. Rich, mysterious yang qi was swirling around his body. In front of the figure, there were 5 figures who were panting. Their battle robes were somewhat tattered and stained with blood. They looked a little disheveled. It seemed that the 5 of them were at a disadvantage in their battle with the figure who looked like a half-human and half-dragon. Among the 5 figures, Yin Nuoxing had seen 2 of them before. They were the 2 figures who sat in front of Liu Bai in the Shui Yin Pavilion. One of them was a valiant man, and the other was a languid woman in a yellow dress. However, at this time, the beautiful woman had a murderous look on her face. The other 3 were all men. Yin Nuoxing had not seen them before. Perhaps they had also appeared in the Shui Yin Pavilion, but he had not noticed them. Brother, they're all young experts of the Kuan Yuan region, right? Little Purple Soul grabbed Yin Nuoxing's long hair and weaved something on it. Her tender voice was heard. Ah, yes, they're quite disheveled. Yin Nuoxing nodded and said casually, These 5 people were all experts who had gone through the 6th transformation of the Divine Sun. They should be the second-generation experts of a younger generation. The 5 of them had not been able to gain the upper hand against the green figure, even after joining forces. The latter's strength was obviously somewhat terrifying. The strength of a peak Divine Sun is a bit high. Is he a guardian? Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself as his gaze drifted over. He did not care about the figure. What he cared about was the big green and red tree on the small island behind it. That's the one. The tree that is tainted with the aura of the green dragon. Little White suddenly became excited and jumped into the air. There should be something buried under the tree. The energy from the green dragon has become the tree's nutrients. Originally, the tree was only related to Yang Lake. Now, it has been tainted with the aura of the green dragon. Oh, then I have to make a trip. Yin Nuoxing nodded casually. With a thought, his body fell down from the air. The valiant man was half kneeling on the ground. The long spear in his hand was stuck in the ground. Drops of hot blood slid down from his forehead. He looked at the others with some unwillingness in his eyes. They were the strongest experts here. They did not expect that they would not be able to gain the upper hand in front of the Guardian, even after joining forces. This was the most ideal location. If they gave up here, they would have to try toward the shrinking point of the energy tide. Perhaps they would be like those monsters and try to go deeper. They might have unexpected gains, but it was more likely that they would die. Even the borderlands were very dangerous. Ordinary demigods could not enter the yin-yang world. Even if they were divine sons, it would not be so easy to gain anything. Are we going to risk our lives? The valiant man's face was gloomy. He looked at the others, and a hint of determination flashed across his eyes. Just as they were about to risk their lives, the green figure suddenly raised his head. His red eyes cast a cold and merciless gaze behind them. At the same time, he held the 2 long spears tightly in his hands. A deep voice with a rumbling echo was heard. Intruder die. The seemingly calm voice contained cold, killing intent. The 5 of them were stunned, especially when they saw the green figure grab the 2 long spears. Their expressions were even more solemn. Until now, it had not touched the 2 long spears. Was it going to do it for real now? Very soon, they realized that something was not right. That emotionless gaze was not looking at any of the 5 of them. Instead, it was looking behind them. At this moment, the voices of the people behind them had become much softer. There were even some doubtful and shocked voices that were emitted, causing them to be puzzled. When they turned their heads around, that colorful figure was reflected in their eyes, causing them to be stunned. It's her. The woman in the yellow dress was slightly taken aback. She had a very deep impression of this dangerous little sister. At the very least, not everyone had the courage to warn the entire Water Cloud Pavilion. A single word from her might even cause a group of people to attack her. At this time, the green figure seemed to be talking to him. Yin Nuoxing acted as if she did not hear anything. She ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight ahead, directly passing by the 5 people. Little purple soul on her shoulder blinked her large eyes curiously. She could feel many gazes on her, and then these gazes turned to Yin Nuoxing with even stranger expressions. Who would bring a child to a fight? Stop right there or die. The green figure raised a red spear in his right hand and pointed it at Yin Nuoxing from afar. His monstrous killing intent materialized, causing the sky to darken a lot. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The 5 people hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this even more powerful energy. The 5 people's eyes flickered. They seemed to want to say something, but when they thought of what he said in the pavilion, they inexplicably shut their mouths. They subconsciously felt that if they said anything, it would be very awkward. Yin Nuoxing turned a deaf ear to his words. She lowered her right hand and put 2 fingers together. A wisp of extremely cold energy quietly condensed. Boom! As he approached, the green figure's eyes exploded with unparalleled killing intent. He stomped on the ground, creating a crater. His figure directly shattered the space and appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing in an instant. His 2 spears carried the power of thunder as they rushed towards Yin Nuoxing. Dark, profound ice. Ta! A soft cry and the snap of a finger were emitted at the same time. The entire space emitted a loud sound of ice being formed. Soon after, the area 1 meter around the green figure was directly frozen into a solid block of ice. Dark energy flickered and surged within the ice block. It was extremely frightening. The cold energy caused the energy in the lake 10 meters away to quiet down. Even the entire area had become quiet. The majestic killing intent and vast energy had turned into a deathly silence. The onlookers behind him were dumbfounded. It was as if someone had grabbed their necks, and they were unable to make sound. The faces of the 5 people twitched violently. That thing that they had been working on for half an hour had been destroyed, just like that. This guy is just a demigod, right? Is he even human? The valiant man only felt his heart tired. Where did this monster come from? Yin Nuoxing did not stop walking. She snapped her fingers again. Dark energy crazily surged in the solid ice. Following a command, the layer of solid ice rumbled. Inside it, 10 types of elements crazily intertwined, devouring the green figure that was covered by the solid ice. Crack! A few seconds later, a shattering sound came from the solid black ice. With a loud bang, it exploded into chunks of ice that flew out in all directions, leaving behind only a cloud of ice powder and icy mist that hadn't dissipated in time. As for the cyan figure, even the weapon that was holding it had already disappeared. Pervert, the 5 people bitterly said in their hearts. Dealing with the green figure meant that they could ascend to the Red Lake. However, at this moment, no one dared to make any movements. Their eyes did not blink as they stared at Yin Nuoxing, who was leisurely walking on the surface of the lake as if she was taking a stroll. That killing god was still there. Where would they find the courage to walk over? The valiant man and the other 4 hurriedly sat down to rest. In any case, it seemed that they would not be able to enter for a while. Ignoring the others, Yin Nuoxing came to the big tree in the center of the island in the middle of the lake. She raised her head and saw a very strange fruit growing on the green and red tree. It was also green and red in color. The shape of the fruit was like a sun, but it also looked like a dragon that was about to soar into the sky. Little Purple Soul excitedly jumped up from Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and flew towards the fruit on the tree. She reached out her small hand and plucked a fruit that was half her size. Then, under the horrified gazes of the people in the distance, she put it in her mouth and took a bite. The crunching sound of her chewing made everyone shudder. Damn it, the fruit from the Yin-Yang Sky Lake. She ate it just like that. What a waste of God's gift, what a waste of God's gift. Everyone gritted their teeth and roared in their hearts. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. They were afraid that with a snap of her fingers, they would turn into ice dregs. After taking a bite of the fruit, Little Purple Soul suddenly frowned. She wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth with her small hand and mumbled, "Ugh, it doesn't taste good." The group of people almost vomited when they heard that. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She lifted the little girl up and placed her on her shoulder. Then, she lowered her head and looked for something on the ground. The little girl was still hugging the fruit that was a little too big for her. She took a bite of it from time to time. Her small face was scrunched up as if it was disgusting. If it's disgusting, then don't eat it. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the little girl who was frowning. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ugh, but it's such a waste. It's really disgusting. Little Purple Soul shook her head and took another bite as she mumbled. Yin Nuoxing's face pulled a bitter smile. This little girl, after a few minutes of sensing her surroundings, Yin Nuoxing raised her slender eyebrows, and a faint joy appeared on her pretty face. Then, she squatted down and pressed her palms on the ground. A suction force erupted from her palms. She clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, a deep claw mark appeared on the ground that was being sucked in by the suction force. Then, the piece of ground disappeared. With a wave of his hand, Yin Nuoxing flicked off the soil in his palm. Once again, he aimed his palm at the ground that had been dug out. With a burst of suction force, he dug out a handful of soil and then casually threw it away. After a while, he stopped. In the pit that was already a few meters deep, he saw entangled tree roots and within these entangled tree roots, there was a piece of green, lustrous metal fragment. Yin Nuoxing carefully used her energy to pry open the tree roots. The suction force from her palms sucked the metal fragment into her hands. Yin Nuoxing took a closer look and realized that it was not a metal fragment, but a piece of scale. Moreover, it was a piece of scale fragment that exuded an ancient aura. It seemed to have been there for a long time. This is it. This is the green dragon scale. Judging from its aura, it should be the same as the one I shed back then. But this is just a fragment. It's not a carrier of energy. Little White immediately became excited. However, after carefully sensing for a while, she was a little surprised. She sighed helplessly and said, "There's not much of its aura left. There's no aura of the green dragon nearby. I wonder if I can find the exact location of that stupid dragon." "Well, let's give it a try." Yin Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. She threw the piece of scale fragment into her spiritual world and handed it over to Little White. After filling the hole with a wave of her hand, Yin Nuoxing turned around and saw a group of people staring at her with hope. She was stunned, but she did not care about them. Since she had achieved her goal, she did not want to stay any longer. She gently stomped her feet on the ground. A teleportation array instantly appeared and brought her away. Yin Nuoxing's sudden disappearance stunned the people in the distance and the 5 people. She left just like that? Generally speaking, shouldn't she be cultivating and tempering herself inside? Leaving just like that was giving the opportunity to others. However, they did not know that Yin Nuoxing did not need to be tempered here. In her opinion, this so-called Yang Lake was far inferior to the Real Yang Lake. Cultivating here would only be a waste of time. However, this was just as well. For others who needed it, they could not ask for anything more. Go ahead if you want. Among the 5 people, one of them suddenly stood up and picked up the weapon beside him. Then, he turned around and left expressionlessly. It was as if he did not care about the Yang Lake behind him. His pride did not allow him to enjoy the spoils of war that he had picked up before he passed the trial. The others were also stunned when they saw his figure dashing into the distance. They looked at each other for a long time. Their feelings were very complicated. Yin Nuoxing was already far away. She did not know what these people were thinking. She did not even want to look at them because there was no one else beside her. She hurried past and left in a hurry. She tossed the green dragon scale fragment in her hand and thought for a moment. Then, she looked in the direction of Xiao Yin and nodded. With a stomp of her foot, a formation appeared and her figure instantly disappeared. The light faded and a thought was transmitted. Several layers of energy barriers spontaneously moved, covering a range of 10 feet. Yin Nuoxing slowly opened her eyes. She was slightly stunned. What appeared in front of her was not the Yin Lake. Her soul power fused into the void and probed in all directions. Only then did she realize that she was quite a distance away from the Yin Lake. She was probably at the retreat point of the tide. It seemed that the rich yang energy here had blocked her teleportation. Just as she was about to withdraw her soul power, she suddenly sensed 2 weak auras. Furthermore, she felt a very faint sense of familiarity. This inexplicable sense of familiarity caused her body to tremble just as she was about to move. She turned around and looked in the direction of the 2 people. After hesitating for a moment, the eye of the ocean crossed a large distance and saw the appearance of the 2 people. They were 2 very young figures. The girl's eyebrows were like willows. She was tall, and her skin was like ice crystals. She was wearing a long black dress. Under the long dress, her beautiful and voluptuous figure was exposed. Her pretty face was a little apathetic and pale. The black Maimao looked around with a hint of vigilance. There was a trace of bright red blood at the side of her cherry lips. Next to the girl was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and an unconcealable wry smile on his face. His eyebrows drooped lazily, giving off a sense of cynicism. His black eyes revealed a dangerous look, as if a beast had fallen into a trap, as if he was planning to perish together with someone. The 2 of them didn't look very big, and their strength was only at the peak of the demigod rank. They appeared to be quite weak among the large group of people who entered the Yin Yang world. However, since the two of them could enter the energy tide withdrawal point, which was a rather dangerous place for others. They obviously had some extraordinary means. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies, and their auras were weak and fluctuating. They should have suffered some internal injuries. Judging from their vigilant gazes, they seemed to be on guard against something. Perhaps the person or creature who injured them hadn't gone far. But what puzzled him was, where did that sense of familiarity come from? Appearance? It seemed a little. Their auras were a little similar, but there was only a very faint sense of familiarity. He couldn't find a source. It was as if he had woken up from a dream and suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. His mind was a little messy, and he didn't recover until Little Purple Soul pulled his long hair. After hesitating for a while, he let out a sigh. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 946. The energy in the yin-yang world was too dense, and it was somewhat obstructive to the movement. Even if his soul merged with the void to detect the location, it was still quite difficult to go there without alerting the enemy. At least when Yin Nuashing carefully crept all the way, the two people were no longer at the original place. They left. Yin Nuashing was stunned and stopped in front of Tall Tree. This was the place where he had detected the two people. At this time, they had already left. There were still two pools of blood on the ground, and their aura remained. It seemed that they had just left. On the surrounding ground, there were many black marks. The strange marks seemed to be left behind by something that had been burned, which made Yin Nuashing very puzzled. He walked to the nearest black mark and squatted down. He pinched the scorched ground with his fingers and sensed for a while. Then his expression changed slightly. This was a trace left behind by someone who had been burned to ashes by the huge amount of yang energy here, and it was all around. There were more than a dozen people around. There were also some remnants of broken weapons on the ground. Judging from their aura, they did not belong to the two people. Then they should belong to the dozen people who had died without leaving behind a body. He looked around and merged his soul power into the void again, chasing after the aura that had been artificially erased in the space, leaving behind only a very faint aura. After chasing for dozens of miles, he caught sight of the two people again. It seemed that someone was chasing them in the direction of Shao Yin. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing's eyes trembled. He slowly stood up, looked around, and said, "Come out. You don't have to show off your little concealment skills in front of me. I can smell your aura through the void." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of wind breaking in the sky above this place. Then, more than a dozen people who were holding up an energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of Yin Nuashing. This group of people was dressed in completely uniform black robes. Their whole body was wrapped up, and only a pair of eyes were exposed. They were also full of murderous intent. The whole group was like an assassin group, and even if one sensed carefully, it was difficult to sense the life aura of these people. If it were other people, they would have been ambushed. Unfortunately, Yin Nuashing's detection was something that even high-level gods might not be able to avoid. Looking at this group of people who obviously did not come with good intentions, Yin Nuashing twisted his neck, grabbed Little Purple Soul from his shoulder, and hugged it in his arms. After confirming that he did not know this group of people, he said calmly, "What's the matter?" That group of people did not answer. A person who seemed to be the leader raised his chin to the person beside him and pointed at Yin Nuashing. That person's figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a black shadow quietly appeared behind Yin Nuashing. The dagger in his hand was glowing with cold light and carried a biting cold murderous intent, and he violently stabbed towards Yin Nuashing. A golden light flashed in front of that person, and he was stunned. Then, in a split second, an extremely strong sense of danger rose in his heart. It was as if he was facing a life and death threat, and he immediately reacted, escape. But before he could express this thought in action, a huge force suddenly choked his neck, making him unable to breathe. That person widened his eyes in horror and lowered his gaze in disbelief. He saw Yin Nuashing's right hand choking his neck and lifting him up high. A pair of colorful eyes revealed an indifferent and ruthless light, which made him feel cold to the bone. He did not even see how Yin Nuashing attacked. A killer? Yin Nuashing said with a faint smile. He looked around and saw that the person who seemed to be the leader seemed to be giving some orders. He could not help but smile slightly. "It seems that you won't say anything. Then go to sleep." These 3 words swept out with a chill that was enough to freeze the world. In an instant, a snowstorm suddenly blew in this place with rich yang energy. Black snowflakes fluttered and fell to the ground, freezing the ground into a solid block of black ice. When the wind blew, it left behind a trace of ice that was visible to the naked eye. This chill froze the surrounding several kilometers into ice. Looking at the dozen or so ice sculptures in front of him, Yin Nuoxing's eyes were indifferent. He casually flung the ice in his hand away, and it shattered into dozens of pieces when it hit the ground. He clapped his hands, turned around, and rushed in the direction where he had sensed the 2 people's auras. Boom! Boom! Violent energy surged endlessly in this place. The yang energy in this area was used as a weapon to suppress the 2 people from all directions. The weapons brought with them a great sense of oppression, sealing off all the escape routes of the 2 people. The 2 of them were ambushed and surrounded here. There were dozens of people, and they were all beginner god-level experts. All kinds of methods and weapons were used one after another, exhausting them to the point of exhaustion. They also had to use all their strength to resist the yang energy in this place. Under the 2 layers of oppression, they quickly retreated. However, the other party seemed to have some misgivings or had some ulterior motives. They had many opportunities to kill them, but they did not. Moreover, their gazes were like a cat playing with a mouse. Well, dozens of beginner god-level experts, even if they were all divine, venerable divine sons, besieging 2 demigod-level experts was like playing with a toy. However, they did not expect that these were not ordinary mice. They were as prickly as hedgehogs. They had some misgivings, so their hands were tied, and many people were killed instead. Boom! An ocean blue energy surged out from the young man's back like a raging ocean, rolling up a monstrous wave. Along with the uncontrollable yang energy, it bombarded an enemy and swept him down from the sky. The young man then struck out with his palm, intending to kill him. A sense of danger rose from his heart, causing his entire body to tremble. He hurriedly abandoned the attack in his hand, turned around, and controlled the huge wave to blast fiercely at the experts who were attacking him from behind. Every time he wanted to concentrate on killing someone, there would always be people attacking from other directions, forcing him to give up on attacking. It was as if they were wearing down his strength. They did not know how long they had been fighting. They retreated as they fought, leaving behind broken corpses. The young man and the girl's bodies were dyed red with blood. Their hair was disheveled, and they were in a sorry state. The pressure from the enemy and the yin-yang world made them tired of resisting. Seizing the moment when a young man's divine essence was empty, a person rushed forward, and the hammer in his hand smashed toward the young man with a force as heavy as Mount Tai. This hammer strike caused the young man's body to tremble, as if it was about to split open. Even his soul was trembling, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Borrowing this force to fly backward, he tore a god-son expert in half and destroyed his soul. "Little hedgehog, how troublesome. When you fall into my hands, I will torture you ruthlessly and pull out your souls." When the group of people in black saw another companion fall, their cheeks trembled slightly. Their voices seemed to come from the underworld, incomparably cold. The young man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backward. The girl hurriedly got rid of her opponent and came in front of him in a flash, catching him. Looking at his appearance, she frowned and gritted her teeth. "Cough!" The young man coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his clothes red. His eyes became colder and colder, but when he looked at the girl, he was slightly gentle. He reached out and pushed her behind him. "Sister, don't worry about me. Let's rush out. I have a way to escape. If you really have that kind of power, we would have run away long ago." The girl, Mei Mao, glanced at him. Knowing his temperament, she exposed him without hesitation. A touch of embarrassment flashed across the young man's face. He had just been ambushed and didn't die. Then, he killed a divine son expert. He had already used up all his strength. At this time, The special barrier to resist the yin-yang world was still supported by the girl. He really didn't have any strength left. The energy in the yin-yang world is chaotic. You can't escape anymore. Even the barrier can't last for 5 minutes. Come back with us obediently, and you can still live. The person who seemed to be the leader walked out and sneered. Bah, if I go back with you, I'll be completely finished. The young man fiercely spat before he let out a cold laugh. Then he extended his blood-stained middle finger at the leader. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Even if I die in battle and perish together with all of you, I will never let you succeed." In that case, the leader's eyes gradually turned gloomy, and he waved his arm. "Then you'd better go together. If you want to blame someone, blame your own birth." A storm of energy burst out from the bodies of the dozens of god masters, triggering the energy of the yin-yang world. The energy that was not supposed to be used by humans condensed into a violent energy storm, which fell from the sky. The violent power made the two of them turn paler. The energy that was as hot as the sun was rapidly magnified in their eyes. The hot wind that came toward them seemed to set them on fire. The oppressive feeling almost tore their bodies apart. The young man, who had no other means, gritted his teeth, turned his back to the energy that was as hot as the sun, and hugged the girl into his arms. Ignoring her screams, he closed his eyes tightly. Click! There was a crisp snap of fingers. Perhaps it was a snap of fingers. The sound was too subtle, but it was inexplicably profound. This strange sound instantly spread to everyone's ears, and everyone was stunned. The leader and the others turned around in astonishment. Before they saw anything, their bodies became stiff in an instant, and their consciousnesses disappeared into the depths of the ice in an instant. It was as if the hot summer sun had entered a cold winter in an instant. The biting cold made the young man, who closed his eyes and waited for death, shiver violently. The girl in his arms also shivered. She opened Mei Mao's eyes wide and looked behind him. The violent energy that was as hot as the sun was now completely fixed in the space. The ice had perfectly preserved the appearance of the energy, and it was fixed in the space like a piece of art with a black luster. The energy contained in the ice that was close to her made her shiver, and she hurriedly pulled the young man back for a distance. The young man also felt that something was wrong at this time. He hurriedly turned around and saw a huge black ice block that was hundreds of feet long, standing in front of him like a huge iceberg. He was so shocked that his snot flowed out. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see the group of god experts. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Sis, does this count as saving us?" The young man pinched his thigh, and the pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. Only then did he realize that it wasn't a dream, and he couldn't help but ask. The girl also shook her head in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses. After discovering that it wasn't an illusion, she also heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her head and threw Mei Mao at the energy ice sculpture that had been turned into ice. The person there didn't hide his figure. He raised his hand with difficulty and clasped his fist to the top, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing that the other party had discovered her, of course, it was also because she didn't deliberately hide. Yun Nuoxing jumped down from the black iceberg and descended from the sky with several layers of energy barriers. Those layers of energy barriers immediately enveloped the two of them. The energy barriers that were already on the verge of collapse directly dissipated under the stronger impact. Both of them were stunned. As soon as they reacted, they felt an unprecedented sense of relief. When they looked back, they saw several layers of powerful and complicated energy barriers that completely blocked the influence of the yin-yang world on them. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This is purely relying on strength to resist the yin-yang world. This person can't be underestimated. I don't know if he's an enemy or a friend. We'd better be careful. The siblings looked at each other, and some information currents that others couldn't understand flowed through their eyes. In just a glance, the two of them exchanged such thoughts. However, they still felt relieved for the time being. Only then did they turn their heads to look at Yun Nuoxing. When they saw Yun Nuoxing like this, they they couldn't help but be stunned. It had to be said that Yun Nuoxing's image at this time was too confusing. Anyone who saw her at first glance would exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful little sister that could topple a country." It was just a little strange that she was carrying a little girl on her shoulder. It was also because of Yun Nuoxing's appearance that the siblings let down their guard a little. However, there was still a trace of doubt in their hearts. When did this monster appear in the Kuan-Yuan region? Why didn't they know about it? Can you still move? Yun Nuoxing glanced at the two of them, blinked her eyes, and revealed a faint smile. She folded her hands in front of her and said, "This is not the place to talk. If you can still move, follow me. If you can't move, just blink twice. I'll take you to a place where no one can get close to." The siblings were stunned. They looked at each other and then blinked hard at Yun Nuoxing. Seeing that the two of them were blinking their eyes, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With a wave of her hand, gentle water elements gushed out from her body, forming a huge bubble that wrapped the two of them. Then, with a flash of golden light, the two of them disappeared. "Thank you for saving us, Fairy. My name is Gu Chun, and this is my sister, Fairy Gu. May I know your name?" The young man cupped his hands and smiled. He kept looking at Yun Nuoxing, hoping to find some unique characteristics. A person with such strength should not be an ordinary person. Yun Nuoxing looked deeply at the young man for a long time, until the two of them had goosebumps. Then, she sighed and said, "My surname is Yun, and I'm a man." The two of them were horrified, and they looked at her in horror. Little Purple Soul continued to grab Yun Nuoxing's long hair. She could not help but mutter, "Brother looks so much like sister. I've been mistaken for him so many times." The two of them were even more horrified. At first, the Gu siblings wanted to tell Yun Nuoxing not to run outside, but when they saw that he was going deeper and deeper into the energy tide, they felt a little uneasy. They wanted to say something, but the sense of security that those few layers of barriers gave them was too strong, so they couldn't find an entry point even if they wanted to say something. Helpless, they could only shut their mouths and curl up in the bubble that Yun Nuoxing made, following him into the energy tide. Yun Nuoxing was used to hiding his identity, so he did not use the light element. However, his body was strengthened by the light element all year round. Even if he did not use the light element, his speed was many times faster than people of the same level. Therefore, it did not take him too long to reach the little Een Lake. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Een Lake, Gu Chun rubbed his sore shoulders. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was standing in front of the Een Lake, thinking about something. Gu Chun rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Brother Yun, were you sent here by someone? Are you secretly protecting us?" Hearing this, the fairy also turned her gaze. It was obvious that she was also very concerned about this matter. "Why do you think so?" Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the two of them, asking. Gu Chun scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Because it's too timely. Moreover, we have never met Brother Yun before." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Because they had never met, did they think that he would not save them? Well, under normal circumstances, it was not a problem to think that way. If he did not feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the two of them, he would not have bothered to save them. Being hunted down and killed was something that happened every day in the God Realm. It was impossible for him to save everyone. He did not have that kind of free time, nor did he have the heart of a saint. After looking at Gu Chun indifferently for a while, Yun Nuoxing shook his head lightly. "I was inexplicably surrounded by that group of people and suffered a round of assassination attempts. When I heard them mention the two of you, I was a little curious, so I chased after you." "So who were those people?" "Enemies, perhaps." Gu Chun smiled bitterly. He cupped his fists at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Anyway, thank you so much, Brother Yun. I'm really sorry to have involved you in this. It's nothing. I only saved you because I wanted to know who these bastards were who attacked indiscriminately and tried to silence us. However, it seems that you have your own difficulties, so let's forget about it." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, looking as if he did not care. Gu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. If Yun Nuoxing continued to ask, no matter how he looked at it, it would not be easy for him to hide it. Moreover, even if you tell me, I may not have heard of them. I am not from the Kuan-Yuan region, So, I don't know much about the forces in the Kuan Yuan region. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. Just as he was about to urge them to recover quickly, the ancient fairy interrupted him. The people from the Lingyun battle court, if I'm not wrong, their fighting styles are very similar. The ancient fairy said softly. They're a very famous first-rate force in the northeast region of the Kuan Yuan region. They have always been at odds with the forces we belong to. They have been at war with us for many years. Elder sister, Gu Chun smiled bitterly. He nudged the ancient fairy with his elbow and sent her a message with his eyes without batting an eyelid. Yin Nuoxing looked at her with surprise. He waited for her to finish before he smiled and said, "Look, even if you tell me, I wouldn't know about it. I've never heard of it before. It's the Lingyun battle court. Therefore, compared to who they are and where you come from, I'm more curious about what you're doing here. It seems that you're not completely forced to come here, right?" Yin Nuoxing said casually with a faint smile. Whether it was the people from the Lingyun battle court or the siblings, they all had simple methods to offset the power of the energy tide in the yin-yang world to the greatest extent. It was obvious that they came prepared. He did not believe that they came here simply because they were hunted down. However, he was just curious. When Xian and the others were cultivating, he could only come out to find something to do to pass the time. Chapter 9:47. Inside the Yin Lake. Energy surged as monstrous waves rose several thousand feet into the air, forming a huge wall of water. The thick layer of energy clouds in the sky also fell down like a funnel. The yin and yang energies that were originally repelling each other in the sky were accurately divided into two by a force of energy. The yang energy was repelled, while the yin energy fell to the ground without any reservation. It was like the scene of the sea and the sky surging. Endless yin energy gathered from all directions, creating a cold whirlwind. The cold yin energy caused the space to crackle as ice crystals condensed and gathered along with the storm. On the lakeside, Yin Nuoxing's hands danced as if she was controlling the cold whirlwind. She clapped her hands together and changed her hand seals from time to time. Every time her hand seals changed, the gathered energy would be fiercely squeezed towards the center by a huge force. Then, she controlled the energy that was rushing over from afar to gather and compress it again. After this cycle repeated dozens of times, the storm showed signs of weakening. Condense. A soft shout from a lakeside caused the gradually weakening storm to dissipate. An extremely strong pressure with the power to collapse space crazily squeezed towards the center of the storm. Under that huge pressure, the ball of condensed energy that had been compressed dozens of times began to tremble violently. Powerful energy shock waves burst out from the ball of chaotic energy, causing waves of several hundred feet tall to surge towards the lakeside. However, the wall of water that was close to Yin Nuoxing's lakeside quietly collapsed when it was only 100 meters away. It fell back into the lake, creating countless splashes of cold yin energy, and mist covered the lakeside. Ding, following an extremely clear sound, like the sound of a sword gently piercing a gem. Yin Nuoxing's hand seals dissipated, and the shock waves also dissipated. In the center of the Yin Lake, the ball of chaotic energy had already disappeared. What appeared there was a pale white diamond-shaped crystal that was about a foot tall. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and took the pale white crystal into his hand. His colorful eyes stared at it for a while, and he nodded in satisfaction when he felt the pure Yin energy. He waved his hand and put it away. This energy crystal had condensed extremely pure Yin energy. He had used pure energy to compress it into a crystal form, and it was used as an attachment for tracking the Azure Dragon's aura. In other words, it was a carrier. However, without the ability of the spirit receiving divine body to compress the energy, it's a bit difficult. Yin Nuoxing squeezed his palms and felt that his energy was severely depleted. He shook his head helplessly. The ability of the spirit receiving divine body had been weakened by nearly 80% after the Tree of Divinity was separated. He could feel that his control over the energy had obviously weakened. He turned his head and saw the ancient fairy and Gu Chun staring at him in shock. He couldn't help but be stunned. He scratched his head and asked, "What's wrong?" A puzzled voice made the siblings shiver. They quickly came back to their senses, and then they put their heads together. Gu-chan whispered, "Sister, this person is so dangerous. He's really dangerous. I've never seen anyone compress energy in such a messy way. Not even the high-level gods at home." The ancient fairy nodded her head with deep feelings. The way Yun Nuashing compressed energy looked quite dangerous. If it were someone else who didn't compress the energy bit by bit when they were outside the body. Yun Nuashing, on the other hand, threw large lumps of energy inside the body. The way the energy was surging just now was as if it wanted to overturn the sky. It was simply too messy. However, Yun Nuashing had succeeded. To the two of them, this was simply a ridiculous method. The former, however, did not think much of it. It was not the first time he had done this, and he had never failed. That kind of energy compression bit by bit was too much of a waste of time. Seeing the siblings whispering something, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. It had been more than half a day since he rescued them. Little Purple Soul was sleeping on his shoulder. The two of them had not recovered to their peak state, but their basic movements were not hindered. They could also support the barrier that was strong enough to withstand the energy tide with their demigod strength. Seeing that the two of them were in a hurry, Yun Nuashing couldn't tell them to rest for a while. He hung them in a water bubble on his back and left the Yin Lake. "We can't be out for too long this time. Dad and Mom are keeping a close eye on us." Gu-chan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "After entering the Yin-Yang world, we were accidentally caught by those people from the Lingyun battle court. We wasted a lot of time fighting, so we don't have time to waste. Although we haven't recovered to our peak state, we can still protect ourselves even in the face of gods." Yun Nuashing responded casually. He took the two of them and flew quickly through the energy tide. He looked around and said, "What does the thing you're looking for look like?" "The fruit of the flaming sun tree on the yang side of the yin-yang world. It has the effect of nurturing and releasing potential. It can be used to refine a kind of peerless elixir. Even our family spent a lot of money to find out where this thing is in the yin-yang world. Brother Yun, if you help us find it, we can give you some," Gu-chan said with a smile. Fairy Gu looked at her stupid brother who couldn't keep his mouth shut and shook his head helplessly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing casually, blinked, and said nothing. "Hey, you said it so bluntly. Aren't you afraid that I'll leave you and take it for myself?" Yun Nuashing turned his head and smiled faintly, joking. Hearing this, Gu-chan shook his head calmly and said, "Brother Yun is our savior. If Brother Yun wants to take it for himself, we won't say anything. Just take it as a gift. It's just a small token of our respect." Seeing that his eyes were clear and didn't look like he was lying, Yun Nuashing looked at him for a while and said faintly, "Well, I'm not that bad. After all, it's your information." Hearing this, Gu-chan smiled and gave his sister a thumbs up. He threw a look that said, "I knew Brother Yun wasn't that kind of person." Fairy Gu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with some light in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated and didn't say anything. She could only sigh in her heart. This person looks like a girl. You shouldn't have any bad intentions. Yun Nuashing didn't know what they were thinking. He helped them find a flaming sun tree just to pass the time. He had heard of the flaming sun fruit before. It could nurture one's potential. Something like potential would be used up one day. By then, if one didn't encounter any opportunities, it might be the same for the rest of one's life. There were some spiritual items in the world that had the miraculous effect of nurturing one's potential. The flaming sun fruit was one of the top ones. Moreover, the flaming sun fruit could maximize one's potential. It was extremely effective for experts at the beginner god level. Even if a high-level god ate it, it would have a good effect. Well, although I know this thing, Yun Nuashing murmured in his heart. Although the flaming sun fruit was good, he didn't care for it. He didn't lack this kind of item. Out of 10 fairy items that he had, 8 out of 10 of them were related to potential. It was just that their effects were different. Moreover, they were real fairy items. In terms of nurturing potential, they were more effective than elixirs made with thousands of medicinal herbs and flaming sun fruit. As for those fairy items that only had the effect of nurturing potential, they were even more exaggerated. Before Bing air hatched, Yin Nuashing had refined many of them and fused them into her egg. Yin Nuashing quickly flew through the energy tide without looking around. His soul force was immersed in the void, constantly probing for places with dense yang energy. Although there was an extremely dense yang energy reaction in the surroundings, the flaming sun tree and flaming sunfruit were nurtured with yang energy, so they would condense more energy. Therefore, there should be a place with a high energy reaction, even if it was in the shallow layer of the energy tide. As his soul force spread towards a certain place, Yin Nuashing suddenly sent back a message, causing him to turn his head and look at that place through the energy fog. His gaze became somewhat interesting, and he couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong?" Guchen asked. "Nothing. I think I found the flaming sun tree you were talking about, but..." Yin Nuashing's figure hovered in the air, his windbreaker flapping from his own energy. He pointed at a place and said, "There seems to be quite a few people gathered there, the shallow layer of the energy tide." Gu Chun and Fairy Gu's expressions froze, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Gu Chun couldn't help but ask, "Someone beat us to it? But wasn't that place said to be very dangerous, and no one went there?" Yin Nuashing shrugged, indicating that he didn't know, but after a moment, he asked, "When did you receive that message?" "About a year ago." Gu Chun was puzzled. "Oh, the yin-yang sky opens once a year. Usually, the energy tide will completely cover the yin-yang sky, and it won't recede until this time every year. But every time it opens, the receding point and direction are different. Maybe the dangerous place this year won't be dangerous the next time it opens." Yin Nuashing seemed to understand something. Gu Chen's eyes widened, and Fairy Gu's red lips twitched. "That means the message has expired. Who told you not to use it while it was still fresh?" Yin Nuashing looked at the two helplessly. This was the first time he had seen someone miss a good opportunity because the message had expired. How should he put it? He felt a little sympathetic. "It's not like we don't have a chance." Fairy Gu pondered for a while, then looked at Yin Nuashing and said softly, "I don't remember what the message said after that, but it seems to mean that even if we know the place, it won't be that easy to get it. Probably a trial. I just saw it at Little Yang Lake, and there was a peak sun of God Guardian. This place is probably the same," Yin Nuashing said casually. "Peak sun of God." Gu Chun and Fairy Gu looked at each other and fell silent. A peak sun of God was a little tricky. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would take a lot of effort to defeat it. It would be fine if there was no one around, but if there were a lot of people gathered there, as Yin Nuashing said, it would be troublesome. Someone might take advantage of their weakness to attack. Seeing the siblings' flickering eyes, Yin Nuashing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, "Anyway, let's go and take a look first." Fairy Gu and Gu Chen nodded. They could only go and take a look before making a decision. With Yin Nuashing's speed, he brought the two of them to the place he had just sensed in a few minutes. What appeared in front of them was a mountain range. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Wasn't this mountain range the Serpentine Mountain Range that separated the two regions? It was thousands of feet tall. Two kinds of rich energy converged in this mountain range, and there was a dragon vein underground that spewed out dragon's breath. The three kinds of energy converged here, forming a silvery white energy that spread throughout the entire mountain range like a burning flame. This mountain range should be very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the energy tides on both sides of the mountain range. It was almost like the Yin Lake and the Yang Lake were flowing in reverse here. The energy collided crazily, and the monstrous energy flames burned fiercely. The dragon's breath was like a catalyst that made the Yin and Yang energies burn even more crazily. Even though it was just the energy form of a flame, one would feel an inexplicable burning sensation at a glance. Yin Nuashing's eyes were sharp, and he soon found the place where many people were gathered. In a part of the mountain range, the energy flames were a little weak. It was close to the edge of the mountain range, and in the shallow region of the energy tides, the flames seemed to be suppressed, and a miraculous calm region appeared. On the mountain range in the calm region, there was a naturally formed platform. It was a little bumpy, and the gap between the left and right sides of the platform was about 10 meters. It was not just a slope. The silvery white flames surrounded the platform and did not spread into it. In the middle of the platform, there was a forest, a pale white forest, and a fiery red forest. On this side of the mountain range, there was a fiery red forest, and on the other side of the mountain range, there was a pale white forest. There was a clear dividing line. On both sides of the platform, there were two very spacious mountain paths and small platforms. They were obviously man-made. Many people gathered on the small platforms. The two spacious mountain paths extended from the small platforms to the forest at the top of the mountain. There were about 20 people gathered on the small platforms. Including the platform on the other side of the moon, there were about 50 people in total. These 50 people were all blocked in front of the mountain path. At the junction of the platform and the mountain path, there was a spear-like figure. The protector on the moon side was 2 meters tall. He wore a pale white metal armor that was extremely thick and heavy. He held a silver-white spear in his hand, and his entire body was suffused with a metallic luster. The protector on the sun side was about the same, but his armor was fiery red like the sun. It was very dazzling, and just looking at it made one's eyes heat up and feel irritated. So that's how it is. It's the brand of rule. These guardians are all experts who once appeared in the yin-yang world. Their strength is remembered by the rules of this special place. Once someone wants to enter those core areas, the rules of heaven and earth will transform into a guardian through the brand of rule to prevent those who are not strong enough from entering. Looking at the guardian, Yin Nuoxing suddenly realized that those guardians were formed by the spontaneous power of the rules of this world. Is it very powerful? Gu Chen asked quickly. It was their first time in the yin-yang world. They only came for the sun flame fruit, so they didn't know anything. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and said, "The brand of rule records the strength of the expert who once appeared here. How powerful the expert used to be is the limit of his strength. There will also be a corresponding guardian for the corresponding realm. You can use various methods to pass through. Well, if you're stronger than the guardian, you can directly push through. Anyway, let's go down first. It seems that we can't pass through from the sky." Yin Nuoxing hugged little purple soul in his arms and said to the two of them. Then he quickly fell down. The rapid sound of rushing wind caused everyone on the platform to be startled. Numerous gazes swept across the surroundings, and soon after, they saw Yin Nuoxing and the other two descend like divine soldiers from the heavens. Those gazes were all shocked. Quite a number of people here had entered the Water Cloud Pavilion before and naturally knew of Yin Nuoxing. However, they did not know of the two people behind him and did not pay too much attention to them. After all, there were only 3 demigods. This was also because they didn't know what happened at Little Yang Lake. If they knew, no one would think so. Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to care about what everyone was thinking. At this moment, the fiery red guardian was fighting with someone. If not, he would have rushed up long ago. He did not like to wait for too long. He would wake up after spending a little time to see the situation clearly. It would be a waste of time to continue waiting, especially when there were so many people around. The 3 of them glanced around. Yin Nuoxing was bored, while Ancient Fairy and her brother were looking at these people who might be their opponents and paying more attention. There are many people worthy of your attention. Well, to me, they are not a threat at all. Yin Nuoxing faintly transmitted his voice to the 2 of them and pointed at the person standing in front with his eyes. That was a divine venerable expert, and he was very close to becoming a divine king. Ancient Fairy and her brother smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing said again, "When this person is done fighting, we will go up. Just follow behind me. Don't get too close, or you'll be affected by my attack. Well, I will try my best to control it. I just want to remind you." The 2 of them smiled bitterly again. The guardian didn't look so simple. The 2 of them hadn't recovered to their peak state at this time, so it would be difficult for them to defeat him. Bang! While the 3 of them were talking, a dull sound came from the platform. Then, everyone saw a figure spitting out blood and flying backward. Yin Nuoxing's eyes glanced at the person until he fell to the ground. He looked at the person who was covered in blood and was deep in thought. That person was a 4th transformation divine son, while the guardian was close to the divine venerable level. There was about a difference of 4 or 5 small realms. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuashing suddenly came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand to bring Ancient Fairy and her brother up. However, the divine venerable expert directly stepped forward and entered the guardian's attack range. Yin Nuashing's face twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Anyway, he was late. Line up! Line up! When the divine venerable expert stepped forward, many people here became alert. In fact, many of them had already been eliminated. It was just that Yin Nuashing hadn't come at that time, so they didn't know. When the divine venerable expert walked in front of the guardian, the red figure, who was originally a 8th transformation divine son, had a strong light in his eyes. His aura suddenly surged, and in a few breaths, he surpassed the divine venerable expert. Moreover, he steadily surpassed the divine venerable expert by a few small realms before stopping. The divine venerable expert couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw such an aura. People who weren't good at fighting beyond their realms wouldn't be able to pass this stage. However, he had already walked out, so he could only brace himself and face it. Boom! When the divine venerable expert was ready, the guardian's eyes lit up. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his huge body rushed straight in front of the divine venerable expert. A fist the size of a cattail, Hasek smashed down with terrifying aura and yang energy. That speed made the divine venerable expert's expression freeze. He had been observing for a long time, but when it was his turn, the guardian's strength had increased by a few notches. It wasn't as simple as he had seen before, and the battle he had observed earlier was no longer of any value. The divine venerable expert roared. Since there was no trick, he would meet force with force. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he gathered his aura and punched out, colliding with the guardian's ferocious attack. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. A weak energy storm erupted from the two disproportionate fists and swept out. Then, everyone saw the divine venerable expert's face turn pale as he was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood before finally landing heavily on the ground with a pale face. All right, let's go. Yin Nuashing wasn't surprised to see the divine venerable expert defeated in one blow. She tilted her head and smiled at the ancient fairy duo, then walked straight towards the guardian. Before the siblings could react, they saw Yin Nuashing already in front of the guardian. Their faces turned bitter, but waiting was not a solution. They could only grit their teeth and quickly followed. Chapter 948. As Yin Nuashing stepped into the guardian's attack range, the red figure slowly raised its head. Its crimson eyes flashed as it glanced at Yin Nuashing, then looked at the two fairy Gu Chun and Gu Chun. After a while, its godly king-level aura dropped rapidly. Within a few breaths, it had dropped to the level of Son of God. It was probably around the Son of God's 7th transformation, which was stronger than Yin Nuashing had expected. Perhaps it was because it had two people with it. Brother Yin, is this really okay? Why don't you wait for us to recover? Gu Chun looked at the guardian's crimson eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Yin Nuashing smiled faintly, indicating that there was no need to worry. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked to a place less than 10 meters away from the guardian. This distance was close enough for a god master to touch his face. His attack could instantly cross this distance and reach the enemy's face. Bang! The moment he approached, the red figure suddenly disappeared, and a crater appeared where it had been. Not even an afterimage could be seen in the space. With just a flash, Yin Nuashing felt a strong gust of wind blowing at his face, causing his long hair and windbreaker to flutter. In the next moment, he saw the huge figure swinging its fist at him. The strong gust of wind contained in the fist caused the space to tremble slightly. Yin Nuashing's eyes were strengthened by the evil spirit eye and the eye of the ocean. He could even barely capture objects moving at the speed of light. This speed could be seen as slow motion. Therefore, the moment the fist appeared, his right thumb and middle finger quickly stuck together, and then he rubbed them gently. Ta-ka! A crisp snap of a finger caused a faint ripple to appear in the space. The sound that followed was the sound of the entire space freezing into a piece. In this place where the yang energy was vigorous and hot, a beautiful ice sculpture suddenly appeared on the spot. It was like an ice sculpture. The black ice sculpture bloomed half a meter in front of Yun Nuoxing, freezing the red guardian together with it. Everything suddenly quieted down, and everyone gasped. No one saw how Yun Nuoxing attacked. Even when they felt the energy fluctuation, the attack had already taken shape. No, it had already ended. There's nothing that can't be solved with a snap of the fingers. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and smiled faintly at the ancient fairy and her brother, who were dumbfounded. The light element was so abnormal, especially when it was integrated into the performance of other mysterious techniques. The enemy could only feel that all his attacks were instantaneous, catching them off guard and impossible to defend against. Seeing that the guardian had been frozen inside, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand to beckon the ancient fairy and her brother, and then he walked forward. The people on the platform behind him had strange looks on their faces. No one had ever passed through this checkpoint before. Those who were gathered here were all experts of the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region. Even they couldn't pass through it. Moreover, when they saw that others couldn't pass through it, they felt relieved. However, when they saw that someone had led two other people to pass through it easily, their gazes became strange. Could it be that it was actually very simple? Crack! When Yun Nuoxing led the ancient fairy and her brother out for a distance and was about to ascend the mountain path, a soft sound suddenly came from behind them, causing them to prick up their ears. This sound was like the sound of ice shattering, as if something was about to break out of the ice. Bang! The sudden explosion of the ice cube caused a large amount of cold air to erupt on the spot. Black energy was exposed in the air. A bright red figure skillfully crossed through the air. His body was pulled into an afterimage, which was blurry. His aura had also soared by a few times within a breath's time. His strength had also leaped by a few levels. The breaking of the mysterious darkness ice caused Yun Nuoxing's expression to become sluggish. He abruptly turned his head around and saw the enormous figure cutting through the sound barrier like a cannonball as it rushed towards him. The long spear in his hand surged with a hot, fiery red energy. From a great distance away, the long spear was shot out. A bright red flame was like a spear wind as it carried an extremely hot energy as it rushed over. "Brother Yun, be careful." Gu Chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. A black light flashed across Yun Nuoxing's eyes. The speed of the fiery red spear was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed in front of him and released an incomparably blazing energy towards him. Dark, mysterious ice. He let out a low shout, and his right hand snapped again. This time, it was not an ice sculpture that suddenly appeared. Everyone only felt that time seemed to slow down several times in their line of sight. The speed of the fiery red spear that was rapidly flashing suddenly slowed down. Its movement was visible to the naked eye. Then, an energy wave surged out from Yun Nuoxing's body. When the fiery red spear came into contact with the extremely cold energy wave, it suddenly trembled. Then, a wisp of black cold light appeared from the tip of the spear and gradually moved towards its body. Under everyone's gaze, the fiery red spear slowly froze and turned into an energy ice sculpture. The Scarlet Guardian that swung the spear still had a stern expression on its face, but the extremely cold energy that followed the spear had already touched its spear and turned it into ice. Then the extremely cold energy continued to move up the spear and froze its right hand, followed by its body. The energy that spread out from its body gradually froze the space, as though the ice was spreading out from its body. In the end, its entire figure was swallowed by the ice and disappeared into the pitch-black ice. Even its energy was annihilated. Crack! The sound of ice freezing was heard as expected, and the slow-motion scene returned to normal in an instant. The whole process was definitely shorter than half a second. In an instant, everyone saw a huge ice sculpture in front of Yun Nuoxing, less than 3 villages away. The ice sculpture seemed to be pointing a spear at her. The biting cold made everyone shiver. Her eyes gradually became calm. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief, turned around, and walked away. She snapped her fingers and said with a smile, "If one time isn't enough, let's do it twice." Both fairy and fairy heaved a sigh of relief. Everything happened too quickly, and they couldn't react at all. By the time they were about to make a move, the spear was already close to Yun Nuashing. Fortunately, the latter's strength was far beyond their imagination. It seemed like they were worried for nothing. Now that there shouldn't be any obstruction, the three of them stepped onto the mountain path calmly. Halfway through, Yun Nuashing suddenly turned her head with a strange expression. She stared at the black ice sculpture and said, "Did we really pass it this time? Don't tell me it came back to life?" Both fairy and fairy were stunned. They also turned around and looked at the ice sculpture. They looked at it vigilantly for a while, then pulled Yun Nuashing back carefully. Their movements were somewhat comical. They were very careful and retreated step by step. Their eyes were fixed on the black ice sculpture, as if they were afraid that the thing inside would suddenly appear and attack them. However, they had already been ambushed once, so it was fine to be careful. Fortunately, until Yun Nuashing and the others reached the end of the mountain path and stepped onto the platform at the top of the mountain, the ice sculpture didn't move at all. When Yun Nuashing, who was walking behind them, stepped onto the platform, the ice sculpture suddenly shattered. Then, under everyone's bitter gazes, it turned around and faced the people on the small platform. It stomped the ground with its spear, and the mountain shook. The force made everyone tremble. Seeing that everything was fine, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then they turned around and saw the flaming yang trees in front of them. Their eyes lit up. Guchun was so excited that he jumped up and said, "Flaming yang trees. Flaming yang fruits. We finally got to see them. Wow, the fruits here are so fragrant. They should be delicious. Brother, go and pick some. Go and pick some." Little Purple Soul woke up just in time. As soon as she woke up, she saw the fiery red forest and the huge fruits hanging under the trees. She immediately raised her eyebrows, and her gem-like eyes flashed. She quickly pulled Yun Nuashing's head with both hands. Yun Nuashing let out a bitter laugh and nodded. Before the girl could pull his head off, he quickly ran to a tree and jumped up to grab the fiery red fruit. Just as he was about to use his strength to gently pluck it, his expression changed. With his weak strength, he could not pluck the fruit. When he touched it, it was as if he had grabbed a ball of fire. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. The temperature was nothing to him. He frowned and let out a soft groan. He pulled hard, and the fruit that was half the size of a fist fell to the ground. After plucking the fruit, he felt that his energy seemed to have decreased a little. So that's how it is. Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that it wasn't the kind that could be plucked at will. There were some restrictions. What happened next would depend on how much energy he had left. However, he wasn't worried about that at all. Little Purple Soul happily took the flaming sun fruit from Yun Nuashing's shoulder. The hot temperature didn't affect her at all. She held the fruit in her hand and looked at it for a while. Then, she opened her mouth and took a small bite. "Wait, Brother Yun." Guchun gasped when he saw Little Purple Soul taking a bite of the fruit without hesitation. He was sad that the flaming sun fruit was eaten so easily, but he was also shocked that she dared to take a bite of the flaming sun fruit. The temperature of the fruit was equivalent to the fire elemental energy condensed by some supreme gods and godly kings. However, just as he shouted, he saw Little Purple Soul chewing the fruit gently. After a while, she swallowed it. Her little face lit up with joy, and her little legs that were resting on Yun Nuashing's shoulder couldn't help but shake. The fairy Gu was relatively calm. She looked at Little Purple Soul for a while. She didn't find anything strange about her, so she said, "It seems that this little girl isn't an ordinary person either." Yun Nuashing nodded and stretched out his hand to stroke this girl's head. He said, "This girl is a little mysterious. She seems to have absolute disregard for low-level energy. Well, I discovered it by accident. It seems that even God Underworld strong practitioners can't hurt her at all. When the energy of gods and deities acts on her body, no matter if it's positive or negative, the effect is extremely low. Even if it's a God Emperor strong practitioner, it's not that easy to affect her." This was the result of his research after staying in the Nine Gods Temple for a while. He originally wanted to cleanse Little Purple Soul's marrow and refine her little body, but he didn't expect that ordinary medicine would be almost useless. The power of the fairy in her soul seemed to block most of the energy that acted on her, no matter if it was positive or negative. Only when Yun Nuoxing threw out a fairy item could it be effective. However, it didn't seem obvious. The Golden Empress had also tried it herself. Her power could only affect Little Purple Soul to a very limited extent. Combined with the fact that this little girl hadn't grown up for more than 10 years and still had the temperament of a child, everyone had a very scary guess in their hearts. Of course, some of their guesses were very unreliable. Anyway, this little girl was very mysterious. She was even more mysterious than Yun Nuoxing. At least everyone knew about the things on Yun Nuoxing's body. These things could be pointed out and explained. However, Little Purple Soul's body was even more mysterious than Little Purple Soul. Even Temple Master Guang couldn't understand it. Ning Qinxue couldn't understand it either. In the end, she could only give up. Then, she came up with an immunity property. The immunity included both positive and negative effects. No one knew if it was good or bad. Perhaps it was because of this property that Little Purple Soul was tainted with fairy qi. Well, let's not talk about this. Yun Nuoxing shook her head when she saw the two people's curious and doubtful gazes. She looked at Little Purple Soul who was talking about her and let out a sigh of relief. She said, "You need energy to harvest the sun fruit. Try to harvest as much as you can." Gu Chan came back to his senses and remembered why he came here. He quickly nodded and thanked Yun Nuoxing. Then, he pulled the fairy Gu and rushed out. "Brother, brother." Little Purple Soul called out softly. She passed the half-eaten sun fruit to Yun Nuoxing. She licked the juice on the corner of her mouth and smiled innocently. "What's wrong? Doesn't taste good?" Yun Nuoxing took the fruit and asked with her head tilted. Little Purple Soul shook her head and said, "No, it's quite good. It's much better than the one I had yesterday. I want to leave some for brother." Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and felt warmth in her heart. She rubbed the little girl's long purple hair and passed the sun fruit to her. She smiled and said, "Eat it. There's more here. I'll pick some more. Eat as much as you like." Little Purple Soul nodded happily. Then, she hugged the sun fruit and took small bites. Yun Nuoxing looked at the sun trees nearby. She pondered for a moment, but did not pick any. Instead, she used her soul perception to find a few sun trees that looked very healthy. Then, she plucked all the fruits on them. There were about 15 of them. There are so many sun trees in this place. I wonder how long they have been here. Yun Nuoxing's eyes sparkled as he looked at the sun fruits he plucked. Some of the sun fruits here were at least 10,000 years old. Even if this place was developed fairly, very few people could set foot here. Even if they did, it would take a lot of energy to pluck one sun fruit. She guessed that no one could harvest many. Someone like her who still had a lot of energy after plucking 15 sun fruits was an anomaly. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists. He still had a lot of energy left. Plucking 15 sun fruits had only used 1/10 of his energy. However, his energy capacity was many times more than the others. It was actually quite scary. It would be good if a normal person could pluck 2 or 3 sun fruits. The two areas seemed to be connected. Looking past the rows of sun trees, Yi Shiwen saw a pale, white forest in the distance. That should be the sun tree's counterpart, the sun tree. The sun fruit had the same effect as the sun fruit. The only difference was that one carried yang energy, while the other carried yin energy. They were suitable for different people. Yun Nuoxing took a few steps and arrived at the sun tree. He could clearly feel that the energy in the surroundings had changed. Looking around, there was no one here. He could vaguely hear a feminine voice coming from the small platform on the other side. There were also sounds of energy colliding. However, it seemed that no one could break in. After carefully looking around for a while, Yun Nuoxing used his hand to poke at a nearby sun tree. After confirming that there was no problem, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking around, he released his soul power and picked a few stronger sun trees. After plucking all the fruits, he clapped his hands and picked a big one for Little Purple Soul. Little Purple Soul, who had just finished eating the flaming sun fruit, saw this pale white fruit and its eyes lit up. It let out a happy laugh and opened its mouth to take a bite of the flaming sun fruit. If other people saw this, they would probably be heartbroken. The sun fruit and sun fruit were both precious treasures that could be used to refine medicine. The pills refined from them would be at least to the highest quality. Yet, they were crunching and chewing. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't care at all. Well, if there are two areas, then, theoretically, that thing should exist. After keeping the mysterious Yin fruit, Yin Nuoxing clapped his hands and could not help but chuckle softly. He muttered to himself, before turning his gaze towards the intersection between the two areas. With a flash, he appeared at the intersection. The thing that he was talking about was the strange tree where yin and yang intersected. Because it was too special and was cultivated by two completely opposite energies, it was too unbelievable. Many people doubted its existence, and there was a lot of debate. Therefore, even if this theory was very magical, it wasn't listed on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. After all, no one had seen it before and couldn't fully understand its existence. Walking on the border with some anticipation, with a pale world on his left and a fiery red ocean on his right, Yin Nuoxing also seemed to be divided into two halves. The color of this place was perfectly divided into two colors. When he walked on the border, he was also dyed in two colors. It was very strange. However, this kind of thing was actually quite dangerous because the two opposing energies had indeed landed on his body. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't react inexplicably upon contact. Only a skilled person like Yin Nuoxing dared to do this. Found it. After walking with his eyes closed for a while, Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. This wasn't the first time he saw this thing, but seeing it again made him feel a little emotional. What appeared in front of him was an open space. The sun fruit and the profound yin tree were some distance away from this open space. In the center of this open space, there was a tree about 3 feet tall. Compared to the trees on both sides, this tree seemed a little small. However, there was nothing around it, but it stood out very conspicuously. The whole tree was dyed in two colors. The pale white and the fiery red flowed on the tree like a flowing liquid. They weren't separated from the middle, but the two colors were perfectly blended together. Stopping 10 meters away from the tree, Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and shifted his gaze away from the tree. The reason why he suddenly stopped was not because he was worried about anything, but because there was a beautiful figure under the tree. Someone had arrived before him. It was a tall figure. Her silk-like hair fluttered in the wind, hanging down to her waist. There was a charm to her body that blended into the world, as if she had become one with nature. The bluish-white robe wasn't luxurious and was a little plain, but it didn't reduce her charm. Even though he could only see her back, Yin Nuoxing could feel that this person should be a rare beauty. However, he didn't feel anything. Compared to her appearance, he was more interested in her aura, a divine underworld powerhouse. Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised when he saw through the strength of the beautiful figure in front of him. He didn't know if this person was the divine underworld powerhouse he sensed in the water cloud pavilion. To be able to come here, she clearly had some strength. He didn't believe that the two law marks couldn't even deal with a divine underworld powerhouse. This person shouldn't be a powerhouse of a younger generation. The first emperor of War of Kuan Yuan was a fourth transformation divine emperor. Counting the time of the seal, she shouldn't be. Yin Nuoxing muttered in his heart, but before he could finish, he was stunned. He remembered that he had seen a divine underworld powerhouse who wasn't even 200 years old. It seemed like he couldn't jump to conclusions so easily. While he was sizing up the beautiful figure, the person who stopped under the strange tree and seemed to be in a daze also sensed the movement behind her. She gently turned around, revealing the right side of her beautiful face. Exquisite, beautiful, and elegant. This was Yin Nuoxing's first impression. The side of her white face was suffused with some luster, and it was faintly red under the light of the yang energy. Those watery eyes looked straight at him, but then she was stunned. Her slender eyebrows and tall nose wrinkled, and a beautiful voice that contained some astonishment softly sounded. Demigod rank. Just like how Yin Nuoxing was astonished by her aura, she was also astonished that he, who appeared here, was actually only a demigod rank. Chapter 949. In a world of ice and fire, there was a strange tree that was white and crimson in color. As the wind blew, the leaves on the tree made a strange tinkling sound. It sounded like the crisp sound of metal clanking against metal. The girl under the tree and the boy who looked like a girl stared at each other for a long time. The little girl in the boy's arms also looked up quietly. The wind ruffled their robes and hair. The three of them stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. It was a peaceful and beautiful scene. Yo! The moment Yin Nuoxing raised his hand to greet her, the scene collapsed. The girl's face stiffened. She looked at him strangely. Her strange gaze moved back and forth on his face, but her attention was obviously not on him. She was only curiously sizing up this strange intruder. After a while, she looked away and looked at the strange tree again, as if she was waiting for something. Yin Nuoxing felt a little awkward after being ignored. He scratched the back of his head and moved to the side. He walked around in a big circle and stopped on the other side of the strange tree. He also looked up at the strange tree. As for the girl, she kept looking at the strange tree and ignored him. Perhaps to her, a demigod was not worthy of her attention. Similarly, Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to go closer. Otherwise, he would not have walked around to look at the side of the strange tree. This strange tree contained both yang and yin energy. In other words, it was an amalgamation of the two types of energy. However, it did not simply store the two types of energy. It also integrated the two types of energy into its body. That was why its branches and leaves were so colorful. However, this tree did not bear any fruits. This beautiful tree doesn't bear any fruits. Little Purple Soul sat on Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and looked at the tree with only leaves. She could not help but grumble. She thought there would be fruits. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. He raised his head and scratched the little girl's nose. He said, "When I first saw it, I thought the same as you. I thought it would not bear any fruits." "Well, in fact, there isn't any." Yin Nuoxing let out a light breath and turned his gaze to the strange tree. "This tree won't produce any fruits. The two completely repulsive energies have fused into the tree. It's already a miracle that it can maintain itself and stabilize the two energies. Well, it's just that it won't produce any fruits." He didn't think that the godly dark elite would hear what he was whispering to the little purple soul. The latter couldn't help but laugh. It was a very light laugh without any warmth. It was just like a sneer. Yin Nuoxing saw her sneer and blushed. He was a little embarrassed. He knew that the divine underworld expert did not believe him. After all, he was only a demigod. If the words were said by an emperor god expert, she would probably believe him. However, it did not matter whether she believed him or not. He could not be bothered to care. He scratched his cheek and did not say anything. Well, it seems like she doesn't know either. Yin Nuoxing grumbled in his heart. The divine underworld expert stared at the leaves above her. He did not know if she was waiting or what. The fruits did not appear by waiting. However, he was too lazy to remind her or say anything. Although he did not mind the sneer, it was fine if she did not believe him. Let's wait until she leaves to avoid any trouble. Yin Nuoxing sighed his heart and shook his head. He should be more careful when he was weak. They waited quietly for a long time. Little Purple Soul struggled a few times and wanted to jump down from his shoulder. However, there was a divine underworld expert here. Yin Nuoxing was cautious and did not let her go like he usually did. He held her in his arms and saw her puffing up her cheeks and punching his chest with her little fists. He could not help but laugh. He stretched out a finger to tease the little girl. Another half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In this half an hour, no one else stepped onto this platform. The sounds of fighting on the two small platforms also quieted down. It seemed like no one else could set foot on this place. He did not know how the ancient fairy siblings were doing. Based on their recovered state, they might be able to take 4 or 5 fruits. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Yin Nuoxing couldn't stand any longer. In this short period of time, less than an hour had passed, and the divine underworld expert was still standing there. His patience had also been worn down a little, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Why aren't you leaving yet?" He did not know if it was the effect of his grumbling, but the divine underworld expert suddenly sighed. He lowered his head and muttered, It seems like there's no hope this year. Yin Nuashing could not help but laugh when he heard this. So this divine underworld expert came every year just to wait for that strange tree to bear fruit? He had already said that this tree would not bear fruit. After the divine underworld expert sighed, he glanced at Yin Nuashing, who was still pretending to be stubborn. He frowned but did not say anything. He turned around and walked towards the dark side. It seemed like he had given up. Seeing that he was finally willing to leave, Yin Nuashing also heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the divine underworld expert and stared at the divine underworld expert until she disappeared into the forest. He waited for a few more minutes and even used his soul energy to scan the surroundings suspiciously. In these two forests, he only sensed the ancient fairy siblings. The divine underworld expert could no longer sense them. He then exhaled heavily and placed little purple soul on his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment. Big brother will make you something good to eat." Little purple soul had almost fallen asleep from waiting. When she heard that there was something good to eat, her eyes shone brightly. She quickly nodded her little head and asked, "What's good to eat? What's good to eat?" Yin Nuashing chuckled. He took out the arcane fruit and blazing sun fruit from his pendant and carefully looked around. When he made sure that there was no one else around, he lightly stepped on the ground and floated in front of a tree branch. He looked around and found a branch. He tied the arcane fruit and blazing sun fruit to the branch. He then plucked a red and pale leaf and placed it on top of the two fruits. After that, he lightly floated back a distance. Little purple soul's eyes widened in curiosity. The two fruits hung on the branch and were covered by a palm-sized leaf. The little girl scratched her head in confusion. She lowered her head and saw her brother's happy face. She could only grumble and pull his long hair back and forth. A moment later, the two fruits that were tied to the same branch slowly brightened. The leaf also emitted a bright light. Little purple soul quickly stared at it. When the leaf and the two fruits gradually brightened to a certain degree, they suddenly trembled and turned into a puddle of liquid. The three fruits then quickly merged together. The little girl could not help but cry out in surprise. "This tree won't bear any fruit. It only has one use." Yin Nuashing pointed at the rapidly merging light and said, "That is, fuse the two fruits together and turn them into a fruit that contains two types of energy." Well, this fusion is not just a simple fusion. The new fruit will have a medicinal effect that is 10 times stronger than the original two fruits combined. It will also have some additional uses. For example, the blazing sun fruit alone can be used to concoct a low-level ultimate-grade medicinal pill with a few thousand herbs. However, it is not the main ingredient. However, when the blazing sun fruit and the arcane fruit fuse into a fruit, the fruit can be used as the main ingredient in a high-level ultimate-grade medicinal pill. Although I don't really understand. Little purple soul scratched her long hair in distress. Then she smiled happily and said, "But my brother is so awesome." Of course. Yin Nuashing grinned proudly and raised his head with all his might. He stretched his neck and said, "I'm your brother." In his opinion, the existence of this strange tree in this place was also very powerful. Although the yin-yang world was a large yin-yang world, it was not surprising that it would form such a place to nurture heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, it was really incredible that there was such a forest and such a strange tree in such a small and calm area. According to his thinking, since such a strange tree could be nurtured, then logically speaking, the fire of the sun and the fire of the sun should also appear in the Shao Yin and Shao Yang. However, they did not. These two divine flames were not in this yin-yang world, but this strange tree appeared, which made Yin Nuashing have to say that it was a little interesting. When the ball of light dissipated, a pale and crimson fruit was hanging on the branch. Its colors seemed to be flowing. Compared to the previous two fruits, it was smaller, only the size of a fist. However, the energy contained in it had been raised by several levels, or even dozens of levels. Wow! Hearing little purple soul's cheers, Yin Nuashing smiled. He moved closer and plucked the fruit. During the process, he could feel that his energy had decreased by 1/10. He was shocked. He didn't expect to need so much energy to pluck the fruit again. Well, I still have energy talismans. Let's make a few more. Yin Nuashing touched his forehead and nodded. He placed the fruit in little purple soul's hand. Hearing the little girl's laughter, he grinned again. He quickly took out the other fruits and tied them to the nearby branches. He also plucked a few leaves and placed them on the other two fruits. Light appeared again and again. The brightest light was as bright as the sun. Yin Nuashing squinted his eyes. He picked the biggest sun flame fruit and darkening fruit and hung them on a branch. It seemed that the new fruit had something to do with the ripeness of the original two fruits. When the light dissipated, Yin Nuashing quickly moved closer and plucked the fruits one by one. The energy in his body was depleting rapidly. When it reached its limit, he quickly blew up the energy talismans engraved in his soul to replenish the energy that was almost depleted. Those energy talismans were made when he was in the second seal of the magic rank. They were just enough to replenish his energy. However, he was now a demigod. His energy carrier had undergone a drastic change due to the changes in the elements. One energy talisman was no longer of much use. 20 energy talismans, and I've only replenished 1/3 of my energy. Looks like I have to remake them. Yin Nuashing muttered and sighed helplessly. The talismans that he made in the past were useless now. When he finished plucking all the fruits, he was still holding a small one in his hand, intending to taste it himself. However, he suddenly shuddered. When he turned around, he saw that there was an extra person under the tree. That person's eyes were filled with unconcealable emotions as they stared at him. There was astonishment, confusion, and a bit of joy. Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned. This person was the divine underworld elite who had just left. He didn't know when she came back. He was so focused on plucking the fruits that he forgot to take precautions. He didn't notice that she had come back. Now, it seemed like she had seen everything. Little Purple Soul also cried out in surprise. Holding the half-eaten fruit in his hand, he was as stunned as Yin Nuashing. He didn't know what to do. Moreover, Yin Nuashing was even more shocked. He sensed that the divine underworld elite's aura had changed. In his senses, the woman was no longer a divine underworld elite. Instead, she had jumped straight to the level of the emperor of the underworld. There seemed to be some fluctuations in her aura, rising and falling like the tide. When it was at its lowest, it was only at the level of a heavenly god. However, when it reached its peak, it was beyond what he could see. In other words, she had reached the level of an emperor of the gods. Oh, F***CK. I've never seen such a strange situation in my life. Yin Nuashing also widened his eyes in shock. He had never seen anyone's aura fluctuate to such an extent. Due to certain physical factors, he had seen people's aura fluctuate within a realm. However, the extent of fluctuation of this woman's aura had crossed 4 realms. What kind of situation was this? How could her body withstand such turbulent energy? It was probably made of 12th level godly materials, right? Even his godly body couldn't withstand this strange energy fluctuation. At this moment, Yin Nuashing quickly calmed down. He was a little stunned when he saw her looking at him with such a fluctuating state of mind. However, when he saw that she was indifferent and only stared at him with Mei Mao, the 2-colored fruit in his hand, he was also a little confused. After thinking for a while, he quickly turned to the side and took out the 2 fruits in front of her. Then, he repeated what he had just done. He plucked the fruit again and looked at her. The strange woman's expression froze. She looked at the forest on both sides thoughtfully. Finally, she looked at Yin Nuashing questioningly and tilted her head. 2 fruits and 1 leaf. You can get what you want by hanging them on the same branch. Yin Nuashing said with a kind smile as he waved the 2-colored fruit in his hand. After saying that, he landed on the ground. While the woman was still in a daze, he quietly retreated. Just as he was about to retreat into the forest on the sunny side, the woman finally came back to her senses. Her tall and slender body suddenly straightened. She turned to Yin Nuashing and bowed deeply. "Thank you." Yin Nuashing was stunned. When he saw the faint smile on the woman's beautiful face, he also smiled back. He waved his hand and turned to walk into the forest. Sensing that the strange woman seemed to be busy, Yin Nuoxing wasn't in a hurry to leave. He took out a two-colored fruit and took a leisurely bite. Then, he plucked some leaves from the flaming sun tree. Although these leaves couldn't fuse the two fruits like the strange tree, they had a miraculous effect when used to make tea. Just like the soul crystals from the soul crystal tree, the leaves from trees that contain spirituality and powerful energy mostly had the same effect. However, it was a bit of a waste to use the leaves of the glorious tree to make tea. Yin Nuoxing recovered a bit after collecting a lot of things along the way. He plucked a few more flaming sun fruits. After thinking about it, he felt that his OCD was acting up. He ran to the profound Een tree and plucked the same number of profound Een fruits before running back. When he finished his work and arrived at the entrance of the flaming sun forest, Fairy Gu and Gu Chun had already been waiting there for a while. Brother Yun. Seeing Yin Nuoxing come out, Gu Chun excitedly jumped up from the ground and cupped his hands. Fairy Gu also cupped her hands with a smile. You didn't go to the profound Een tree? Yin Nuoxing was surprised to see that Fairy Gu was also here. Profound Een tree? Is it the opposite side? Fairy Gu was surprised. Yin Nuoxing nodded and pointed inside. The two places are connected. I thought you... Oh, since you also came up from here, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find the flaming sun fruits. Hearing this, the siblings both laughed bitterly. Gu Xianling stroked the black hair in front of her forehead and said, I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to go over, but you're right. Because of my cultivation, I do need this flaming sun fruit. This is the first time I've seen how hard it is to pluck fruits. Gu Chen also smiled bitterly. The two of us only plucked 5, and we're already exhausted. It'll probably take a long time to recover before we can pluck them again. But there's not much time left. Brother Yin, how's your harvest? I plucked a dozen. Yin Nuoxing said casually. This number didn't include the profound Een fruit, the ones that were used, and the ones that were eaten by little Z. So, he should have plucked about 30 of each. Fairy Gu and Gu Chun were speechless. This guy was indeed abnormal and different from ordinary people. They could tell that this guy was a little powerful from the fact that he could kill the Guardian in seconds. But they didn't expect him to be this powerful. We're going out. Brother Yin, what's your plan? Gu Chen asked. Yin Nuoxing's eyes suddenly turned blue. He looked into the distance, but he couldn't see where Xian and the others were cultivating. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and said, I have nothing to do. My friends are cultivating in the yin-yang world and looking for something to do. I'll send you out. Okay. I don't know if the people of the Lingyun battle court have left. It's more or less dangerous for us in our current state. We'll have to trouble Brother Yin. Gu Chun cupped his hands. Fairy Gu nodded and thanked him. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand. Anyway, I have nothing to do. He waved his hand and wrapped the two in a bubble. Yin Nuoxing tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew into the air. He turned into a stream of light and flew out of the yin-yang world. He used a little light element and was not afraid of being discovered by the two. There are other places in the yin-yang world. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and said. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yin. But we didn't come out for a long time. We just came to the yin-yang world to take a look. Besides, there's also the matter of the Lingyun battle court. We have to go back and report it. In the past, they wouldn't attack us, people with low realms. We have to go back and tell them to be on guard. Yin Nuoxing nodded and didn't ask them to stay. He asked again, Did you see any fun places? The brother and sister smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Yin Nuoxing could only spread his hands helplessly. It seemed that he had to find a way to pass the time himself. He rushed all the way to the nearest exit with the two. 10 minutes later, he came out of the yin-yang world. He looked around and rushed in the direction of the Water Cloud City. There is a portal in the Water Cloud City. Is it okay to leave you there? There will be no problem once we enter the city. There are many guards in the Water Cloud City. They won't dare to mess around in the city. Gu Chen responded loudly. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sped up again. If Gu Xianling and Gu Xianling were paying attention, they would be able to see bits of brilliant golden light flashing across the space. However, They seemed to be whispering about something and did not notice this. Not long after, they returned to Water Cloud City. They even deliberately stopped at the teleportation gate area and released the siblings from the water bubble. Brother Yin, thank you so much for this time. If you have time in the future, please come to the Azure Emperor City to play. Gu Chun and the fairy cupped their fists at Yin Nuoxing and laughed softly. Eh? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. You are from the Azure Emperor City. Gu Chun grinned. Azure Emperor City. You will know who we are when you come. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and said with a strange expression, Oh, I really have to go to the Azure Emperor City after some time. When they are done with their cultivation, I will leave for the Azure Emperor City. I am very interested in the Immortal King Valley. Brother Yin is coming too? The fairy covered her mouth and laughed. When you come, we will entertain you. There are many people who are coveting the Immortal King Valley. Then we will meet again after some time. We will return to the Azure Emperor City directly. The two of them did not hesitate after Gu Chen's words sounded. They waved their hands and turned around in a free and easy manner, after which they rushed toward an enormous teleportation door. After waving the things in their hands at the guards, they entered the silver-blue light curtain and disappeared. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head. Below the platform of the teleportation gate, there was a 3-meter-tall signboard with the words Thousand Flows City written on it. Looking at the 3 words, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He calmly opened the treasure map and found some new markings. He had already marked the cities that should be in this era on the treasure map. After that, he found the Thousand Flows City at the top right corner of the Kuan Origin region. It was about a few 100 million miles away from the Azure Emperor City. Glancing at the teleportation gate, he discovered that the Azure Emperor City was right beside the Thousand Flows City. Those two seemed to have entered the wrong gate. Those two fellows should be fine, right? Calmly keeping the treasure map, Yin Nuoxing stared at the sky and sighed. In the faraway Thousand Flows City, Gu Chun and the fairy came out of the teleportation gate. Seeing the unfamiliar scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Gu Chun, sister, did we enter the wrong gate? The fairy nodded in a daze. There is no gate to return home in the Thousand Flows City. Then should we run back and take another turn? The fairy glanced at him. That would make him laugh to death. Who told you to act cool and handsome? You still want to turn back after acting cool? Gu Chun raised his head and looked at the sky. His mood complicated. Why don't we have a cup of tea before we leave? The fairy sighed and nodded. Chapter 950. In Shuiyun City, Yin Nuoxing and Little Purple Soul wandered aimlessly on the streets. They looked at the crowd on the street, and the crowd looked at them with interest. They could not help but praise them in their hearts. What a beautiful little girl. Yin Nuoxing could feel their thoughts through her eyes. Yin Nuoxing could not help but sigh. However, since no one came forward to disturb them, he could not be bothered to make a fuss about it. The streets were as lively as ever. The hawking words of the stalls were more or less the same. He had heard similar words more than once in other places. The shops on the street were similar as well. Occasionally, he would find something that was similar to the city's specialty, but it was rare to see it. When they passed by some small schools or rich families, they could hear childish shouts through the walls. There were faint collisions of energy, and there were also slightly more mature voices. However, they were all young teenagers. They were the younger generation of the current generation. The gap between the generations was quite large. Yin Nuoxing estimated that when Xian and the others had all become ultimate gods or divine kings, the newborn children would be the next generation. There was still a long way to go before that day. Shuiyun City was a large city. Yin Nuoxing and Little Purple Soul wandered around for a long time, but they had only explored a small area. They ate, drank, and played on the streets with the little girl. It was quite relaxing. However, there were fewer rowdy voices around them. Originally, this was the responsibility of Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Chu Yingzhan. The sudden absence of a large group of noisy people made Yin Nuoxing feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps they were used to it. Brother, is it okay for us to come out and play like this? Sister Xian and the others are still cultivating. Little Purple Soul held the candied hawthorn in her right hand and held Yin Nuoxing's hand with her left. She blinked her big gem-like eyes and said, "Yes, no problem." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. A strand of the divine pattern tree has extended to their bodies. I can sense their condition here at all times. Everything is fine. They have already completed the transformation of their bodies, which is much faster than I expected. Right now, they're using the divine pattern tree and the mysterious world to refine the divine level Xian techniques that they learned a while ago. This might take some time, as divine level Xian techniques are not that easy to cultivate. Moreover, Xian, Ming, Bing Air, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare have all chosen divine level Xian techniques based on their senses. Those 5 will be a little difficult, but they are not in a hurry to cultivate. Will they be very powerful if they learn it? Little Purple Soul asked curiously. Of course, Xian techniques and Xian techniques directly determine a person's strength in the same realm. Xian and the others are cultivating the best Xian techniques in this world, which originated from the ancient age when the laws were perfected. Compared to people of the same generation in this era, they're much more advanced. Yin Nuoxing squatted down and rubbed her cheeks with a smile. Little Purple Soul mumbled for a while, then rolled her eyes and pinched her brother's nose with her free hand. She giggled, although the little girl didn't quite understand what her brother meant. In her heart, her brother was always the most powerful. She didn't care about anything else, and she didn't care about what Yin Nuoxing said. She just knew that he was very powerful. The brother and sister wandered around the city for a while. Yin Nuoxing took the time to open the treasure map and looked at it. There were 2 pillars of creation in the wilderness, which was quite a distance away from Watercloud City. However, with his speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to go back and forth in 2 days. He planned to solve them first. There was no point in waiting. However, he wasn't in a serious state of cultivation right now, so his cultivation speed was only comparable to an ordinary person's. If he used a large amount of energy, his cultivation speed might be even slower. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to slow down his cultivation speed. Thinking of this, he nodded. He bent down and hugged Little Purple Soul into his arms, placing her on his shoulder. Then, with a flash of his body, a magical formation appeared, and he disappeared from the street in an instant, giving the innocent bystanders a fright. Little Purple Soul appeared in midair in a flash. She raised her hand excitedly and hugged Yin Nuoxing's head tightly with her other hand. She asked excitedly, Brother, where are we going?" "We're going to solve some difficult diseases that have been accumulating over the years." Yin Nuoxing patted her dangling feet and said, "Hold on tight." Then 6 wings shot out from his back and expanded to 10 feet in size. His whole body was filled with a brilliant golden light, dyeing him like a small sun. He could even vaguely hear Little Purple Soul's excited and tender cries. In an instant, the 2 of them turned into extremely brilliant rays of light, shooting across the sky at an unobservable speed. With Yin Nuoxing's current strength, his speed could already exceed the speed of light and could even reach several times that. If he was used against an enemy, he might die before the enemy could even react. However, it was very rare for a wielder of the light element to unleash such extreme speed when facing an enemy. There was no other reason other than that the wielder of the light element might not be able to see the enemy's movements clearly at that speed. Even if the wielder of the light element used it for a sneak attack or assassination, they would only use the speed of light with the thought of putting all their eggs in one basket. At such a speed, no matter how strong one's battle instincts were, it would be impossible to dodge. It was only because the light element was too powerful that it was arbitrated by the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would there be so few wielder of the light element in this world? In the yin-yang sky, Yin Nuoxing could sense that everyone was in good condition with the help of the divine pattern tree. He could also sense that there were some abnormalities here, but there were no negative effects, so he ignored them and did not look carefully at what was happening here. At this time, at the top of the yin-yang sky, 8 barriers covered the sky and the sun, completely isolating this place from the outside world, as if it had formed a world of its own. However, The energy from the outside world was gathering inside like a huge whirlpool. Inside the energy barriers, the energy was so dense that it condensed into water droplets. There were even some crystals in the denser places. When they fell to the ground, they jingled like pearls falling on a jade plate. The divine pattern tree took root in the ground and stood still, releasing a violent suction force like a black hole, constantly sucking in the energy from the outside world. In front of the divine pattern tree, there were many auras, some with fairy auras, some with wild auras, and some with monstrous demonic auras. There were even vast phenomena, such as moonlight soaring into the sky and holy angels descending. These phenomena were only embryonic forms, but they had already produced extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, rapidly consuming the energy of this world. Cultivating this kind of mysterious technique seemed to consume a lot of energy. Even the energy condensed in this world could only be maintained to the minimum level to prevent the 9 people from interrupting their cultivation. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivation environment would allow them to cultivate once they reached the great success stage. Dozens of imprints appeared on Yuan Shi's body, like the starry sky and the sun. There were also many figures. It was as if all the gods and demons had descended together and turned into one body, encircling him. He was like a god overlooking the world. His extremely fierce aura was like a wild hurricane that had been condensed for countless years. At this moment, it was released, causing the space to constantly tremble. Even though the space here was stable, it showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the divine body of the Yuan family really had a great majesty. It looked disdainfully and looked down on the world. It was as if it had broken away from the category of the human race and become a god, or an ancient god. Xian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her fairy chi filled the air, making her look as ethereal as a banished immortal. Her pretty face glowed with red light, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her temperament was close to that of a fairy, and those who looked at her could not help but want to kneel before her. The majestic fairy chi came from her soul, and she was constantly changing herself, making her body evolve toward perfection. The fairy chi made the surrounding ground glow with vitality, and the air was filled with an aura that made people feel full of vitality. She had directly influenced and changed the terrain of this place, and for a long time, she could even make things like fairies grow in this place. The incomplete 5 elements body, even without the origin, had reached the level of small success. The people sitting beside her even faintly felt that the 5 elements were somewhat unstable and out of control. She was only at the small success level, and she was already so powerful. When the origin was restored, perhaps she could really move the 5 elements in the world with a single thought. Ming's silver-white hair danced wildly, and a brilliant golden light shone through her eyelids into the space. It was like beams of divine light that were tens of thousands of feet long. It was very hot. Her holy and beautiful face was filled with determination. She was originally a human, but she had been promoted to an angel, the representative of the most holy of gods. Her holiness was even purer than yin nuashing. She was the light, and at this moment, she was as brilliant as the sun. A huge golden halo appeared behind her, and in the void, there seemed to be hymns playing continuously. It had penetrated the obstruction of time and descended here. It was incomparably holy and peaceful. Her elements had been replaced with more powerful holy flames, and she was filled with the will to fight. This was a change she had made after the incident in the 5 elements realm. After many transformations, she seemed to be very complete, and the soaring will to fight made the heavens and the earth pale in comparison. Beside Nightmare, endless devil chi surged violently, surging into the sky like an upside-down waterfall. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled beside him, as if there were ghosts and gods howling, demons roaring, and gods weeping blood. The scene was very shocking, as if all the darkness in the world was gathering here for his use. He wanted to devour the entire world, and even the light here became quite dim. The devil chi on his body became even more turbulent. He was the only one whose devil chi did not transform into divine essence. Instead, it was replaced by an even more powerful demonic aura. This devil chi was not inferior to the orthodox devil chi of the Devil Clan. At this moment, it was extremely sharp and contained a different flavor in the devil chi, as if he was a demon god. They were all outstanding people. Whether it was Xian, Yuan Shi, or the others, they were all supreme existences among the younger generation. They had the potential and the strength. However, Yin Nuoxing had always been in front of them. Even if he did not release his light, most of their light was obscured, and they did not have the opportunity to shine. Moreover, they also knew that the path they had chosen should not be limited to this. The so-called genius of the younger generation, the supreme of the younger generation, were too insignificant. They had decided to follow him many years ago. Now that they knew his mysteriousness, his past, the challenges he faced, and everything he carried, if they wanted to follow behind that idiot, they had to look at more than their current achievements. To him, this was not the starting point. This was just revisiting his starting point, which was high up in the clouds. If they wanted to follow him, they could only grit their teeth and work hard. Once they had made a decision, they would not hesitate no matter how difficult or dangerous it was. Compared to a goal, Yin Nuoxing was more like a ray of light in everyone's hearts. It was reflected in their souls and hearts, constantly spurring them on. In a short 3 to 4 days of cultivation, Little Moon and Yuer, who had just advanced to the demigod level, showed signs of wavering again. It seemed that they would be able to advance to the beginner god level soon. After Yin Nuoxing's transformation, their talents would not be weak. Moreover, the influence of the god's runes on them had not ended. They would be able to rush to the beginner god level in a short period of time. The initial god realm was a hurdle, an extremely difficult hurdle. It was one of the most difficult hurdles in a person's life. It would block the path of countless geniuses. What heaven's proud sons of heaven, the child of heaven, the child of the world. There were many who were blocked at this hurdle. Once they were blocked, there would be no heaven's proud sons of heaven to speak of. The second hurdle was the beginner god level. However, this first hurdle had Yin Nuoxing, so to everyone, it was not as difficult as it was for others. Even the second hurdle might be much easier as long as that day came. These were two extremely large watersheds. Geniuses who had been blessed by the heavens might not be able to cross over if they exploded too quickly. Those who rose to the top later could also cross over. There were many people who were late bloomers. Their journey to the beginner god level might be smooth all the way. This step was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It was the biggest nirvana rebirth in a cultivator's life. This was also the reason why godly experts were high up and could look down on others. Of course, Yin Nuoxing was not in this category. Other than that, even if one was at the peak of the demigod level, even if there was only 1,000th of a foot that had not crossed over, they were still inferior and were not on the same level. At the level of Xian and the others, the advancement of small realms was no longer important. The first reason was because of the seal. The second reason was that in the beginner god level, many methods to increase one's strength were open to them, such as the transformation of elements and willpower, the direction of the use of the spirit, and in addition to major in strength, there were many times when they could minor in other areas. These were all changes brought about by the first reason. Any beginner god expert who had some plans for the future would focus on the problem of combat power, how to achieve perfection in this realm, how to become the strongest so that they could become invincible among the younger generation. This was the most important thing. Everyone would be under the seal. The advancement of realms required time and effort. This was something that would not be considered unless there was a special method. Yin Nuoxing could continuously remove the seal on them, but she did not remove it all at once. Instead, she let them train themselves. This was also the reason that although their realms had increased, there was still room for improvement in their combat power. As a result, their realms were not perfect, and there would inevitably be gaps in their realms in the future. Not far away, Bing Er looked up to the sky and shouted. Her blue-golden hair swayed, and thousands of ice crystals appeared in the air. Then they gradually solidified. Even the violent energy whirlwind was frozen in the ice crystals. Then it gradually expanded. The cold aura caused the temperature of the area to drop again and again. The cold power that she had mastered was already able to freeze the space. Rumble. The sudden rumble of thunder shocked everyone. They quickly opened their eyes and saw Qin Yin rushing up to the sky. The surrounding array continued to expand until it covered the entire sky. Qin Yin rushed up to the sky to fight against the heavenly tribulation. Her cultivation seemed to have crossed a small threshold. Everyone was not surprised that a heavenly tribulation would appear for a mystic technique of this level. However, the heavenly tribulation made everyone a little shocked. Ordinary lightning tribulation superimposed on elemental tribulation, flame riot, earth splashing, void disturbance is that chaos element or darkness element. The appearance of darkness element or chaos element made everyone's expression change slightly. They couldn't help but focus their attention on it. They were prepared to suppress their cultivation and save someone. There was no other way. The shock and fear that this kind of power brought to them was deeply imprinted in their hearts. How could they not be surprised when they saw the heaven and earth law projecting darkness element or chaos element? Fortunately, Qin Yin had withstood the tribulation. She was tossed back and forth by several types of heavenly tribulations in the sky, and it was only after a while that she landed in a sorry state. Her body was covered in a strange aura, and she hurriedly entered a state of cultivation to heal her injuries. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was fine. The crystallized yang essence and yin essence gave the energy they cultivated a wonderful aura. When they operated it, it had a very wonderful effect in their bodies, which surprised them quite a bit. Moreover, after it was integrated into their souls, it made their souls more transparent and pure. When they breathed out, there was mysterious yang qi and mysterious yin qi, which was much more powerful than the blazing yang qi of the Emperor of War of Kunyuan that day. In these 3 or 4 days, a lot of things happened in the yin-yang world, such as the opening of some trial grounds. As people continued to pass through them, they were discovered. Those trial grounds, similar to the platform where Yin Nuoxing and the others were on, had many opportunities waiting for them to discover. Among them, the positions of Shao Yin and Shao Yin had always been coveted by people. There were the densest yin and yang energy there, but the danger was also one of the highest. Many people had special means to go deep into the energy tide, but before they could get close to the position of the 2 eyes, the energy barrier kept collapsing as if it was burning. The energy there was already unimaginably powerful. Except for those 2 places, many people went deep into the other places of the energy tide and took the risk to temper themselves. While Xian and the others were concentrating on their cultivation, they suddenly heard the roar of a divine weapon coming from outside, causing the 2 kinds of energy in heaven and earth to surge and become extremely violent. With a wail, a loud sound of metal breaking spread throughout the yin-yang world. A huge amount of energy exploded in the sky, which shocked them all. A divine weapon has exploded. Nightmare's expression was solemn. They were all awakened by the explosion of energy. Could it be that someone wants to go deep into the position of the eye with a divine weapon? Everyone pondered and was a little curious, but Yin Nuoxing was not here at this time. It would be very dangerous to leave the energy barrier, so they could only suppress their curiosity and continue to cultivate. Boom! Another day or 2 passed, and this time, an even more intense explosion resounded through the clouds. The energy was even stronger and even more vast, but no one was startled awake. They had all entered a rather miraculous state that could greatly increase the speed of their cultivation of divine-grade profound arts. Only Hong Ming, who was pondering over divine power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ming Ming woke up from his stupor. Turning his head, he saw dazzling energy fireworks exploding behind the many dazzling barriers. However, they were still some distance away from them. However, compared to the previous explosion, the commotion was much greater and closer. Through the barrier, the outside world could not see the situation inside, but the inside could see the situation outside. There seemed to be many people holding weapons and staggering in the energy tide, constantly approaching. This place was close to Xiaoyang, but it was still some distance away. However, the momentum of that group of people did not seem to be heading towards Xiaoyang. Chapter 9:51. Ming did not pay attention to the changes in the outside world for too long. Soon, she retracted her attention from the outside world and looked at the others who were cultivating well. After a while, she nodded. There was an indestructible mark between her and Yin Nuoxing. She could sense that he was not by her side at this time. He had gone to a place far away, speeding across the sky at the speed of light. Since he was not around, she volunteered to look after everyone. Cultivating was not completely immersed in it. Holy Spirit divine technique, Ming murmured. Yin Nuoxing knew what level of mystical technique they had chosen, but he did not know what they had chosen. Naturally, he did not know that Ming would choose the most difficult divine technique to cultivate, and it was a divine technique of this level. However, he had reminded them in advance, so naturally, he would not dissuade them. Cultivating with difficulty would naturally give them benefits equivalent to the difficulty. They said that they could overcome this difficulty, so Yin Nuoxing naturally believed them and allowed them to make their own choices. He only needed to support them from behind. What is the power of the heart? It doesn't seem like the power of will. What is the heart's soul statue? The power of the world? Is not the power of the origin of the world, nor is it the power of the origin. There is also the power of the primordial realm. At this time, Ming was very conflicted. She had learned some divine techniques that were not at her level in advance. Just by deciphering the information, she could not understand most of it. There was a lot of information contained in it. Some of it could only be accessed by high-level gods, and some of it could only be accessed by those who had reached the level of God. She could only choose to cultivate the parts that she knew, but even so, she had benefited a lot. Leaving aside the parts that could only be understood by gods, those were already taboos. Gods who had not reached the level of God were not allowed to pry into them. She also did not dare to cultivate those casually, as it might lead to death. That was the domain of gods. Ordinary people, even high-level gods, could only retreat. With a stomach full of questions, Ming gradually calmed her mind and entered a deep state of cultivation again. The place became quiet again. At this time, in Enyang sky, groups of people were sweeping across the land like a carpet search, leaving behind a mess wherever they passed. This was not a safe area, not an area sealed by energy, but a large area of energy tides. Many people in Enyang sky gathered in the area of energy tides at this time, digging 3 feet into the ground, climbing over mountains and ridges, and even uprooting whole forests in the forest, revealing bare land as if they were looking for something, and they were looking for something in groups, making this area a mess. How is it? Did you find it? A group of divine princes gathered from all directions. They looked at each other and said, I haven't seen them. The latest news says that they are heading north. We are already so deep into the energy tide. If we stay any longer, the burden on the energy barrier will be too great. I'm afraid that it won't be able to hold on. One of them shook his head and said, Damn it, could it be that he ran over to the moon? Big brother, what is that thing? The gloomy divine master frowned and glared at him fiercely. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We just need to search. The young supreme master of this generation is looking for that thing. If he finds it, he will be rewarded. It's a saint-grade mystic technique. Their eyes flickered slightly. A saint-grade mystic technique was something that only big forces could have. If they could get one, how many years would they have to work less? Boom! There was a violent energy explosion in the distance, causing everyone to turn around and see a vast amount of energy surging at the end of their line of sight. The ultimate God expert's expression changed. The energy from a mid-grade divine artifact is over there. Chase! The few of them bellowed. With the word saint rank profound art, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their flying speed increased by a large amount. In a flash, They disappeared from their original location and appeared in the sky a few thousand meters away. As they left, the small hill that was filled with desolation also became calm. There was still very wild and violent energy surging in the distance, but did not affect this place. After this calm continued for a few minutes, the huge trees that were stacked together on the ground suddenly wriggled gently. Soon after, a round white ball was forcefully squeezed out from the pile of remains of the huge trees, and there seemed to be a poochie sound. That round white ball had 2 big cat ears. Its 4 little legs were so short that only the soles of its feet could be seen. At the front of its cat ears, there were 2 small eyes that were only the size of a little thumb. The sclera of its eyes was very small, and its eyeballs were rolling around. It was very intelligent. Below its eyes was a small mouth. There was also a tail that was much longer than its body. It looked like a cat's tail, but at the tip of its tail, there was a flower that seemed to be connected together. This round little creature looked like a flat ball. Excluding its tail, it was a little shorter than a foot. Its fur was dirty because it had been hiding in the wreckage for a long time. At this moment, this round white ball was standing on the pile of remains of the huge trees. Seeing those people go far away, it shook its body in a human-like manner and let out a sigh of relief. However, when it thought of its sorry appearance when it was chased to the heavens and the earth, its 2 cat ears drooped down. The fur around its ears also drooped down. It was a little listless, and the tail behind it also drooped down powerlessly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a loud sound of wind breaking came from the horizon. It startled this little creature so much that its fur stood up. Its ears and tail were also raised to the sky. Its 2 little eyes looked nervously in the direction of the sound of wind breaking. Then, as if it was frightened, it let out a mournful cry. Its 4 little feet hurriedly stepped on the huge tree, and like a white cannonball, it quickly shot into the distance. Found it! That round white thing. Inform the first-generation Spirit Emperor. It's in this direction. Following the sound of wind breaking, a large group of people appeared. There were about 60 to 70 of them. Each and every one of them had a majestic aura, and they held astonishing weapons in their hands. When they saw that little white creature, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes shone, and they completely treated it as a moving saint-rank profound technique. They shouted the slogan of ghosts and monsters and rushed down. The weapons in their hands were wildly bombarding the ground below without any hesitation. Wherever that white light went, the heaven and earth would overturn. Some people did not hesitate to suffer the backlash of the energy of this heaven and earth, and still wanted to use their powerful divine tools in order to keep that white small beast. They almost flipped the earth over from the bombardment. In a distant place, there was an ocean-like lake, mountain range, and grassland. This place was as tranquil as a fairyland. A black metal pillar was erected above the sea, and it reached straight to the horizon. Countless brilliant and mysterious golden runes covered this black pillar. Following a light sound from the runes, the pillar suddenly brightened and dimmed in an instant. It also announced that they had achieved their goal this time. Phew, it's done, it's done. Now we are only missing the 2 from Overturned Sea City and Azure Emperor City. Yin Nuashing heaved a long sigh of relief. His figure swayed, and he directly rushed to the grassland. He sat down and conveniently lay down. Little Purple Soul nimbly jumped away from his shoulder. After he lay down, Little Purple Soul crawled to his side and poked his face with its little finger. Without the divine imprints of the divine body, Yin Nuashing only felt that he had used too much energy recently. Even if he recovered, he still felt a little tired. It was more accurate to say that he was tired because he had recovered too many times. The fatigue came from his soul and spirit. If he had the divine imprints, this degree of exhaustion would not make him feel tired. The soft grassland, the sky was not glaring, and the wind in the distance was slightly cool. It made him feel very comfortable. Tiredness rushed to his head in an instant. Looking at this scenery, it was better to sleep for a while. This pillar is so far away. Little Purple Soul poked Yin Nuashing's face for a while before turning around and sitting down. She lifted her head and opened her little mouth to look at the huge black pillar that was filled with golden runes. The two pillars of creation that were originally located in the wilderness had already been fixed up by Yin Nuashing. After thinking for a while, he felt that there was still some time left. Thus, he decided to search for the pillars of creation in his memory to see if he could find the pillar of creation that he had forgotten. In the end, he spent more than 2 days of effort, traversing through numerous cities and walking through more than 10 pillars of creation. Finally, he was lucky enough to stumble into this place and found the correct pillar of creation. If it was really as he expected, there were only 9 pillars that were connected to this grand protective formation. That meant that there were only 2 pillars left. They were located in the Covered Sea City and the Azure Emperor City. Little Purple Soul sat for a while before getting up restlessly. She stretched out her little finger to tease Yin Nuashing while giggling uncontrollably. "Stop fooling around." Yin Nuashing wrinkled his nose and closed his eyes to remove that naughty little finger. He then turned around and hugged Little Purple Soul into his arms. He rubbed his face against her soft little face and hugged her like a pillow. He said drowsily, "I'll just rest for a while. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Little Purple Soul smiled bitterly. She couldn't break free from her brother's embrace. Moreover, he had closed his eyes. It was useless to act cute and pitiful now. Her little stomach growled. However, when she saw that Yin Nuashing seemed to be very tired, Little Purple Soul didn't fool around anymore. After thinking for a while, she decided to close her eyes and sleep. The brother and sister lay together peacefully, snoring softly. There was no sound of wind around them. The place where the pillar of creation was located was absolutely safe. They didn't have to worry about anything. After a long time, the sun outside started to doze off and the sky started to turn yellow. They hugged each other and slept for half a day. This situation continued for a while. When the sky gradually darkened, Yin Nuashing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the star pearl between his eyebrows, a mark exploded with light. His eyes lit up and he sat up. Little Purple Soul suddenly felt her body lift up. She instinctively hugged Yin Nuashing's arm tightly and wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth on his sleeve. She quickly opened her eyes and asked, "Brother? Brother? Brother? What's wrong?" Seeing the saliva stain on his sleeve, Yin Nuashing's face darkened. He hurriedly took out a towel to wipe it, then wiped the corner of Little Purple Soul's mouth clean. Only then did he say in a low voice, "My spirit barrier is under attack." Little Purple Soul exclaimed. Then Sister Xian and the others. Yin Nuashing shook his head with a strange look. "It doesn't look like it was attacked. There was no follow-up attack feedback to me. Could be a test? I think it was more like a stray bullet that brushed past the edge of the barrier. It was not a direct impact. Something seems to have happened in the Yin-Yang world, and it's going to affect that area. It's strange. It's difficult for even high-level gods to enter the place where the energy tide is. There aren't any high-level gods who win in this time, right?" Yin Nuashing scratched his head. Other than that strange woman he had seen on the platform at the top of the mountain, there was no one else. Could it be that there had been a change in the energy tide? However, as he thought of Gu Xianling and the other person, he suddenly understood. Some forces had explored the Yin-Yang world many times. Naturally, they had some unique ways to go deep into the energy tide at the lowest cost. The siblings were an example. They just went deep and could not do anything with the energy there. Naturally, they could not use it to refine their bodies. So he was very curious that someone had broken into that place. Let's go back first. We've rested for a while. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Nuashing sighed. He stood up and stretched. Then he picked up Little Purple Soul, who was looking up at him and wanted to hug him, and put him on his shoulder. Then he tapped the ground with his feet and jumped backward. After a while, he touched the edge of the entrance and left the place. Quickly skimming into the sky, Yin Nuashing opened the treasure map and checked the direction. After a moment, he turned around. The light elements surged to the limit, and the power of space also surged. Then with a boom, a gap was blasted open in space. He rushed straight in, intending to use the speed of light to fly through the void quickly. The distance would be shortened a lot. Xian, girl, Bing air, answer me. Yin Nuashing found the soul seeds of these people in his mind. He tried to call them, but he did not hear any sound. He could only feel that they were still in good condition. He could not help but smack his lips. TSK. Have they entered a deep state of cultivation? No wonder. With that array, it's easy to enter a deep state of cultivation. Is there anyone still alive? If you're still alive, say something. He did not give up and shouted again. In the end, no one answered. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. Behind him, six wings shot out, and his speed increased several times. Now, he could only hurry back. However, the distance was a little far. Even if he hurried in the void with the help of the space array and the superluminal speed, it would take a long time to return. He had gone too far this time. I hope they're all right. Yin Nuo Planet once said, life doesn't go as you wish. Every day, there will be misfortunes. Yin Nuo Planet once said, misfortunes happen every day. At this moment, no one knew whether someone's luck had reached its limit or if 1/10 of Yin Nuo Planet's luck had slightly fluctuated. The movement caused was like a shiver in the immortal realm. As a result, the immortal realm started to rumble and tremble. At the same time, all the volcanoes erupted. It was estimated that most people's lives would come to an end, although they were not that unlucky. For Yin Nuashing, who hated trouble, this degree was about the same. In the yin-yang world, the divine pattern tree inside the barrier was crazily devouring the energy of heaven and earth. The devouring power was so strong that the space outside was slightly distorted. It needed a large amount of energy to maintain the energy concentration in the barrier. Originally, it could maintain this balance very quietly, and the outside world would not have much movement. Until a certain moment when the 7 gods and 2 demigods were cultivating mystic techniques above the divine grade, they entered a critical period at the same time. The demand for energy increased exponentially, and the energy concentration in this world began to decrease. The energy crystals piled up on the ground melted, and the energy mist in the space became thinner. The divine pattern tree sensed the decrease in energy concentration, so it began to devour the energy from the outside world fiercely, and it was almost in a state where the supply could not meet the demand. The movement of 9 mystic techniques above the divine grade operating at the same time was too terrifying. Even though Xian and the others had not even reached the beginner level, they were still constantly extracting the energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies and cultivate mystic techniques. This process should have been carried out in the starry sky, and the endless power of the stars was not afraid of them exhausting it. However, the strange energy in the yin-yang world was a strange energy formed between heaven and earth after all. After many years of precipitation and accumulation, such a rich energy tide was formed. At this time, after being extracted by 9 mystic techniques above the divine grade, the energy concentration could almost be clearly felt gradually decreasing, just like how the water level could be seen with the naked eye when the tide was low. At this time, the people who were chasing the mysterious small beast in the energy tide also inadvertently discovered this situation, but they did not pay much attention to it, nor did they know what had happened. They were just concentrating on finding the small beast, until, buzz! 9 extremely brilliant energy radiances burst out from the top of the 9 people's heads and rushed toward the sky. The energy barrier also began to expand because of this surge of energy enveloping the sky. When the 9 light pillars reached a certain place in the sky and stopped, the expansion of the barrier also stopped, turning into a very high arc-shaped energy shield. However, the 9 energy essences were too vast, causing the energy of heaven and earth to riot. The elemental power surged like a tide, the mountains shook, and the space trembled. Even the energy barriers that Yin Nuashing was proud of, the imperial god diagram that was said to be able to withstand the siege of an emperor god, and the void enchantment that could cover everything, could not block such brilliance. Originally, the void enchantment froze all the energy in this area on the level of rules, and was used by Yin Nuashing to block all the prying from the outside world, distorting part of the function of the void enchantment. However, at this time, this ninth-grade divine great array could not stop the divine light from boiling in this place. Even standing in the distance, one could vaguely see 9 brilliant energy light pillars connecting heaven and earth on the horizon. It was very blurry, but it was very clear that they stood there, causing the space to tremble and the sky to rumble. One could vaguely see 9 figures overlooking heaven and earth from there. That is, countless people turned their gazes and looked at this scene in astonishment. They could sense 9 majestic and terrifying energy auras brewing and transforming. Vaguely, they could see an incomparably sacred golden giant tree. It was a giant tree that was formed by divine patterns. It stood there with an indomitable spirit. The leaves that were covered with divine patterns swayed, and there was a sacred light flowing out, condensing into a long river. It was as if divine light had descended to the world. The sacred aura caused many people to stop in their tracks. The white small beast's eyes reflected the 9 rays of brilliance in the golden divine pattern tree. In a hurry, it turned its head and dashed in that direction. The people who were chasing after it were stunned by the appearance of the divine pattern tree. After a while, when they saw the white beast dashing in that direction, they shouted and quickly chased after it. Stop! Divine grade mystic technique. Divine tree. The group of people was speechless. Did something strange sneak in just now? At this moment, many people who were chasing after the white small beast turned their gazes towards the golden divine pattern tree with strange expressions. They whispered to the people beside them, and the group of people rushed towards the place where the divine pattern tree had bloomed. In the distance, a figure stood upright on the mountain peak. He did not rely on any barrier or any other power. He used his physical body to block the energy tide. When the light from the divine pattern tree burst out, he also turned his gaze. In his eyes, there was a flash of light. His devilish red and black hair danced in the wind. One of his eyes was black and the other was red. At this moment, when he saw the divine pattern tree, he could not help but laugh. A divine tree that I have never seen before. Is not on the list? Interesting. That divine tree will belong to me, the spiritual emperor. Chapter 952. The energy reaction is getting stronger and stronger. Part of the barrier has been destroyed by the internal energy. Billions of miles away, Yin Nuashing was increasing his speed desperately in the void. The flashing mark between his eyebrows told him that something big seemed to be happening there, but he couldn't get to the scene immediately. He had a kind of space transmission formation that could transmit him to any place he had seen or sensed as long as there was enough energy. However, he obviously didn't have such a huge amount of energy for such a long distance. Half an hour ago, he sensed that there was a problem with the magic formation and several layers of energy barriers. He could feel that the energy over there was gathering crazily, and there was a hole in the barrier of the void from the inside. Shortly after he sensed this, the outer defense barrier and magic formation were attacked by a powerful force. Those attacks were all from divine weapons. He couldn't be more familiar with that kind of energy because he had a lot of it on him, and this time it wasn't just the energy that brushed past him, but a real head-on attack. The violent energy hit his defensive magic formation like raindrops. Some of the energy reactions were as high as that of mid-level gods, and they were all divine weapons of the 5th or 6th level of the divine level. Although the person who launched such an attack wasn't at the level of a divine weapon and couldn't exert 60% of the power, there were too many of them. Even though he had a thorough understanding of the royal god diagram and could use it to the point of perfection, and was said to be able to block the full blow of an emperor god, he couldn't stand being bombarded by so much energy. The number of attacks was probably the number of people in the entire Yin-Yang world, right? Piles of energy from divine weapons. He sensed more than 1,000 kinds of energy from the energy forms fed back, and they were all divine weapons. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be bombarded by divine weapons. Yin Nuashing suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization, "That's right. If 9 kinds of divine level and above divine level are used at full force, that world can't bear it all. Even the barrier of the void has become illusory because of the impact of the girls. F***CK. How could he still make such a low-level mistake after so many years? He should have left the formation book there and launched a magic formation of the divine level or above. After all, he really didn't expect that Yin and the others would be able to make that level of divine art operate at full power so quickly before they had even reached the entry level. If this was in the ancient times, even high-level gods might not be able to do it. Idiot! 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 Yin Nuoxing slapped his forehead in exasperation. He was very annoyed. Brother, don't slap it. It's not good if it's damaged. Little Purple soul quickly and tried to persuade him. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He only felt pain in his liver, stomach, and all over his body. After a while, his expression became gloomy again. He didn't know what had happened over there. Since the barrier of the void had been blurry, the tree of divine pattern should have been exposed. Xian and the others might also be there. Maybe the tree of divine pattern had attracted the people of the yin-yang world. In terms of the function of the tree of divine pattern, it was equivalent to half of a divine body. Its value couldn't be lower than the 3 divine trees on the list of heaven and earth treasures. Xian and the others are cultivating inside. There are several layers of barriers, so they shouldn't be affected. But the group of people who attacked obviously didn't care about this. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed slightly. Thinking of this, his face became even gloomier. To put it bluntly, this kind of attempt to interrupt other people's cultivation was like killing one's father. If he hadn't been so suspicious and left many formations to guard against all kinds of accidents, Xian and the others might have been awakened from their deep cultivation state. Failing to cultivate was a small matter. If the energy in their bodies was disturbed and they went crazy, it would endanger their lives. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. His eyes gradually turned cold. He whispered in his heart, "Maggots, they're all maggots." That low murmur did not have any fluctuations, but in that instant, he felt as if he had entered Xuanyue's body from several dozen epochs ago. That gloomy voice caused the women in the soul world to tremble when they heard it. They looked at each other, and Ziyi shook his head, indicating that things had not reached that stage yet. 1 hour. We'll be there in 1 hour. Before that, you must hold on for me. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed with faint madness. The 12 elements in his body also let out a monstrous roar, as if they were going to fight together with their master. In the yin-yang sky, the energy concentration at the energy tide had dropped to a certain level. This world began to become clear. The 2 thick energy clouds above his head also became very thin. The energy in this area had been sucked dry. Moonlight gradually appeared in the yin-yang sky. Rumble. Under the moonlight, monstrous energy connected into a large area and smashed down like a mountain. Fire, ice, earth, thunder, and storm. Except for the light and dark elements, the energy of the 8 elements was complete. They intertwined into an elemental curtain and bombarded the distorted energy barrier. Waves of energy surged out, and the shock wave destroyed the area within 100 miles. In the center of the energy bombardment, inside the energy barrier, the golden divine pattern tree was extremely dazzling. The figures of Xian and the others could be seen. The energy light beam was so vast that it even broke through the barrier and was exposed to the outside sky. The weak law disturbance could be vaguely seen from thousands of miles away. This place was surrounded, from God's Son to God's King, to God's Emperor's God's Emperor's God's Emperor's God's Son. It was unknown how many races there were. Not only the human race, but also the demon race. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. They were evenly matched with the human race. They all looked like humans, but they all had the characteristics of demon beasts. In Emoyan's words, they had long horns, long tails, wings, and no ears. At this moment, they didn't fight against each other because they had a common goal. No one recognized the divine pattern tree, but just from its function and divine nature, it was enough to make many people green with greed, especially when they saw that the 9 people sitting under the tree had not woken up. The greed in their hearts rose to the extreme. Although the outer tortoise shell was extremely hard, it could still be broken. Once it was broken, the 9 people inside would have nowhere to hide, and the divine pattern tree would also fall into the hands of the crowd. Emperor Ling stood not far away, watching the crowd attack the barrier. His aura surged, and the people around him didn't dare to come close. He looked at the golden divine pattern tree, then looked at the 9 people below, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, when he looked at the barrier, he frowned. Hundreds of divine level 4 or 5 divine weapons couldn't break through the barrier so quickly. Could it be a divine level 8 array? Emperor Ling's eyes flickered. He was a very cautious person. After discovering the divine pattern tree, he had already sent a message to his faction, asking them to send some people over. He believed that many people around him had done the same thing, such as the godly emperors. After a while, his gaze stopped at a place in the crowd. He suddenly smiled faintly. Interesting, they're here too. However, this divine pattern tree will belong to me. At this place, energy surged into the sky. The pillars of energy were thick and majestic, breaking through the clouds and connecting to the sky. Hundreds of thousands of strong cultivators were eyeing the barrier covetously. Many of them were secretly conserving their strength. At this time, those who attacked the barrier would be exhausted and lose the qualification to compete. In the sky, many arrays were formed. The divine weapons resonated with each other. Huge energy waves crashed onto the barrier like raindrops. If it were ordinary attacks, no matter how strong they wouldn't be able to threaten the Imperial God diagram. However, those attacks were from divine weapons. Divine weapons were much stronger and more destructive. Even if it was a barrier that could defend against godly emperors, it would still break after being hit by thousands of mid-level divine weapons. It wasn't a matter of whether it could break or not. It was a matter of time. The shocking energy explosion lasted for a long time. Those who joined forces to attack were all out of breath. They had no choice but to switch to other people with divine artifacts to continue attacking. However, everyone only saw ripples splashing out from the magic array. It trembled from time to time, but there was no sign of it being broken. Firepower from all directions flooded this place. If one stood inside and looked outside, they would see that the world seemed to be burning. Those with sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be many new faces here. They seemed to have just arrived. They were all godly kings and godly emperors, which made their hearts tremble. They hurriedly took out jade slips and asked the forces behind them to send reinforcements. If things went wrong, a bloody battle would break out here. Since no one was maintaining the defense, the divine reigning diagram, which was automatically activated, finally began to dim after being worn down for a long time. The golden light of the barrier dimmed slightly, and an arm-length crack appeared at the top. The appearance of the crack caused many people to be stunned. Soon after, wild joy erupted from their eyes. The barrier is about to break. With this shout, the people wielding divine artifacts became full of vigor, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wielded their divine artifacts and launched a barrage of attacks at the barrier below, causing the barrier of the Imperial God diagram to tremble for a moment. Moreover, many people aimed at the crack and launched powerful attacks one after another in an attempt to expand the crack and cause the barrier to collapse. On the ground, on top of a huge boulder, the little white beast stood between the cracks of the boulder. When it saw the earth-shattering attacks, it was so scared that its whole body trembled. The appearance of the divine pattern tree had attracted everyone's attention away from it, which was a good thing for it. However, it was suddenly worried about the people inside the barrier, so it hesitated. Woo-woo! The white small beast anxiously walked in circles in the crack on the huge rock. It didn't know what to do. With so many experts outside, it would only be courting death if it ran out. Although they had drawn their attention away from it, it didn't mean that no one was concerned about it. When it saw more and more cracks on the barrier, it spun even faster. It sounded very anxious. Just when the crack had spread halfway through the barrier, an energy that made the heavens and earth tremble burst out from the void. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from the void. Divine light descended from the void. That voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing them to be taken aback for a moment. However, no one stopped. Instead, they increased the strength of their attacks. I'll let all of you. Yun Nuoxing's figure directly rushed out from the void. She appeared at the top of the barrier with surging energy that didn't stop. She suddenly clapped her hands together. Stop! She clapped her hands together and suddenly opened them. When her palms came together, a ball of pale, white energy suddenly appeared. An energy wave suddenly spread out at a speed faster than light. The invisible energy wave caused all the energy that came into contact with it to be extinguished in an instant. Even the energy that was exploding disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only dust. Bang, bang, bang. The energy of the divine weapons that were gathering energy suddenly dissipated when they came into contact with the shockwave. The divine weapons became unstable and exploded with a bang. However, not even a trace of energy was released from the explosion. They were only damaged. This time, dozens of divine weapons of divine rank level 5 or 6 were destroyed. Even the energy in everyone's body became sluggish. Those who were still circulating energy suddenly lost their energy, causing them to groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. They were actually devoured by their own energy. Those who didn't use their energy escaped the disaster. The energy vacuum. Yun Nuoxing directly caused all the energy in this area to disappear. For a short time, this area was in a state of no energy. However, there was still a large amount of energy here. Therefore, it only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Ling Huang's expression was gloomy. He was also affected by the energy vacuum just now. At this time, there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly turned his cold gaze and looked at the top of the barrier. There, a colorful figure appeared. He was sure that before the energy vacuum exploded, there was definitely no such person there. Everyone also realized that their condition was abnormal. Although the energy vacuum affected many people and caused at least 30% of them to spit out blood, they weren't seriously injured. They recovered after a short rest. It was just that the energy in their bodies was a little chaotic. When they stabilized themselves, they looked at the golden barrier. At this time, with the return of Yun Nuoxing, the royal god diagram was already in the process of self-healing. The crack that appeared after being bombarded by everyone for a few hours showed signs of closing again. Everyone saw Yun Nuoxing immediately. Their gazes froze, and they looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, they raised the divine weapons in their hands, and energy suddenly bloomed. Rumble. The wild energy once again descended on the barrier of the royal god diagram. In an instant, Yun Nuoxing's face was covered in dust. Percent asterisk and at asterisk. Yun Nuoxing was furious. This bastard didn't give her any face. She asked him to stop, but he still ruthlessly smashed the energy over. Last, go down first. Yun Nuoxing carried little purple soul down from his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze carried her slowly to the ground. Little purple soul nodded obediently. Okay. Be careful, big brother. Even if Yun Nuoxing didn't say it, she knew what he wanted to do. However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't in a good state at this time. Not only was he travel-worn, he wasn't in his best condition. Xian and the others were rarely in a deep state of cultivation. It was a pity that putting away the divine pattern tree would interrupt their cultivation. However, without the divine pattern tree, his strength would be reduced by at least 40%. The reception spirit divine body had an advantage that no one could match. He could use every bit of energy to the greatest extent and unleash at least 4 or 5 times the power. As for ordinary people, at most, they could only unleash 100% of the power of their energy. This was also the reason why Yun Nuoxing could use a divine-grade profound technique without batting an eyelid, and his strength was so strong that it was exaggerated. Now that the divine pattern tree was gone, his advantage was greatly reduced. However, he didn't really care. If he still needed to use his full strength to deal with this group of small fries, then Yun Nuoxing, wouldn't be worthy of being called a heavenly god. Although he had long lost his position as a heavenly god, If you don't stop, I'll make your entire body stop moving. A cold voice drifted in the air. Yin Nuoxing's expression was cold and solemn. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in the crowd outside. He appeared in front of a godly venerable expert holding a divine weapon. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. The surging energy on his fist even condensed into a solid form. What? That godly venerable expert was shocked. He grabbed his divine weapon and tried to defend himself. However, Yin Nuoxing was too fast. The power of the light element made his attack impossible to guard against. The godly venerable expert was smashed into pieces before he could finish his sentence. After finishing off a godly venerable expert with a single punch, Yin Nuoxing's expression was cold. He put away the divine weapon. He didn't care about mid-level divine weapons and wouldn't put them into his divine body. However, he had other uses for them. Buzz! A huge beam of energy shot towards his face. It was extremely bright. It was a pure energy attack from a divine weapon. It caused the space to tremble. Yin Nuoxing turned around and extended his palm to block the energy beam. The spiritual divine body's ability to devour energy was still there. He didn't need the help of the divine pattern tree. All the energy attacks that were directed at him were just replenishing his energy. It just so happens that my energy carrier is a little empty after my long journey back. After devouring the huge energy torrent, Yin Nuoxing clenched his fist and took a deep breath. This surge of energy allowed him to return to his peak. He looked at the person who attacked him. That person was shocked when he saw that Yin Nuoxing wasn't injured at all. His eyes were filled with shock. The light particles disappeared in a flash. Yin Nuoxing appeared behind that person and gently struck out with his palm. To thank you, please rest in peace. Boom! Unparalleled energy burst out, directly turning that expert into dust. Yin Nuoxing put away his divine tool and raised his eyes to look around. This battle happened in a small area, and not many people paid attention to it. Almost everyone was still attacking the Imperial God diagram, as if it didn't exist. That ferocious battle record was not witnessed by anyone. Hiss! Yin Nuoxing's eyes turned cold. He let out a hissing sound like a snake. A black ice aura quietly flowed out from his body. In his hand, a ball of black and ice blue energy appeared. It quickly fused and took shape in an instant. Then, it exploded out at the speed of light. The icy blue and black energy ripples suddenly spread to the ends of the world. Two loud roars were heard in an instant. Dark, mysterious ice. Snow goddess, frozen world. As the two shouts rang out, the sound of space freezing suddenly rang out. The land within a radius of 1,000 miles suddenly turned into black ice. The mountain range turned into an ice mountain. All the energy between heaven and earth maintained its final form as it was frozen within the black ice. Even those experts were all sealed within the black ice. The entire world suddenly quieted down. Only Yin Nuoxing was left standing in the middle of the thousands of ice blocks. It was incomparably dazzling as it condensed the light of the entire world. In a frozen world, black snowflakes drifted down. It was as if they had really come to a frozen world. Even the energy of the yin-yang sky was frozen. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. Without the divine mark, the burden of using a high-level divine technique was not small. His colorful hair turned white. Moreover, boom! In the frozen world, an extremely hot flame suddenly burst out. The green flame was like a giant flame beast. The energy that erupted in an instant caused the black ice to fluctuate violently. Bang! After the green flame erupted, the space began to tremble violently. Streaks of scarlet flames soared into the sky and surged out from the black ice. The terrifying temperature, together with the shockwave that contained terrifying temperature and power, caused the ice-sealed world to tremble. At this moment, the others also began to circulate the divine origin in their bodies and joined forces to attack the ice-sealed domain. After Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the place was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the power was much weaker. When there was the divine mark, the dark, mysterious ice could seal divine gods and deities, making them unable to resist. At this moment, even divine kings and divine emperors could not be completely frozen. Although there were too many people, the main reason was that the divine mark was not there and the strength of the energy was reduced. Even so, it's not a problem to trap them for a while. It will reduce their strength more or less. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while. His eyes were gloomy. He clenched his fist, and lightning jumped on his arm. His colorful hair fluttered behind him and stood up. A huge lightning power appeared on his body. He waved his hand, and the lightning shot up to the sky. Buzz! The lightning stopped in midair. After pausing for a second, it suddenly spread out. The power of the lightning quickly evolved in the sky and formed a huge lightning array. It enveloped the entire world. Lightning that contained various elemental energies gathered in the sky and jumped on the array. It was like a group of dragons roaring. Rumble! A huge lightning power came down from the sky. Those who were attacking the frozen domain were stunned. They quickly increased their speed to attack the domain. If the lightning came down from the sky, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Everyone! Yin Nuoxing laughed and opened his arms. Half of his colorful hair turned white. I invite all of you to ascend to the immortal realm together. Rumble! The colorful lightning fell from the sky. The huge lightning power made everyone's face turn pale. Chapter 953. Things happened very quickly. Before that, no one had noticed the Yin Nuo planet. The battlefield was very large. The energy storm swept thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet. The entire world seemed to be burning. Under the background of the raging flames, the size of a person was too small. It was so small that he was directly ignored by others. It was not until the whole world quieted down that everyone noticed the slender, colorful figure. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had thought that such a thing would happen before the situation became like this. The originally fiery scene suddenly became cold. This scene did not last for long. Those who were trapped in the ice crazily activated their divine origin and various kinds of energy to resonate with the divine artifact. Waves of violent energy burst out from the black ice. The ice, which was the size of a person, was quickly covered with cracks. Just as they were continuously attacking the dark, mysterious ice, that person's hand shook again, and an extremely large array appeared in the sky. The terrifying might of thunder and lightning pressed down from the sky, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. They attacked the icebound world even more crazily. That thunder and lightning array clearly wanted to attack indiscriminately. If it smashed down like this, there would probably be no life left within 100 miles. Bang! Bang! The sound of ice shattering was very loud. Figures walked out from the ice-sealed world. Their surging auras soared into the sky and formed energy light pillars. Most of these people were divine kings and divine emperors. They were the top existences among the younger generation in Kuan-Yuan region. At this moment, they looked up at Yin Nuoxing in the sky with an unfriendly expression. They stared at the array in the sky solemnly and did not show any signs of fear. It seems like you have not given up yet. Yin Nuoxing looked at the dozens of people indifferently and said indifferently. His gaze was somewhat indifferent. Everyone looked at him with a dignified expression. The energy aura on their bodies became increasingly stronger. A mere demigod dares to spout nonsense here? Do you not put the experts of Kuan Plain in your eyes? A tall figure sneered as he took a step forward with his arms crossed. All the spiritual treasures in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You're being too overbearing. On the other side, a powerhouse with scales on his cheeks walked out. His drooping right hand had turned into a huge claw due to the surging energy. Clearly, he was a powerhouse of the demon race. Pooh! Upon hearing this, Yin Nuoxing could not help but burst out laughing. She covered her forehead and laughed so hard that her entire body was trembling. Everyone was baffled by her laughter. Maggot! In the end, Yin Nuoxing only used these two words to reply to the demon clan's expert. Many people's faces immediately turned gloomy. They were the top experts among the younger generation of Kuan Yuan and the demon clan. Today, they were being looked down upon by a demigod. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll teach you how to respect the experts. The tall figure roared and dashed out from where he was. His speed was so fast that he left afterimages in the air. The muscles on his body bulged like mountains. The earth element was thick and heavy on his body, giving him an unparalleled sense of heaviness. He punched the space, and a huge fist mark with heavy divine origin tore through the space. Yin Nuashing raised her right hand gently, and small arrays appeared near her wrist. A suction force burst out from her palm and sucked the fist mark in the air. Then she pulled her right hand to the side and flung the fist mark away. Roar! Roar! A loud roar came from the side. It was like an ancient giant beast's roar that shook heaven and earth, causing the space to tremble. A huge figure with bone spikes on his back suddenly rushed over. His arms were covered with a layer of thick black hair. His entire body rushed towards Yun Nua planet like a cannonball. Clang! A fist the size of a cattail hassock was waved in the air. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the space was shaking. Before the fist came close, the air was compressed into an air cannon and blasted out with a bang. Yin Nuashing leaned to the side and dodged the air cannon that was 100 feet long. Then, her right hand charged forward. Several arrays covered her hand, and elements surged. Then, she blasted out a punch. Bang! Two disproportionate fists collided with each other. The powerful energy formed a weak shock wave and shattered the space. Yin Nuashing's arm shook, and the arrays lit up. A huge force sent the tall and sturdy figure flying with a punch. Everyone's expression changed. Two people had already made a move. Both of them were divine kings. For a demigod, they should be able to crush him. Why did it turn out like this? That huge figure rushed over like a cannonball and was also sent flying like a cannonball. He broke the sound barrier and shattered the space. Huh! The figure let out a roar as the energy in his body trembled. He released all of his strength, causing the surrounding space to shatter. He lowered his head and looked at his palm in surprise. Strength was his forte. His clan's physical strength was one of the strongest among the demon clan. He had never been sent flying by a punch before. This made him very interested in the Yun Nua planet. A rumbling voice rang out. I am Gu Chi from the Demon Bone clan. Who are you? You don't need to know. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and snapped her fingers with her left hand. She muttered softly, 10,000 thunderbolts. Boom! Following a soft sound, the enormous formation in the sky rumbled with thunder and lightning. Then, tens of thousands of feet of thunder fell from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It completely submerged the entire area. Endless thunderbolts, tens of thousands of rays of light, elemental heavenly thunder, and all kinds of energy burst out in the form of thunderbolts. It was no longer just simple bolts of lightning. Instead, it was a sea of thunderbolts that fell from the sky like raindrops. It was extremely dazzling. Even if one was standing 1,000 miles away, they could clearly feel the destructive power here. Needless to say, the people who were wrapped in the thunderbolts array were blinding and suffocating. Boom! Boom! Ah! Along with the sound of thunder, there was a heart-wrenching scream. Those who were unable to break free from the dark, mysterious ice were turned into ashes by the concentrated fire of several thunderbolts, even though they were holding divine artifacts. Their souls were scattered. Wong! Unparalleled energy fell from the sky, and the place boiled instantly. Even though the people present were all young experts from the Kuan Yuan region and the Demon Clan, such thunderbolts could even kill mid-level gods. Those who were trapped in the dark, mysterious ice could not even defend themselves. In just a few seconds, dozens of dark, mysterious ice exploded. Almost all of the people inside had their souls scattered. Those who were lucky enough to survive were charred black and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Their bodies were still overflowing with colorful thunderbolts. Roar! Gu Chi's burly figure passed through the dense thunderbolts. His huge fist directly smashed a descending red thunderbolt. He rushed to the front of Yin Nuashing and directly engaged in close combat with her. Yin Nuashing looked indifferent. The Thunderbolt's array did not require her real-time control. She was invincible in it and could still use many tricks. She turned around and clashed her hands with Guqi's fists. It was like two meteors colliding. In the place where the Thunderbolts fell, there was a shocking collision of energy that was not inferior to the Thunderbolts. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows very quickly. However, in terms of speed, Yin Nuoxing was faster. After more than 10 rounds, the bone spurs on his back and arms were broken. Yin Nuoxing directly pierced through his chest with her claws. Blood spurted out from his back. Roar. The mountain-like figure let out a painful roar. His mournful roar was drowned out by the Thunderbolts. The black hair all over his body stood up as if he had been electrocuted. With a wave of her hand, Guqi was sent flying backward. Guqi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was hit by another Thunderbolt. His whole body was charred black like a piece of coal. The Demon Bone Clan's body is extremely hard. Their bones are even more indestructible. I didn't expect him to lose in a collision of strength. Who are you? The eyes of a demon race elite flashed. There was an energy shield above his head. The Thunderbolts avoided the area around him and could not touch him. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. With a thought, a part of the Thunderbolt's array in the sky suddenly collapsed and split into a small array. The surrounding Thunderbolts quickly gathered there. After a while, a huge rainbow-colored Thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The rainbow-colored Thunderbolt crashed into the energy shield above the person's head. Such a powerful Thunderbolt force made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The energy shield flickered rapidly. It's useless. I'm from the Blood Thunder Clan, one of the few demon races that can control the power of Thunderbolts. Your Thunderbolt force is terrifying, but it can't penetrate my defense, the demon race elite said indifferently. Is that so? Yin Nuoxing looked at him indifferently. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. The expression of the Blood Lightning Clan expert trembled as an extremely terrifying feeling of threat made all the hairs on his body stand on end. When he lifted his head, he saw a dark and deep Thunderbolt suddenly appear behind the Thunderbolt. It was swallowing and spitting out an aura of annihilation, causing his pupils to shrink to the size of a needle. Boom! That Thunderbolt contained the speed of light. When he raised his head and saw it, it had already arrived and shattered his defense. The Thunderbolt penetrated the ground and blasted a huge crater. The Blood Thunder Clan expert was lying in the middle of the crater with blood all over his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by the Thunderbolt. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. The light element was about to surge. She was about to chase after the Blood Thunder Clan elite and end his life. Thunderbolts had little effect on him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a crescent moon soared into the sky amidst the energy thunderstorm. It was mixed with the roar of tigers and howls of wolves. It pierced the sound of the Thunderbolts. Several figures passed through the Thunderbolts like ghosts and pounced on the Blood Thunder Clan elite. Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened as 3 gigantic Thunderbolts descended from the sky. They were like 3 gigantic energy light pillars that connected the heavens and the earth, directly covering the group of people within. Then, the colorful Thunderbolts in the surrounding area all gathered madly towards that direction. Poof! Poof! Several blood flowers bloomed. They were annihilated in the middle of the Thunderbolts. Not even dregs were left behind. Yin Nuoxing stood in the sky amidst the flashing Thunderbolts. She looked down at everyone with her cold eyes. The brilliance of the Thunderbolts shone on her body, making her look like the god of thunder. Where did this guy get so much energy? It's inexhaustible. Not far away, a gust of wind sounded. A young man descended. He crossed his arms and looked at Yin Nuoxing. He said, "Are you one of the 9 kings of the Divine Prefecture, or one of the 8 kings of Taiyuan? Interesting. You're only a demigod, but you can make so many experts helpless. Your body is extremely powerful, and your control of energy is comparable to that of a mid-level god." The gust of wind sounded all around. One figure after another descended. They densely covered the heavens and the earth, surrounding Yun Nuoshing in the center. These people were not afraid of the thunderbolts above their heads. None of them was weak. What's the point of being so timid? Tell me your name if you have the guts. A ferocious-looking human expert stared at her and laughed coldly. Haha, such a beautiful little sister. I can't bear to lay my hands on her. Not far away, an enchanting figure casually caught a thunderbolt that swept past her and played with it in the palm of her hand. I, the Demon Spirit Clan, would like to learn from you. A figure wrapped in black fog let out a sinister laugh. That laughter caused the expressions of many human race experts to change. Demon Spirit Clan? How could she appear here so openly? Yinuashing glanced at them indifferently. She folded her hands in front of her and said, "Is there no one else?" "That's all." "Oh, this little girl is very arrogant." One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yinuashing nodded and said, "If there's no one else, then you can go on your way. If you travel together, you won't be too lonely on the road to the underworld." "Don't you want to know my name?" "I'll tell you now." Yin Nuoshing stared at the earth. Those thunderbolts had blasted countless holes in the ground, turning the earth into a scene of devastation. At this time, the energy that had gathered in the earth gradually surged. Rumble, the earth shook loudly. Everyone was shocked. They could feel that there was an immeasurable amount of energy crazily gathering under the earth. The magnitude of the energy made their expressions change drastically. "Not good. Retreat." It was unknown who shouted, but the sky suddenly turned violet. However, before they could retreat, a huge azure array suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, the thunderbolt array in the sky collapsed, turning into blue light spots that poured into the array on the ground. A wave of energy that was so dense that it almost manifested as stars appeared in this world. My name is Ling. I'm the embodiment of the sky. I am equal to the earth. Rumbling sounds echoed as the energy density in the air soared, causing everyone's faces to turn deathly pale. They hurriedly used their strongest defenses to protect themselves. In the sky, a dazzling cross-shaped star had appeared out of nowhere. The moment everyone saw that star, it suddenly exploded, and a huge azure pillar of starlight fell from the sky. It was like a brilliant eternal light that illuminated everyone's dumbfounded faces. My body is energy. I am the representative of energy in this world. I am the ruler of energy. My name is Divine Physique Na Ling. Rumble. A huge starlight pillar fell from the sky and landed in Enyang sky with a great force. Huge halos surrounded the starlight pillar. The unparalleled power drowned the world and swallowed everyone. The shock wave with destructive energy swept out into the distance. Pieces of space collapsed, and the black void space also fluctuated. The energy of Enyang sky made this space very strong, but it couldn't prevent it from being blasted into a huge basin. The mountain range was melted. The extremely brilliant starlight pillar made the world change color, and the people farther away were stunned. The starlight pillar came and went quickly. It didn't last long. The azure energy pillar trembled slightly and disappeared. In its place, there was a huge basin that had been blasted into 100,000 feet wide. It affected the area inside and outside Enyang sky, and the mountains collapsed. It had to be said that the space and earth here were very strong. If it were the Ghost Forest and the Divine Tiger Mountain Villa, there would be two huge pits now. In Enyang sky, there was only a basin. However, the part that was out of Enyang sky was still blasted into an abyss. Except for that place of cultivation, the other places had been turned into basins. Yin Nuoshing stood in the sky. Half of his colorful hair turned snow white. Suddenly, his expression froze. He looked at the basin below. He actually sensed a large wave of life. This was inconceivable. In his current state, the Star's Fall attack was enough to destroy an emperor of the underworld. Even an emperor of the gods would be injured if he was careless. However, below him, there were still so many survivors. This made his expression change slightly. The human clan's spirit-receiving divine body lives up to its reputation. If it weren't for our clan's treasure, we would have died today. A demon clan expert held a golden scepter in his hand, exuding terrifying energy. However, the scepter's color was dim at this time. It seemed that it had consumed too much energy. The golden barrier that enveloped everyone flickered twice and then disappeared. This was a very powerful divine artifact. However, after withstanding the starfall attack, its energy was exhausted. As soon as the identity of the spirit-receiving divine body was exposed, many people's expressions changed. They had heard of the demon clan experts before, but there was no hostility. The younger generation of the human clan, Kuan Yuan, looked at each other and saw some inexplicable confusion in each other's eyes. No wonder he was so tyrannical. It turned out that this guy was really domineering. However, they did not know that Yin Nuoxing rarely showed such a domineering side, unless someone was annoyed by him. Well, like today, he actually tried to break his array formation. If you leave now, I can still spare your lives. No, wait. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head, looked at the barrier behind him, and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disturb them. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave today." Hey, the human clan's spirit-receiving divine body is really bold. However, he is also qualified to do so. At this moment, his combat strength is enough to look down on the younger generation of the world. The demon clan expert smiled faintly. Yin Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky, startling him. A faint sense of threat emerged in his heart. He was about to use the light element to move out, but his body stiffened as if he was restricted by something. "Huh!" Yin Nuoxing shouted loudly. The star power in his body surged violently and instantly broke through the layer of restriction. However, before he could rush out, a huge pagoda descended from the sky and swallowed him, suppressing him within the pagoda. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Everyone, help me refine him. The divine tree behind him will be ours." The human clan expert with a ferocious face said coldly. A portion of the demon clan experts frowned, while the other portion sneered inwardly. Clearly, they were disdainful of this method. However, they didn't say anything. They poured all of their energy into the purple pagoda, which was hundreds of meters tall. The pagoda immediately burned with brilliant purple flames. "You want to refine me with this weak, level 6 divine artifact?" A cold laughter suddenly came from the pagoda. However, this laughter was more or less devoid of warmth. "This pagoda of mine is a space of its own. Even deities can be sucked into it. Once you enter the pagoda, you can refine everything in less than half an hour. Even if you want to refine an entire world, it won't be a problem." The human clan expert sneered. Yin Nuoxing let out a low laugh. Then his aura surged wildly. The violent aura caused the purple pagoda to tremble violently. The light dimmed, as if it wasn't imprisoning a person, but a world-destroying divine beast that could destroy the world. The violent aura that came from the pagoda made people's hearts palpitate. Even the body of the pagoda started to distort faintly. The human clan expert was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, help me." Clang, buzz. However, before the others could do anything, the middle section of the pagoda suddenly swelled up like an inflated balloon. The surrounding space also shook continuously, forming a distorted vortex. "Oh, this power! Your pagoda is about to explode." Everyone was shocked. Boom! A cold light streaked across the heavens and earth as the purple pagoda was split into two with a bang. Yin Nuoxing slowly walked out from within as purple flames that overflowed into the sky swept across the plains behind him. Lightning coiled around his body as his half-white hair returned to normal. He had directly devoured the energy within the pagoda and once again returned to his peak state. 6 wings appeared on his back as divine light shone from his eyes. He was like a demon god as he slowly walked out. "Now, it's your turn," he murmured softly. The ferocious-looking man turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw a flash of light. The face that was originally far away suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes that were glowing with divine light stared at him. It made him feel a sense of reincarnation. Even his mind was about to sink into it. Boom. The man's head was grabbed and slammed into the ground. His body twitched, and he immediately stopped moving. Those who used the pagoda to refine him also suffered a backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy. Buzz. At this moment, a huge silver palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain. The majestic power caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. They hurriedly retreated. Yun Nuashing looked up at the huge palm print in the sky and sneered. "If you don't stop, I'll kill you until you stop."